Let me see if I can get my earbuds into my head, having just sat down, and then see if we connect to the studio. That would help, wouldn't it? Okay, so when we open up this window, that takes us to live stream, and hopefully there's data coming into the encoder, and we go from there. Okay, everybody, now we go to see if we're actually manifesting. Okay, we might hear an echo. Everybody wait for wouldn't it? We got an echo. Excellent. Everybody hit that upvote right now immediately, please. You have no idea how important that is. That is decisive, and we could not exist without that up thumb. Without that thumb in the air, we do not exist. All right, all of that being yeah, that's interesting. They disabled chat. Okay, so it says it's disabled for this live stream. I did not do that. We're going to see if we can get anybody on the call so I have some company. And we'll take it from there. Now, okay. It says welcome to chat. Otherwise, that's interesting. We're going to see if we get something from our YouTube. Let's see if we get something from our YouTube report. Okay, we got a live on our channel. Good. And we're going to go now to the call. Okay, the call. That is here. Infinite call. And we do the audio. Okay, audio call. And we're calling everybody. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Okay, Aristides, so they've disabled the chat within the show itself. So, yeah, so that is something that is new. I've just come across that, so we're...
Wait. Now I see chat. Wait.
Yeah, but it's disabled. It's it says chat is disabled for this live stream. We apparently...
wait. No, hold on. Let me see what I see here.
Yeah, see if you can...
I see T-Tank Berry comment.
Okay, you do?
Second.
Really?
Yeah, I think. Is this... No, wait. Oh, no, this is the wrong... Where am
I? Well, at any rate, we're going
to... 3-8. Today's 3-8, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, today's some fan, some umbrellas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Just check.
Yeah, and... Oh, wait, I see chat. I see people in the chat. Hello, chat. Oh, hey,
okay.
I love you. Oh, I love you all.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that is weird, because it may not publish. Warnings that it may not publish. Okay, so we're going to find out the hard way when it publishes. By that I mean the chat may not publish. We're going to find out the hard way, but at least everybody's able to participate. Everybody's able to participate. What I'll do... Yes, I will show you on screen share. So here's what I...
Okay, while I can.
Yeah.
With the PayPal link in the chat. So, all right, continue.
Yes, please do. Excellent. Yeah. And anything else you feel is relevant in the chat as well. I will... I'm going to press the screen share button and let me know if you see this. Can you see the screen share button? Screen
share. I have to actually get into that screen to see it.
Okay, I just turned it off, so I'm going to turn it on again. Oh. Yeah, I had to turn it off because it's so clunky. I can't change from one screen to another without turning it off. Okay, so can you see this? There we are. I'm sharing screen. Okay, see this? It says chat is disabled for this live stream. Yeah, see that?
Let me zoom in there. See what? Yeah. That is disabled for the live. That's weird. I don't. I guess you can't just like refresh the page since you're producing. Right?
I can't. I can, but it's not going to help. This is obviously something that's in studio. This is in studio. I have no control over it. It's what YouTube has decided to do to suppress the the dissemination further. I suspect it means that whatever people are saying. But here, take a look at this. Now I will share screen again. So when I share screen again, there we are. Take a look at this. Can you see this? Okay, this is what we see on display. On display, apparently people like yourself who are tuning in can interact. So let me give them
Okay.
hugs and kisses, and you know,
Okay.
okay.
So have you tried to comment in the chat?
Well, I can't. I can't even put in links. You know that. I
No, but
haven't.
not even anything, just regular text. Regular
Well, you mean
text.
right now? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to do that right now. We'll see what happens. Let's give a kiss to
Okay.
Rose Belicia, and here we are. Here we are, honey. Kisses at Rose. Okay, and let's see if that works. And then hugs a tea tank berry, of course, and it seems to enter. We'll see if it publishes. Is all I can say. And it's, you know, all I can say is that I'm not surprised at this development. But I do want people to know I'm back from, of course, a hard celebratory weekend with everything that was going on through the tourist-oriented aspect of Asian Lunar New Year. And therefore, it'll take me a while to get my head together and get into monologue. But we're going to do our best. And, you know, but we have our man Aristides here who's going to. So you see all this, right, Aristides? You see, I'm able to enter that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. And you actually see it at your end. And with that, I'll stop sharing. You're aware of the situation now. We're going to work with it as always the best that we can. And in interim, everybody, please interact with the chat. You know, by all means, it helps us immensely. Let us know if you're hearing our man Aristides. Matter of fact, let me look at OBS right now and say something, Aristides.
Am I registering on
You
OBS?
you are. Okay, so you're registering on OBS. Okay, and with that, we're gonna have Aristides do his blurb. Then we're gonna hope some other people will join us to help keep us in some conversation for a little while before I get my head into the space. Everybody, of course, follow Aristides' advisement, and by all means, Aristides, cut loose and let everyone know how important it is to interact in the chat and share the link with everyone because we have no means to promote this. This is a guerrilla war. Subscribe and resubscribe and constantly check to see that you're subscribed and upvote from every possible source you can imagine and call your friends and tell them to upvote. That's how important it is. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Anything you can do in these trying times. Hold on, let's grab
not to mention, not to mention, of course, contributions. You know,
yeah.
Above all, because we're dead without them.
Yes. That is probably first and foremost above, you know, thumbs up buttons is cold hard cash. I would think.
I'm going to reset the studio page just to see what happens, and we're going to expect it to. It says connect your coder to go live. Did I just fuck myself? No, it actually has enabled the chat. It enabled the chat. That is so fucking weird. Okay, so I will show you now by doing a screen share, just so you can see that with your own eyes, because that's always reassuring. So here we are. I believe you. Okay, here we are. There, you can see it. See the screen share. This is Studio.
Yeah.
This is Studio, and there we can interact now. After that's not how. It's not supposed to be how it works. It means somebody's in there, and it's not me. We know it's not a normal hacker. It's got to be a Google personnel staff thing. So, you know, they're definitely looking at my channel with a microscope, and we all know why. And with that having been said, Aristides, you see it,
yes,
right? Okay, you confirm that.
I see it there on your end and on my end.
Excellent. So with that, we turn it over to you for the blurb. Take your time if you're ready. Do you want me to hold the stage for a few minutes?
Yeah. No, let's try to get done.
And thank you for encouraging me to reset the page. It's something I don't like doing while I'm producing. But
well, as long as it doesn't cut off. Okay.
I understand.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know how it works.
Believe me, we always find out as we go along. I've done it in the past, but I don't like doing it because it gives you that. Not. Yeah, it's. Yeah, we'll go into that later privately. Okay.
All right. Okay. So we stress the need for money. We will get back to that while we're talking about YouTube trials and tribulations and such, please do hit the upvote down there, thumbs up as soon as you show up. That's very important, not just to show your support, but also to influence the algorithm, if there is one, unless they deleted that too.
No, it's got an algorithm.
It's all,
yeah, I see
yeah,
that.
yeah, I know. It's like,
yeah.
Of course, it's only going to help show interaction, and support, in various ways. Just basically the interaction. Algorithms are dumb. They say, oh, people interacted with this a lot. It must mean that other people want to interact with this. So,
well, just think of it as the physics, like in it's like the physics of misdistribution, where the wealthy get more money and more tax breaks, and the impoverished get heavier taxes and social costs.
Yeah. Right. That's how the dumbest things go viral. Like on TikTok. The stupidest shit, and it's like all these dumb kids are just sending it to their friends, and then it says algorithms like, oh, people must want to see this.
It must be good. It must be good.
It must be good. No. Right. Anyway, that's not our case. So, please, hit thumbs up. You need to be logged into YouTube to do stuff on YouTube. It's not as scary as it sounds if you've never done it. If you have a Gmail, that should let you log in without any other making of a login. I don't know what else counts. So you could probably make an account with
it. Makes them Robin Hood. They're stealing votes from the rich and giving it to the poor.
Right. Well, you can get in there, log into YouTube with a Gmail because they're the same company. And once you do that, you'll see a little account thingy up in the corner you can click to open your account menu. There's a thing there that says switch account under there, which you should be able to use to switch to being logged in from another Gmail or account. What we're getting at is any number of accounts, or even if you only have one account that can log in. I think under that same menu, you can create channels. Yes, that's covered under there too. A channel is underneath an account, and an account can make however many channels. Say somebody wanted to publish different kinds of material in different channels. But the cool thing about all this is all of these entities, channels, and different logins can do their own individual upvoting, even if you're just one person. That's okay. The long way of describing the Douglas Dietrich democracy, which as we find out, sometimes doesn't work out, just like regular democracy. But that doesn't mean you give up, because then they won. So while you're in that menu, make sure restricted mode is off. That prohibits the account you're logged in with from seeing age-restricted material. That can be a choice of the uploader, or it can be the choice of YouTube, possibly just by a automated screening type thing. Said too many scary words or something, or it could be the that's flagged you for the picture right before.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
It's whatever they can find.
Yeah,
anything they can find.
Yeah. Which one? What was one of the ones? Isn't it one where you had like it was a drawing or whatever of the Dietrich Artelect, and it kind of like
that was it. It was a drawing of the Dietrich Artelect, which is rather her holographic representation.
Yes, the female version with the female parts, and it not even in very crisp,
There were no female nipples shown. There were no female nipples shown. Or
moundy shapes, just moundy shapes there, and you caught the age restriction. Meanwhile, of course, kids are like Googling, God knows what, and it's like, sure, right on it, come on in. Come on into the child porn. Meanwhile, you're working against people that make that kind of thing, and then you get a restriction. So it's again, all what is it? bass backwards or whatever the funny. All right. Okay, moving on from the menu there. Yeah, make sure age restricted is off. There's no need for that here. No. We're pulling all the stops out, and if you're here, you are too. That's something you set up for your kid's account or something. I don't know. So moving on. You want to get the link. You want to share it as far and wide as you can. Record it. You should maybe have a little. You can even have your own little file of ones. All the links or the ones you think are really interesting. Because who knows. You should be able to find them all on if you go to the main channel page. Do not just straight click on his name in blue down there underneath. That'll take you away from this window. You could do the right click thing on the computer or something else on the phone, go there later, or however you do it. But sooner or later, that's his main channel page. And there are different tabs there. The tab that says live is all of these live streams. The link is good for both the live and when it converts to a regular video. If you want, I'm going there now just to make sure I'm doing the same thing. And so if you see the main tabs, home, videos, live, videos are other videos that weren't live, but there's stuff well worth checking out there. Some of the what would you call it, the basic staples and tenants, or Douglas Dietrich 101. That's in there. If you go to live, that's these. And a while back, the after live comments that normally are enabled underneath the window were shut off. The last one, not for all of them, not retroactively. So the last one that was where that was possible was the green hair episode, we call it. Was it a month ago now?
Yes.
Or the 4th?
Yes. The February 4th.
Month on the 4th.
That's correct. Yeah.
You see the green hair from there back. You can leave comments. It doesn't matter if it's relevant to that program. It just, pick one of the pictures you like, and then go there and leave a comment of some kind. How about that?
Yes, it will
just say, hey, this is a great picture.
Yeah, this will give us notification, and we will respond when possible. Yeah.
If you actually have something you do want to say, great. If you just want to say, hey, nice to be here, great picture, it's sunny today, or anything, do that. It's just more interaction. Helps keep the lights on here, barely. So do that. Yeah. So please do check that out. Anyway, the link is good for live or after. You could copy it out of the browser bar. I used to say that, but if you hit the share button down under, it'll generate a link for you. Possibly with I don't know, it might add some junk on the end that you can trim off, but it doesn't help get you there. It's probably tracking stuff, but who cares? Who cares? And it's I think it just it's a way to track that it came from you, but who cares?
Yeah, well, they know everything about you already. Everybody out there, they know everything about you already. You don't need to worry about them finding anything else.
I know these people that are just hyper vigilant about personal security. It's so fun because it's I don't know what the analogy would be. They're being so cautious, about
Actually, it's paranoia. It's paranoia.
Yeah, in some ways, and not realizing that they probably have just gone right around all that, and it's
because one thing to remember is that there's personal security, and then there's privacy, and the reality is you have no privacy when it comes to these agencies or organizations or corporations. There's no privacy with them. There's just give it up. But go on. Yeah, back to where you were. Unless you go off grid. I mean, let's go off grid and start.
So hit the share button, get the link, share it around, and then YouTube knows you hit that button, knows that people want to share it. You can try other buttons except for the thumbs down. Save, it probably has its own favorites there on YouTube, so you don't have to bookmark it in your browser. There's a clip button there where you can cut out a 1-minute sample from a program. Even during the live, which I don't really understand. I've never tried, or during a replay, I think it's there too. That just snips out what it's called, a little 1 minute clip that it'll send on your behalf, but it should link to his channel. So it's an easy way to send a little teaser. Also, if you're listening to the replay, you can on the PC you can right click, not regular click, on the screen at any time. There's an interesting point you want to send that point to someone. So you don't have to awkwardly guide them to, go to, hour 2, minute, 12. There's something cool being said. It just zaps them right there. So that's handy. I've done that a lot, recorded a lot of links that way for certain fascinating points or whatnot. You can do that too. What else? Yeah, comments. Let's see. Money. Let's get back to money. Yeah. PayPal link is in the chat. It doesn't have to ever be. I didn't see it in the chat. It's never really an excuse because he literally puts it right on the front screen of the static thumbnail of the program. If you can get to PayPal, see the bottom one where it says PayPal. Don't even worry, PayPal.me or is it .com, or just go to your browser, type PayPal, and it'll get you there. Because unfortunately you can't click on these things on the screen; they're not live links. And just get the PayPal and type Douglas D. Dietrich that you see right there. That gets to his personal PayPal, where he wants to receive most money because it's not taxed, and that you will need a PayPal. You're to be logged into PayPal to do that. If you absolutely, positively cannot or refuse to, on some ideological basis, sign into PayPal or get an account, you can still send money. And that is by going to just above that, douglasdietrich.com. If you go to his webpage there, ignore the button in the middle that doesn't work anyway. You click, it doesn't do anything. I tried it. Look up the yellow upper right hand corner yellow button, right?
That's right. We knew someone who used to say that.
Yeah.
Because he never contributed himself. That's for fucking sure.
Right. No, it's just like the gruff. It's just like the gruff tone. Upper right hand corner yellow button. Click on that. That will get you to PayPal. Also, his business account, which unfortunately is taxed at a small rate by PayPal because it is a commercial, considered a commercial thing. Yes. But the advantage of that is it'll pop up a little menu where you can just again, regular PayPal, but you should be using the Douglas D one. Then I'll give a couple other options. Just pay with credit card, I think, is at the bottom, or it was for me. Click on that. You should be able to just pull out your credit card and pay straight from there without being logged in. And then there's should be a Venmo button, so people use that. It is now the same company with PayPal. And there was some other. It's unfortunately I have a little video, but some other interesting, like, mega merger going on that is probably worth bringing up. Remind me.
Make certain to bring it up as soon as you find your notes. Yes.
Yeah. After. Yeah. It's pretty disconcerting, but it's pretty soon. It's just going to be the corporation. It's a umbrella corp.
Yeah, like Resident Evil. Yes.
Umbrella Corp / Board of Peace, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That'll be it. What's this? Where was it? Venmo. You can you can click on that. It'll probably let you direct someone Venmo, or if you just go in your Venmo, I think it's a thing called Visa Plus or something, and from there it'll supposedly will let you direct the money at a PayPal account, such as Douglas D. Dietrich. So those are the handy dandy digital ways. If you absolutely don't have any of those, and you're kind of inept at all that, but actually sincere about sending money, unlike that guy that day who through which we discovered all this.
Yes, the poor lunatic. We've
like,
got to come up with a name.
PayPal. I've got Venmo. I'm like, okay, just do this. Hey, guy. Hey, stop shouting. Hey, just do this right here. He's like, oh, but I really want to go. Here's the best way you can contribute, Guy. Redacted yourself, right? All right.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
So Venmo is good. And if you want to discuss other options with Douglas, let's see, I've been put his email there in the chat, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. If you'd like to discuss other, especially if you're going to try to physical mail like a money order or check, you should give him a heads up that it is coming to his front door mail slot on Green Street in Russian Hill, San Francisco.
Yes.
I won't give the full 1242 Green Street, San Francisco. I mean, you say it right.
Yeah, everybody knows it, dude. It's
right.
Like,
Right. Or if you're in the neighborhood, swing by.
No, don't. Unless you're slipping something through the mail slot. That's
just a slip. Just to, if it has to be cash, and you're involved in like drugs or international money laundering or any prostitution, and you absolutely got to stay off. It has to be cash. You're gonna have to go there yourself and slip it, put it in an unmarked envelope, and slip it in the slot there. So you can do that too, and he won't ask where it came from.
That's right. T. Tank Berry does that, and
yeah. It would just pretend it's T. Tank Berry. Anyway, okay. Let's move on from there. So yeah, but if you can't contribute, then distribute. That is information is also currency. So if you can let a bunch of people in on it, then that's nearly as good as money, as long as some of those people end up donating money.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, please share. There are lots of ways you can do that. Share the link. Go to a QR code generator. They're free. They're easy to find. Print out a QR code. Take it to use your work printing supplies, because nobody really has a printer at home anymore.
That's true.
That's
true. Well, it's so expensive.
They suck.
Yeah.
They suck too. They just fail. They're so finicky. They just
And the ink, the ink is so expensive. The ink is just
sometimes it's like the same price for new cartridges, the whole printer. So print it out at work and tape them up somewhere, whatever you want to do. Think of lots of things. Let's move on. See the title asterisk here. Title is always filled up because there's only 100 I think
100
characters available.
Yes.
Let me look at the emoji. Is that a bridge?
Yes, it represents San Francisco. San Francisco is one of the few things in the world that gets its own emoji. And Japan and San Francisco. But go on. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you see asterisk in there, it refers to part of the description below, where you should click the more. You see the beginning of the description there. You should click more, expand that. It's usually half to a whole page of things that Douglas wants to relate or cover or associate as being of importance in connection with this episode. So check that out. On the asterisk referred to the itemized footnotes there below, which are there indicated by the what is it? Just a cross, like
the dagger. Obelisk.
Dagger. Obelisk. It's small and it's free. Yeah, okay, I knew it was something else. Right. From far away, a dagger and a dagger with enough of a cross handle and a cross look at the scene.
Yes.
So that's how it's noted there. So please read through all that footnotes or not to get your weekly, bi-weekly multicultural credits, because there's always a lot there, and you can tell your work, whatever your training at work that I got that covered. I don't take the training. I don't. Yeah, that's a good way to let people know, right? And be like, hey, you didn't do your multicultural, inclusivity training here.
Yes. Yes.
Be like, I don't have to, because I listen to Douglas Dietrich, and here's the link.
Yes, I love it. That's beautiful. That's
You're like,
beautiful.
I have an alter. I did a private program.
Wow, you did? Oh, you
No,
did?
no. Just that's what you tell them. Be like, you have to do the training. Be like, no, I did a
Yeah,
private.
got it. I thought you
I
meant you
did my own
produced something.
private one. Yeah, don't tell them. Just send them the link. Be like, I did a private one. I'll send you the link.
By the way, for everybody, I want everybody to know I was out in the cold for 2 fucking days with the kids watching the stupid parade and everything else. So you're gonna hear a little coughing. So oh,
Well,
but
all right. Stay well. Try to
yes.
stay well.
By the way, you gave me some links, so I honestly thought I didn't get a chance to look at them. I saw them when I came home, so the links you provided, I thought maybe you had done your own private program because.
No, oh
Yeah.
no. I'm just making just
Yeah.
off-color jokes again. You know. So yeah. Tell your work. You already took your diversity training, and in fact, it notified the whole company. Hit send to all on the email. Send
That'll
all,
cost you
and
your
then
job. Yeah.
it's worth it. It's worth it because you probably hate your job, like most people. So just punch that in there. Just know that you did a sacred act on the way out, and in the future they'll honor you, but today they'll punish you.
Yes, it's true. That's true. That's how it works. You will be remembered in the future.
Right. Or something else, or just drop it in your some whatever kind of bullshit chats you're in. Don't disrupt the very secret personal things. But if you're in some type of community chat or whatnot, send it to your boomer parents on Facebook. See what they think.
That'll wake their hidebound asses up. Yeah.
That's where they all are still. There's still people like that's where they go to interact. I don't get it. It's so like, I don't know, 12 years ago or something. For interacting, it is good because it has the structure of like local events and for that. If it's just interaction in cyberspace, then I don't know. I think a lot of people are over it. But it has, you can have it like, you could say, oh, this event is going on in the community, and then other people can, like sign up, and you can keep them informed. So it's good for that, like in the geographic sense. But yes, I don't see much more value to it. Other than words, you probably, I literally know there. We probably all got somebody. We left that behind, but you have to go there to write them because that's the only way that that grandma or whoever knows how to write people.
Yes.
Or Facebook.
Yes.
I swear it happens. It's like, and then you'd be like, well, what can I email you? You're like, I don't know how to do that on my phone, or so, or all I know is to open the Facebook, and it's like, well, here's how we install it on your phone, grandma, and it'll never work. It'll just, never ever work.
Oh.
Oh, well, no, wait. Now I'm gonna open it just to see what's going on there.
Oh,
I don't have any messages. That's great. I love that. Let's take a little eyeball at maybe some of the couple of the usual suspects. See what might be going on there. So meanwhile, you know what? That can wait. That can. I said I would find you something.
Right. No need for any particular details, but I hope Marina Saren still is. There's some indication she's alive.
She posts on Instagram. That's where I see her.
Yeah.
So I do see her post there. And she looking, still looks vibrant and healthy, and always. Good. Let's see. Finding the thing. I will find it. It was, and unfortunately, it's a video. I don't know if it has captions. Actually, I've got a bunch of stuff, kind of, but it's not all like handy dandy links. A lot of it is like the video itself, etc., which starts to get awkward to sling around. Okay, I think this is it. Go on. Or I'll eyeball some of the other stuff while I'm looking for that.
And so while our man is looking for that, I'm just going to occupy the stage for a moment and just remind everybody that everything our man, Mr. Aristides says, and I don't give away
Yep.
his last name normally, and I'm not going to right now for personal security reasons. I just want to thank him so much for what he does. We couldn't do this without, even though, to tell you the truth, if anybody wants to find out, I'm sure if they were determined enough, they could find out more about Aristides. Fortunately,
Sure.
Fortunately, Aristides would argue there's not much to find out.
No, there's really not. It's very, yeah.
But all that being said, yeah, oh yeah, you found it, right?
I think so. Let me double check if it's got because if a video, a lot of people, good for them too, are smart. It's kind of the standard these days. Somebody is presenting something to you in a video, and they just automatically put captions like hard in the video, so that you can view it without sound, which is good. And I think that is the case here. And so let me let me get it uploading into there, and then that's maybe I can start to describe what it was that just sounded so ominous. Wait, let me hit send. Is this the right place? Yes. Okay. It's uploading.
There we are.
Yeah, it's uploading. But while it's going to take a minute to for the upload download type bullshit. So it's this woman saying here, Trump just announced the war is going to last 4 weeks. It's a very specific amount of time. She thinks this has to do with something else. The largest media merger in American history is coming together. One family is going to control CNN, HBO, CBS, Warner Brothers, Paramount, all running on Oracle's infrastructure. So these are things to look into. All running on Oracle. I don't know, like I've heard of that, but I don't know too much about it. That same family also have its own Oracle's infrastructure. I don't know what family is that. That's weird. So happens within the last 2 weeks, has won a brand new contract to host Medicare and Medicaid data for 150 million Americans, Oracle, and to run Air Force operations using AI, Oracle. That's all right. So yeah, it's like, forget separation of church and state. This is the new, yeah, that's what she's saying here.
The new altar worship, yeah.
Okay, because let's see, Larry Ellison, who's that seems to be the name. Larry Ellison is personally guaranteeing $44.6 million of the $6 billion merger by using his Oracle stocks as collateral, and the stock price depends on this. That's kind of, yeah. There's a conflict of interest is the norm here, right? Yeah. So probably has to do with Oracle. And then some ins and outs about how like it's manipulations with he's using stock as collateral for the deal that's going to go up because of the deal. It's like, and they're basically involved in every side of the transaction. I think that's the let's say. Okay, wait. Yeah, it's a little hard because the rate she's talking is a little is hard for me.
I get it. I get it. When people write these days, they write in this storytelling manner that is not conducive to even conveying the information.
Well, it's not that. It's that she's speaking quickly, but as I'm looking at the captions on the video, it's hard for me to repeat them at the same rate. So, yeah, very shady contracts, and I think she said Larry Ellison is his son, something his son's playing. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to let it play. I had to skip back. The revenues for him. Ellison pledges his son, finds his son's purchase of the largest media company in American history. So we have to find out Larry Ellison's son.
And so she feels that this is all relevant in terms of this is like a staged war in every sense of the term. Not that it's not a real war, but that somehow this is all done towards
Yeah.
control of the media, or
Well, yeah, right. Basically, it's not only the media. See, everybody still thinks in terms of like the tangible things that they see, the media and stuff. They're not thinking about these like huge data shuffling contracts for
got it. Yes.
giant corporations and the government. That's stuff that you don't see. All you see is like, oh, I have CBS. I know what that is, but it's like, who's hosting the server data for everything. I think that's kind of the thing. Yeah, let's see. So public money flows into Oracle, and then the Ellison media empire pops out the other side. That's what you think. And then Oracle's listed as a neutral third-party vendor, also on the contract. Like it's kind of ridiculous for its, it may as well be like this. People show up in court and the state supplies both the lawyers, and both the lawyers are corrupt, and they already have a plan of what's going to happen. And
yes, that's true.
Like, what are they dealing here? Wait, and she's urging people to like, oh, right, you're a congressman. I think we're kind of past that. So
that's
data
true,
firewall protections between Oracle's government contracts and the media infrastructure. That's the thing. So yeah, it's same company has got government contracts, media contracts. So that's the thing. So it's this underlying who's shepherding all the data in the underneath layers, and yeah, something like that, which you don't think is a big deal, but like past the things that you can see, that other face on the end of the screen, or this channel or that, it's like it's all this, it's all streams of numbers and whatnot, and if all those funnel through the same place. Oh wait, let's see. There's a second part here, and I wish I could just like play the video, but I probably shouldn't. And then somebody's questioning him. Say, and then is this the son that they're questioning? Because wait, hold on, pause that. What is it? Larry Ellison sounds like some old fuck, so it's probably the son. No, wait.
Well, the names, don't forget they live in a different world.
It is him. It is him. So who's his son? So I think it is Ellison, unless the son looks like him. Maybe it's the thing where they have they clone and then they just transmit the blood between. So if you do both,
the soul.
You could clone, and then you could do like the blood backflow from the young clones. And you could just infinite generations of yourself feeding the youth backwards. David Ellison is his son. Who I guess is going to be like the figurehead of this media deal. Yeah, but his dad is the one with all the money making it happen. So David Ellison, that must be the one here. Yeah, he's the son of Oracle Corp. Yep, Ellison. He's 43. It's funny, all these people are now like still younger than. Yeah,
that's pretty fucking young.
Let me see. Now that I'm searching him out, let me see here. Father Italian and Jewish heritage.
What a surprise! I mean, are you serious?
Yeah. It's not Larry. Yeah, wait. Larry Ellison and his third wife, but his dad. His dad. His dad is. Let's see. His mother Jewish, father Italian American.
Mm-hmm.
So
they mix and match quite a bit. Yes.
I think if your mom raised you and was Jewish, you're Jewish.
Yeah. Yes. That's what they say. It's through the matrilineal. So.
Well, that they're saying genetically, but I mean even culturally. Like if your dad was the one who was Jewish and he was always off at work, you might have a chance, that your mom kind of somewhat raised you right, but. Yeah. But I still doubt her judgment. No, it matters like who the
It is, yeah, yeah. What is
your
it?
mom is the one
Nature
that
versus
shaped
nurture.
you.
Nature versus nurture.
Right,
Yes.
right. But assuming that the dad is often worried the mom is raising the baby, hate to be old fashioned, but that's often how it ends up. And your early formative years are often around mom until dad comes home, mad from work and whatnot. So yeah, so apparently there's this. I haven't. I didn't search. I only looked at that video. I assumed it was this thing. Uh, Oracle merger. Yeah.
And
No. Okay, so Oracle's having the contracts that back up this whole new media empire, and also giant government contracts.
wow.
And
That's in.
Oracle's like the back end
Uh,
data thing, I guess.
yeah, yeah. And this is so important. I'm so glad you brought this up, and it's something that I, have not. Believe it or not, I've heard vaguely of it, but I
Right.
have not pursued
Mm-hmm.
it. So I'm
Oh, and
glad that
let's see,
you.
Oracle
Yeah.
or other key Oracle mergers and acquisitions. They were the ones. You remember how they said if TikTok's going to operate, it has to have we have to have our hooks in it. We can't
Yeah.
have like China or whoever and they said it was security. Honestly, if I had to pick whether some Chinese guys, know my business which I don't even have an account, but know my business there, or whether Mossad does, I'd pick the Chinese guys.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And that's just a compliment as to how just incredibly resourceful and diligent that Mossad is. That's just a
Yes.
compliment.
Thank you for qualifying that.
They're real busy right now anyway, because they just got their fucking whole place shit hammered. So how's that feel?
Tell me about that. What's the details on that?
So I mean, like, unless I was seeing, I think a lot of things in the media are probably being underreported, but
Right.
the whole thing about like social media and the whole good thing is people can like record something on their phone that actually happened, post it around, and that's being shared everywhere before they can even like give you some bullshit narrative to contradict it. But I've seen a lot of videos of whatever missiles slamming into Tel Aviv.
Ooh.
As truly sad as that is.
I'm sorry. I'm only laughing because so much stock was put into the Iron Dome, and
yeah. Oh my God, there was even one where one guy I happened to see one video where the guy's whining. He was some type of influencer. He's like, I got canceled because I was reporting on how some of the Iron Dome missiles, they would shoot up and they would just mess up, and they would just turn around and crash. They didn't detonate because often it's not, these don't have like a contact detonator on them always, right? They didn't, they slammed back down to the ground. They didn't blow up, but still,
yeah.
Iron Dome, even if it doesn't, the explosive part doesn't trigger Iron Dome, missile slamming through your roof is probably not going to be a good day. Okay, let's see what the bullshit they're saying. I don't know
what the bullshit cover story is. Thank you.
Yeah,
so much
they're saying, oh, I've just, I guess whatever the AI overview take. Israel experienced limited structural damage and low casualties from ongoing missile attacks launched from Iran and its proxies. Air defense systems have intercepted most threats. Recent strikes have caused damage to residential area. There they're going for the sympathy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the real story is much worse. And Iron Dome not working so well. A lot probably. I mean, like, they're not going to stand up there like, wow, our crucial military sites just got blown to bits. Like, that's just pretty. Nobody's going to stand up there and admit that.
Oh, that's
yeah,
true. That's
right.
true. No.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
see.
it's not even. How would I say it? It's not even a matter. It all comes down to more insanely pride than it does to anything. Giving away anything that's relevant to security.
Yes. Yeah. It's right. Because people are getting out. It's just they just don't want the body of public perception to they don't want to hurt their pride there. It's like people that need to know, but like the rest of us who really never needed to know any of this, but somehow are subjected. They want the public opinion. So yeah, they're taking it hard. I think the what is it called, what did they say for scuttlebutt? Is that the right?
Yes, that's in the
Yeah.
military. They used to use the term
the scuttlebutt or whatever is that American remote bases in nearby countries took it real hard, and whatever they're saying for casualties is far understated. And they're already saying, oh, they're putting out requests for blood drives and all this stuff.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it sounds bad. Like, so yeah, they don't. Of course, in the early stages of this, they don't want to be like, yeah, I already have 1,000 dead Americans. Like, people be like,
Jesus.
It's gonna get there, but they don't want to,
They don't want to get there too quick. Yeah.
Right. Right. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Something. All kind of. It's just so much going on. There. Yeah. Let me see. A lot of fun AI stuff though coming out. A lot of fun videos. People already making AI. Like spoof and kind of making fun of above mentioned parties. Making at least people haven't lost all their humor.
Well, you need it more than ever.
Let me see. Jerusalem water supply facilities hacked. I guess by Iranians. What
was hacked?
Jerusalem water supply.
Ooh.
Which, if that's true, again, I don't know. All this is just hearsay from things I see crazy people post online. So obviously, I'm crazy. I'm making no assertions as to the actual truth of all this, but it's something you should look into yourself if it sounds interesting.
By all means.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to...
just because somebody posts some, and a lot of times actually, if you do the homework, it's not entirely not a lot. I don't want to say a lot, but it could be information put out by a bad actor, and people just will take that up and virally share it, assuming that a post that they saw is somehow the truth. But
you can't do that
unless it's a live video. And you used to be able to say, well, oh wow, if it's a live video of the president saying it must be true. And now with AI, oh my God, the shit that I've seen. They're going to ban AI, and it's only going to be for civilians, and it's only going to be something that
they're gonna...
let's see. Wait.
Yes.
Oh wait. So there was a hack. Okay, Jerusalem water supply hacked. Supposedly in Iran, a desalinization plant was hit, which that's kind of one of those like women and children are going to suffer sort of things.
Yes.
And then Trump's response, supposedly, there's a video here, he said, well, Iranians are among the most evil people ever on earth, and they cut off babies' heads and they chop women in half. And I don't know anything about a desalinization plant.
Who said this? Who said this?
Supposedly Trump. Supposedly Trump. He's like, did you hit a desalinization plant? And he was like, they cut babies' heads off. And it's like,
oh my God!
Just answer the question. It's
oh my God!
It's like if they're complaining about a desalinization plant, we're going to complain about that. I'm like, how it's just getting so it's ridiculous. It's like where you challenge somebody and they obviously have no good answer, so they just come back with like the most ridiculous, hurtful thing,
that's so lame. That is so fucking lame.
Let's see. China may be preparing to provide Iran with financial assistance, spare parts, missile components, and then I heard Russia was on the down low helping Iran with some stuff, but we all know who their other boyfriend is.
Yeah.
Which is funny, but you might think supporting two sides of a war is it's such an insane concept, but you'd be surprised. U.S. military industrial complex agrees to quadruple bomb production. Well, it's going to take them a while to hit the streets. So, so yeah, everybody's question is like, is this going to be enduring? Are we seeing signals of a long-term dig in, up production and all this stuff, or is this just going to be over before that production could even get there? Desalinization. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Supposedly, armies, start mobilizing. People that are there training on their base. Some, special ops or something. They're like, all right, you stop everything you're doing and get ready to ship out. So likely, thousands have been told that they're going to be mobilized.
Oh, right. Oh, well, things are looking. I guess he really
Probably,
wants to.
yeah. And meanwhile, they're running out of a lot of stuff that takes years to accumulate, like certain, missiles and explosives and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. I'm just scrolling over. It's just going to be kind of random.
What a waste! I mean, when you think about all of the time it takes to amass these arsenals, and they expend them orgasmically, like a man with a paper asshole, where everything just spills out in explosive diarrhea. That's
what it is. Yeah, right. Right. So good questions there. I'm just scrolling up. I just kind of have like a little save spot for stuff. Scrolling up, so it's going to be all over the place. Let's see. Tucker Carlson's out there putting himself up as a champion of the right. Well, they've declared he is not MAGA for sure because he apparently criticized Chabad Lubavitch, where I can't make that weird sound they make. And so suppose I didn't see that because I don't watch shit like that.
Yeah, thank God.
But supposedly in response to that, you got this guy Randy Fine, the congressman, has to stand up there and say, and of course he's obligated to say that Tucker should be excommunicated from the Republican Party because he attacked Chabad, and he says they are the best group of Jews out there. And he's in the government, so he's that probably is an honest assessment.
No doubt.
He said nobody in history has ever had anything bad to say about them. And the real cancer is anti-Semitism.
Of course.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yes, continue. I mean,
I think I won't play it now, but I think I did watch it, and
point.
it is like it was true. Yeah. So we got Randy Fine sticking up for Chabad. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Let's see. Supposedly IDF was whenever the border to do some shit, and I got slammed. I think it was what is this?
Wait, you mean with is that with Hezbollah in Lebanon right
now?
Okay.
Yeah, local stuff there. It might have been, or some even as dumb as it's all about pride because they're like supposedly we're like this thing alleges, and they're showing a little video of where they dug up like a burial thing of one of their people that got shot down like in the 80s or something. Like it's probably been like their mission to like retrieve his body for like so long. Yeah. So like they send a few guys in to do it and they get like killed in this. And then I think they sent more guys in after them and they got killed.
Whoa. Talk about throwing good money after bad.
So now you just got more bodies you'll never retrieve.
Yes, that's right.
Good job.
Yeah, that fucking sucks. That's got that's like putting all your
okay, this must be two different things. So that was an opera. Okay, the one I was sort of commingling them. Supposedly they now these are some of these channels that like post shit. Like, again, it's like I don't know who backs them up or what they're but most of the time they're not going to get away with slinging complete bullshit. And still function. So it might be skewed, but I don't know. Israel landed some people behind the lines in Lebanon, and they're the ones. Yeah, Hezbollah ambushed them and surrounded them. They launched another airborne team to rescue them, and they ambushed that team too. So,
Jesus. I can't say that I'm very sympathetic, but
no. And then a second guy disrupts like a Senate hearing. Soldierly guy. I didn't even watch this one saying stuff because there was that first guy. And now when something happens like that, I start to wonder, like, it's one time, it's like, oh, okay. But then when you see suddenly a pattern of something, you know, like who's putting another U.S. Army officer disrupts the Senate hearing. Stop lying to American people. You will cease the genocide in Gaza, which they should. But it's funny that there's, when's the third one going to drop? That's all I'm saying. It's for like it's like a for shock value that's going to be, harnessed somehow.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Go on.
Let's see. These are all alleged things here. A U.S. stealth pilot that took off from Israel's something base forgot to turn off his transmitter and was over Saudi Arabia. But supposedly Saudi Arabia was not supposed to allow its airspace to be used. But the guy supposedly then left his transmitter on, and he said, maybe got lost.
He left his transmitter on, and didn't that make him a target or something?
Well, if they didn't expect to find there, we're friendly territory. But let's see. Hezbollah supposedly carried out a whole ton of operation. There's a whole list of targets they supposedly had. I don't know. It would take so much like searching to really verify it all, but a lot of Israeli military sites, all on the 6th. Apparently, they this is alleging that they went off and hit a lot of their facilities. I'd have to look at that. It was only 2 days ago, and that's like, coming from that's in the neighborhood. That's not being sent over from Iran. So it's like they're seeing that and they're like, hell yeah, like time to give them the threesome they didn't expect. Let's see. Reportedly, we're sending a third aircraft carrier. I don't know about any of that.
Did they have a name for the third aircraft carrier?
No. This one doesn't have it. Let's see. These are all maybes until we check further. Supposedly, Iran struck a Microsoft data center in the Gulf.
Right.
Microsoft, whose Azure platform runs the operational backbone of NATO, the U.S. So it's, again, it's more the data handle. It's who's doing all the data handling in the background. For NATO, DoD, and every major Western financial institution that has expanded into the Gulf. Microsoft handling the data, and Iran struck the data center. That's the target of the future.
Yes. Sadly, I mean, all I worry about is what I've got in the cloud. Jesus Christ. And the real horror would be if they interfered with my flow of porn. Then
right. I mean, that's it's game over then. Douglas will go with like PTSD commando mode, and then just that's it. It's like they drew first blood, not me. And he be like strap it on the knife and
the safety valve's blown.
Right, yeah, just get the guys pulling.
So welcome aboard, honey. So I'm trying to get my head out of my ass, and our man Aristides has been doing a magnificent job covering for me. And we've got good numbers thanks to he's been doing an incredible job. Let him continue, but by all means interject
for a moment, and then I'll let you guys talk. We should
she'll be
check
talking
on the
she'll be speaking.
The Kurdish situation. I think is developing.
Yeah.
I don't know much about, but supposedly. You know the deal with them, so they're trying to leverage the Kurds, who are kind of tacked on there to Iran, don't really have their own place.
That's right.
And they're trying to leverage them, I guess, against Iran. And then and then just the sheer amount that they're using, like things that cost millions of dollars to shoot down things that cost like hundreds of dollars.
The irony.
The economic war. And then, what I mentioned before is like how they painted the pictures of the planes and helicopters on the runways. Yes. I guess they went in to bomb at night, and they're like, I don't see why the thermal wouldn't show that. But I guess, like, they made them black. That's so that during the day it heated up.
Yes,
And
I
then,
love it.
yeah,
Yes.
so it still had a warm signature to it. They're like,
Brilliant.
look,
It's fucking brilliant.
yeah.
It's fucking
And yeah, bombing, how much that, there's like, oh, $3 million bomb, like boom, you're like, oh, nice, chunk taken out of the concrete. That's it. Okay. Iran themselves, I guess, is alleging Americans are censoring their casualties and wounded. Ambulances are constantly transporting bodies and wounded from the sites hit by missiles and drones, especially in Bahrain. This is Iran's allegation, so of course it could be wartime propaganda. It's not me saying so. They said it. Of course, I would never, wish for Americans to be killed, but Iran might.
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Dubai only has 10 days of fresh food remaining. Maybe.
Oh wow, fuck.
I mean, that place is so artificial. It's like if they're not constantly pumping every resource
It's true.
known and needed
by
man into that place, it's just gonna deflate like a.
Oh, it will. Yeah.
It's it's literally like there would be completely barren. It's like it's just an exercise in how the lunacy of like, oh, we're gonna build a mega city here, and then you have to like pipe everything in.
Yes.
It's like, well, why did you do that? It's kind of dumb.
Shit.
Iran is, apparently, hiding a lot of stuff over. It's like the whole place is like a mountain stronghold, so you don't know how long they spent hollowing, areas out underground.
Right.
So it's like the, it's probably a very unforgiving territory, but it's also like its own, it's basically its own bomb shelter. If you just
yeah, pretty much.
If you just dig a little bit, underneath the mountains, which you would think. Let's see. Everybody, I saw one everybody's posting. Apparently, Grok, the thing, the AI on Twitter or X.
Yeah.
It's had its thing before where they're like, oh my God, it's going crazy. We got to put, we got to stop it from saying just crazy things. And apparently it's got a thing where you can ask it to roast somebody.
Oh, Jesus, that's horrible.
Yeah, and so somebody did that. Said, oh, can you do an extremely vulgar roast of Benjamin Netanyahu? It's funny. It's which it did. It did, and then I don't know. I think it's just they have fun, kind of just torturing everybody with like this Elon type, stuff. Like, oh, how can Elon do? Elon's a Nazi, and then then of course he'll like get up there and be like, basically say like, Jewish people are just so important. It's like,
are there photographs of Elon Musk in a yarmulke?
I don't know about that. There was one where there was a photograph supposedly of him when he was a kid doing one of their I don't think I ever sent that along. I don't know what it was. Doing whatever. I don't know if it was one of those
guys who actually went to Israel and was at the Wailing Wall and all that stuff. I
I'm sure. Well,
maybe I was wrong.
He did, or especially after he kind of pushed some boundaries, and then they're like, you are showing up, and
That's right.
And,
swearing your oath of fealty. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh my God!
I tell you, there's a random stream here, and they're saying, has anybody heard so far that Joe Biden appears in the Epstein files? Because they're like, everybody's like, so far he's the only one, and then they had some little video of him like, just kind of being this like, just this like kind of harmless kind of grandpa sort of aesthetic of him. It was like, he didn't amount to anything, but at least he wasn't in the Epstein files, and it's like some cheesy video of him just being, like, yeah, he didn't do anything, but at least he didn't go to Epstein Island, right?
Yeah, that we know of.
Well, right, but like I don't, don't almost believe that. Let's see. Russia is providing Iran intelligence. Russia is providing Iran intelligence to target U.S. forces. Officially, let me see. And that's supposedly a screenshot from Washington Post tweet. Who's helping? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess Russia would do that.
It's like, well, Russian intelligence can't be good. I mean, it's like anything else.
Right, yeah. Well, quantity, or quality, right? So
that's right.
I'm sure they have a very large quantity of intelligence information.
There you are. Well, a large quantity of well, how do we say it? Probers. Yeah, people who are probing. I don't know if intelligence is the right word for it, but a lot of people probing.
Yeah,
yes.
a lot of right, a lot of babysitters and let's see.
Yes.
A post from Trump, I guess, on his site, is his ridiculous platform.
Yes.
Congratulating the Venezuela president, doing a great job. Working with the U.S., getting the oil out. I noticed they secured that before they went after the Middle East, right?
Yes. Right. Of course.
The oil's beginning to flow.
Something's beginning to flow.
Yeah. The professionalism and dedication between both countries is very nice. Yeah. Got that Venezuelan oil. It's tremendous.
So
like ridiculous way that he talks.
And Maduro's just going to sit in county forever? In the county lockup?
No, in a month, it'll be out of the news cycle. Nobody will know.
It's already been out of the news cycle.
Guess they're not turning him loose. He's in jail.
Oh yeah, no, they're not turning him loose. It's one of these things that all I can say is he's like disappeared. He's like disappeared out of the news cycle. But I'm sure what can you do, right? He's still alive, I'm sure. But
in the end, who cares? We know probably was not he was an unsavory character in one way or another. So
yes.
He's got good food and shelter. He's all right.
He's got
a video
care.
here.
He's got medical care. They're keeping him.
I probably got better. No job stress.
Yeah, that's right. Imagine that. Yeah, you'll live a long time. Well, people on death row, they live longer than anybody outside.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's another one. I could send it over, but I'm sure it's out there. I'm sorry I don't have a link. Supposedly somebody who NBC interviewed Iran's foreign minister. There's a video of it, and the guy asked, "Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?" He's like, "No, we've been waiting for them."
Yes. Yeah. And
they seem more confident than anybody,
Yeah, I mean they've got bravado. Got to give them that. And
they've been preparing and preparing to put their missiles where their mouth is, so to speak, and.
That's delightful. You need to put that on a bumper sticker. That's yes. Oh my.
Meanwhile, God. Wait, what's this? In Iran, somebody there's a screenshot of a poster of a Hitler poster in Iran. I gotta send that. Which in a lot of the world is not a too unusual thing to see. It doesn't have this big stigma that.
There we are. No, it's true. Yes, here's another picture of my biological father up there in Iran. Saying, Dietrich's dad was right. It's
yeah. Let's see. Clear. All right. Yeah. So I think there are. I can't even really say specifically, but supposed reports of where there were missiles that hit. There was they say they were from Iran, but they really weren't. There's going to be some of that, or drone strikes, or both. Let's see. Azerbaijan and Turkey. So it's like, that was just kind of an accident, but it wasn't them that sent it at all. That can happen. Let's see. The Senate has voted 52-48 against a war powers resolution that would force Trump to end further military operations in Iran without congressional approval. Just passed, right?
No, it failed.
Right.
It might have passed in the House, but it failed.
Voted against. That's what I mean. Voted against the.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. And thank you for that, Holly. Yeah. Continue.
Yeah.
That's
that's it for.
This is going back in time that I kind of reports that some of this stuff is starting to get older. Let's see. Fifthly, apparently, let's see, media blackout again. More on like what's happening with bases and facilities that have gotten hit. And we moved our guys out. We moved them to this place, and then they hit that place. What you need to do in these times is check check for like body bag orders. Like don't pay attention to the news.
Yes.
And just check how many body bags got ordered. If you can, that type thing. Where it's sort of like the pizza at the Pentagon thing. It's like look for signals like that.
Yeah.
Because
And that's very true. That's very true.
Yeah.
Of course, that's if you can.
If you can, right? But or something like that. It's like look for the others, right. Background signs like that. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Supposedly, someone who was it on the news? Which I don't know which channel this was. Netanyahu has a spokeswoman. I don't know. They asked her if Trump forced Israel's hand. Did Trump force Israel's hand, or was it the other way around? And she just completely. I'm not going to watch the 3-4 minute video. Completely fumbled the answer. Or what the hell are they going to say to that?
Well, yeah, I was about to say, what can you answer?
Like who made who do it? And like, what are they going to say? Like, oh yeah, we totally made Trump do that. It's so bullshit. Oh, we're just kind of working together, trying to make the calls that we need to make. There's an Iran war cost ticker. Wait, where is it?
Oh, so John Doe provided us. Shout out to T. Tankberry.
Right.
Official federal war ballot. Instructions for voting. Okay. Wow, that was from World War II. Yes, thank you for that. Nice historical tidbit there. Cost of the war. Thank you for this. Cost of the war. This is from Aristides. And
I might just be dumping stuff, so don't we could just process it as.
Yeah. Understood.
DOJ admits 47,000 Epstein files were removed. Oh, did you touch on how there supposedly is a blackout in the Epstein files of a couple years around a certain
Yes,
date?
yes. Believe me, that's tell people about that. I'll repeat it.
I don't know much about it, and that could be kind of hot
it's just
territory to talk
basically they're sitting they're sitting on the parts that involve Donald Trump in a manner.
Well,
yeah,
not just that, but around just say I won't say the event, but it would have occurred 20 and change years ago, a very famous event that occurred, kind of changed the whole landscape.
Was that the dick bite?
No.
No,
No,
well, actually, you don't need to be too obtuse. You mean 9/11?
Yes.
No. The lady that bit him.
What?
No.
He's talking about.
You worry about stuff like that.
He's talking about different erect tower.
No. Everybody they want people to focus. They want people to focus on the drama around Trump. And not stuff like and then somebody supposedly they took that chunk out, but supposedly somebody found a file from a couple years after that of someone asking. Now it's just alleged. I saw just a video of some guy presenting it. It seemed pretty credible. Somebody asked. There was an email in there. Somebody asking Ghislaine Maxwell if she wanted to be on the Shadow Commission for 9/11, and where nobody knows. They don't publish who's on it. Like the names are secret. Well, what they did, I don't know. But yeah.
Incredible. That's well, thank you for sharing that. And, yeah, that's important.
Pretty odd. Let's see. Yeah.
And while our man's searching for more,
let's see. Wait. Epstein. I remember how Epstein had a Texas ranch.
I do not, but tell us about it. Yeah.
Among so many other things. Wait. Yeah. Because he given mansions, of course, that he has an island, he has a ranch in Texas. What's next? And some guy, I don't know how he became the new owner. It's just what they're saying. Don Hoffings or something. Won his election for Texas comptroller. So he's in the Texas government, and somehow he's not the new owner of the Epstein ranch. There was an Epstein ranch.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Where supposedly, what would that have been a conduit for? And I suppose they just gave it to the guy as a reward for being good government service. So probably nothing shady there.
There was, I assure you. It's the kink factor. I mean, little girls in cowgirl suits. There's always the kink factor there.
Yeah. You can look at the images there I posted. Oh, and okay, here I'll end. Okay, I have something to end with, but there was a sub attack on an Iranian ship off Sri Lanka's coast. Did you see that or any video of that?
Well, tell us what you know about it, because my understanding is, and I'll go into this in Arc of Narrative, the Americans are bragging about it. I do know one thing: they did not rescue any survivors. That
Right.
this was in international waters, and it needs to be understood that by the laws of war, if you can at all, you have to help the survivors, because at that point they're
Right.
no longer combatants. But the United
Right.
States just let them all drown. So
Well,
it was just-
the rules are objective.
In the Caribbean, they shot him in the water.
a war
So there was
crime.
So you know about that. So suppose, and I saw some video. Pretty, we haven't seen a good torpedo hit on a ship in a good long time. So
Well, I mean, there were some during the Falklands War, but it's this is the first time, involving a U.S. submarine since World War II. But,
right. That's kind of what I'm saying. I think I can pop the little video over, because it's just it's impressive just to see as a physical act. Even if you want to.
Yes.
Let's see.
No, definitely it's significant, and it's militarily, of course, it's fascinating that
Right.
obviously they're sitting ducks in the water.
Yeah.
It was a little fucking frigate, and
Right.
I mean, it's just like
What else? People are finding bits of stuff on the ground, including like, what do we have? Our Patriot missiles, right? I guess, or newer so they basically are finding bits, and they're like backing out that, like, they're using like the older generation of missiles produced in like 2000, because they're running out of the newer. That's our guys. And there was something else for the other side, I forget, similar, where they're like, you pick up a bit and you can kind of draw a conclusion from
interesting. Yes.
Like it's like, somebody shot you with a missile, and then you pick up the bit, be like, it's from this other country that made it. It's like, weird. I don't know what the other one was.
Aren't those the ones that are all full of DU, depleted uranium?
Depleted uranium. The
Not
torpedoes.
a Patriot. No. Patriot.
No. Okay.
No, DU is a ballistic weapon, not a explosive in a missile.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
DU's just it's just they're a version of like using like lead, for a bullet.
Yeah. And important point, and well articulated. And
Yes.
here we are. Let me take a look at what was sent by John. Photographs of. By the way, John, who is this individual that you're sending photographs of? Could you give us a name? Yeah, I realize he seems to be relevant or significant, but I'm not quite sure who this is. And it's obviously, I see Trump in the photograph, but apparently this other guy's been in several of the other photographs you sent. And I don't recognize him. He seems to be like so hopefully John Doe will type that out for us. And who this individual, Robert Maxwell. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I forget who's Robert Maxwell again. What's his trip?
Ghislaine's father.
Yeah.
Oh, that right. Yes, the man who was killed. Right. He was,
Media mogul.
Yes, the media mogul. Yeah.
Before Murdoch.
Yes, that's right. Pre-Murdoch. Thank you. That's important. He's not a photogenic character. And what's weird is how out of shape he is when you see behind him are photographs where he's supposed to be some military stud. I believe that these photographs behind him in this particular photograph are of him when he's supposed to be some military stud at some point. And his physical his physiology has just gone to shit, in these older photographs. And so that's William Maxwell with a photograph of her father. And then there's photographs of him where he's in front of a wall where other photographs are of himself in an act of narcissism that's incomparable. And then him with Trump, etc. And you can see.
And remember,
go on.
He had the weird death.
Yeah,
he fell off his boat.
That's why I said he was killed. Yeah, everybody knows he was killed. Yeah, and he's he was taken out because he was fucking with too many people. Not in the sense of exposing them. He was simply involved with too many people, and he was robbing Peter to pay Paul. So now that we're in that territory, take it anywhere you wish, Ollie. I mean, obviously you've been helping our man Aristides here. Let's hold a bit of a roundtable conversation.
I just want to. I want to leave you one thing.
Aristides. No, continue.
Yeah.
As long as you can.
One thing, and that is, wait, let me get back to there's a Luigi Mangione musical coming out.
Wow.
All
Luigi
right.
the musical.
There you go.
Right.
Okay.
I love it.
It's not all bad news.
Yes.
Show tunes.
Yes. I mean, when you if you're in the audience of that particular stage act or stage play, what would they call it, the musical, I'm sure every time he shoots that CEO, the audience will stand up and cheer and clap. It'll be a standing ovation every time he plugs that CEO.
Oh yeah.
But by the way, oh my fucking god, is this AI? Is this AI? This has got to be AI.
What?
Of
What?
Weinstein and Epstein and
that's been around.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like he's in a uniform. Like it's like he could.
Or
did he claim to have military service, or is that like his captain's yacht uniform? His yacht captain's uniform.
Good question.
It looks like he's got a Navy SEAL medal, which is like, this has got to be AI. Are they trying to claim? Did he ever claim he was a Navy SEAL? Epstein?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. It's AI. It's got to be, but AI, just weird. Okay, thank you for sharing that, John. And but that being said, so welcome aboard, dear Holly. Of course, everyone does care about you.
Wait.
No,
he went. It was a costume for a party, is what.
Got
sure.
it. Got it.
But of course, he's trying to feel special.
Yeah.
Macho man.
Right. And he's very, very smart because he was a math professor.
Yeah, you can add them numbers. Yeah, but no, definitely our man Aristides has been helping me out because, like I said, Holly, yesterday.
I've been listening. Yeah.
Yeah, the weekend.
Oh, but I don't know what happened yesterday.
Oh, it was just, first off, during on Girls' Day, when I was with the lads, at some point when we were doing all the activities, and these things are impossible to avoid, no matter how sterile you try to keep these environments, particularly with kids, and then the staff that we have to bring in to their tutelage, and then the time I spent with the Tong brothers, through the Asian Lunar New Year festivities before. But it was recent. It was recent. It was when I was putting Amy Como's shoes to the test. Probably I was so physically active that that does stress my body a little bit. What happened is that I contracted. I know this with almost metaphysical certitude. I contracted human metapneumovirus, which sounds horrible, but it's this minor virus that they have no vaccine for and no cure because it's simply so under the radar. It's so minor. Matter of fact, the epidemiologists are claiming that this is actually a good thing, that it's a positive thing, that this is spreading around and it's on the rise. California is saturated with it. And so epidemiologists feel this is positive because they say that means that the disease matrix is normalizing. In other words, when you've got the real serious shit, this stuff kind of like recedes into the background, or its symptoms simply become sublimated into the matrix of more pronounced diseases. The fact that it's manifesting in so many people is the fact that it's that other diseases are no longer as pronounced in their manifestation. So it's nothing other than, you know, the moderate shit you get with a virus, like a sore throat, some coughing,
Yeah, like a
bronchial.
cold.
Yeah, it's like that, but it's a virus. And so the thing is that the only danger that it presents is to infants and the seniors and the immunocompromised. But believe me, when I had it, I made certain when I was back home to sleep for as long as possible to sleep it off. But then again, you stress your system again when you go out to, you know, the outdoor parade that we had in Chinatown on Saturday night, and the outdoor fair again on both days, Saturday and Sunday. So, you know, once again, I'm exposed to multitudes and throngs of people, and I don't feel that's resurged. My throat's not sore. It was for a few days when I slept it off, but it's just, you know, I'm still getting over it, so to speak. You know, I'm still having the occasional cough that's provided by the post-nasal drip that was the remnants of it, you know, being purged from my system. So that seems to have normalized at this point, but starting off tonight was, you know, settling in was kind of like you could hear my cough every once in a while. So I just want to put that into context for people so that they won't be alarmed. But yeah,
there was a virus going around where you start violently puking out of nowhere.
Yeah, please don't wish that on me.
No, but I'm saying it was real because a couple of my friends got it and they were telling me, and I was like, no, that's food poisoning.
When was
Turns out it wasn't.
No,
it was not.
No, there's some virus that does that. No,
it's an actual thing.
Yeah, is this recent? Like now? Like
yeah.
ongoing?
No, like a month ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that figures.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of evil shit out there, and everybody
there is.
Guard their health. Yeah, I'm fortunate to have contracted just what I did. By the way, the horror of it is that it's acronym, human metapneumovirus, HMPV. It sounds distressingly similar to what's that human papillomavirus that you contract?
HPV and that shit. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, it sounds distressingly similar to that in terms of its acronym. So, but all of that having been articulated, so how are you doing?
I just had a couple quick comments about Aristides' headline performance.
Yeah, it was great.
Back to
stellar.
So you got Robert Maxwell, who was the media god of the day, and then here comes Murdoch, boiling out of Australia. I don't know that he came from much money, but he started as copy editor and shit. But he starts putting together this international media empire built on one thing only, the simple, unbreakable rule that sleaze sells. So he just swallowed up outlet after outlet of, you know, reasonably respectable news sources and turned them into scandal rags, you know, based on sex and outrage. And so he was one of the big drivers of outrage all day long, 24/7. Yeah. And so he bought up all Britain's papers. Then he came here, New York Post, all over the place. Then gets into TV stations, builds and builds and builds till he's got the biggest single media empire on the earth, right? But now he's really, so now he's really old. And he's got like 6 kids. And supposedly the show Succession was based on this family.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so all the kids are shanking each other and trying to climb over each other. And the 2 sons that are executives, horrible guys that are just all into the sex and sleaze and violence and hate. And at the last minute, Murdoch wrote a will, gave like $1 billion to each kid, but he took his entire empire and sold it to Disney.
Wow.
So they're all like, oh my God, you stuck a knife in my heart. I don't get to have this empire, the kids. So he gives it all to Disney. So
What,
here
not
comes
gives,
Larry.
sells.
No, sells. So here comes this Larry Ellison, who was one of the biggest, earliest tech billionaires, starting Oracle. Vast campuses, skyscrapers, really, really big time. And so he starts putting together a media empire, including Disney and all these other ones. And now he's already got all of Murdoch's stuff, plus all his own stuff. And I mean, Netflix and Warner Brothers and all this. And his horrible son. They really are the only show in town. And I guess that's why everybody was getting so upset. Because they bought it all. And the son, God, one look at him and you'll understand. Just awful guy. And they are king of the world with it. So, and sleaze galore. So we'll see what goes on with that. And, the other thing about, it was headline news today that supposedly Iranian water got hit and Jordanian. And now this news about Israel getting some back. But the thing I remind myself is that any water supply out there is desal. Big, huge, industrial, technical desal factories. Because it's not like they're going to just blow up a dam, There's no dams and there's no groundwater and it's a fucking desert. So all those civilizations are totally dependent on desal. And you can imagine the vulnerability. I mean, it's like if they, if the pumps stop working in Nevada, I mean, you can't walk out of there.
Yeah.
You're trapped.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way. The desal plant goes down, you're dead.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you can't last long without at least dirty water.
Yeah.
So that's a modern day wrinkle on that, in my view. And you saw the thing about how they're U.S. is putting out all this gory Iran destruction spliced with Call of Duty and GTA footage to make it extra sleazy and exciting.
Just as disgusting as possible. And it's offensive.
God.
Yes.
God.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, this is just gross.
Well, anybody with any modicum of decency is saying that other people are just, reveling in it.
Well, it's directly targeted to 20-year-old incels.
Yeah. Yes.
Because now they got to recruit, because I understand they're gearing up in Southern Cal to ship out large numbers of soldiers.
Well. Yeah, Hollywood Marines. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Well, more like San Diego and shit.
Yeah.
Those crazy fuckers.
Yeah, well, San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot, the term we used was Hollywood Marines.
Yeah. I can dig it.
Yeah, but go on, when it comes
No, that's about all I got based on that. Like Aristides says.
Okay, go on. Yeah, like Aristides
there's so many blistering headlines.
Yeah.
That it's hard to keep it all straight.
Indeed.
And your monologue always helps with that, because you really do cover it all.
Yes, thank you. And I do my best, and you're very gracious in that regard. But so I can get to that point, keep talking with Aristides, both of you, for a little while. We're going to, I'm still warming up before I go full blast and dive in. So when it comes to both of you on these topics, keep going at it. I mean, you're covering quite a bit. But we all care about you as a person. How's your car?
Well, I put in a huge amount. I got $100 to last the month now. So, and there's more to come because I don't know what it's going to take to get it through inspection in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
So all I can do is hump as much money in the meantime as I can and try and get through it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the work has been honest and is effective,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just one of those old things. Old car,
Mm-hmm.
big expenses.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really win it,
Mm-hmm.
because I can't replace the car
Mm-hmm.
for what I'm paying to fix it. And if I don't fix it, it's not worth anything anyway. And as long as I'm working where I live, you got to have a car.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I can just take a bus, which I would happily do.
Right.
So that's my trouble. And I just got to get through it without having a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Here, this headline saying Kansas City airport was evacuated after a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Now they say it's lifted.
Okay.
So who knows what that was about?
We never heard again about the guy who. What's striking to me, Aristides, any thoughts? As well as Holly, of course. But I know sometimes when Aristides goes silent, it's hard to get him talking again. So I want to keep him talking. But when it comes to Buford's Bar in Austin, Texas, the man who shot that up had a T-shirt that said "Property of Allah," and he also had a Quran in his car. So it's obviously an MK Ultra who is hitting America. How come they're not exploiting this? Why aren't we hearing about this? And so that they can say that the Iranians are striking American territory. Is that there? What is everyone's thoughts on this? And of course, the real thought that comes to my mind. And Aristides, if you're there, I do encourage you to speak because I see he's on mute. Again, you got Texas, which is cowboy central. If somebody just says, "Oh, it's Austin," that's where all the liberals live. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just not buying it. Texas is just swimming in guns. Every time one of these incidents happens, where are all the men with the guns that everybody claims are, we all have all these private firearms to take on these bad guys with guns. The only way to stop the bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. I guess there are no good guys with guns. Everybody with a gun is an asshole or an abject coward, because how is it that the authorities had to come in and put this guy down who's
I don't get it.
Blank at a bar wearing a T-shirt that says "Property of Allah," and none of these patriot cowboys with their MAGA hats are gonna run out and shoot this guy, take him down. This is my opportunity to defend my country, my people, against an honest-to-God Islamo-terrorist. Where are all the firearms?
I mean, I know in the past they've shot each other at Walmarts. Or been shot by the cops.
Yes.
So it's just a complete shit show. But no brave warriors there.
Yeah, and how is it that, again, they're not exploiting this? Not exploiting, there was an Islamic terrorist in the United States wearing a T-shirt emblazoned with "Property of Allah," shooting people, peacefully drinking, Christians drinking in a bar, which probably offended his sensibilities since, the real fundies don't drink in that part of the world that he, his faith sourced from. So, thoughts, people, please. What's going on here?
Yeah.
How did this all disappear?
I don't know, but that is surprising. I never thought of it.
Yeah, because they haven't talked about it.
Right. No, it's a good point. Oh, God, and they're coming after Cuba big time, it sounds like. Yeah. And apparently we are in Ecuador.
Yes. Yeah. And so give us the details that you know about both cases, please.
Oh, narco-terrorism in Ecuador. And that's about all. There's very little news on it. It was like one headline even just indicating that we were actively involved down there. I don't know where he's getting all these troops. And
Well,
he says as soon as he'll mop up this little Iran thing in 4 weeks, he's going hardcore on Cuba.
on Cuba. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
little old Cuba. Big threat.
yeah, well, let's put it this way. It's been a long time coming for Cuba. We all know that. That's like, at this point, it's mercy killing, okay? It's just...
I guess.
I mean, how much longer can the people stand living like that? Seriously, it's like in Iran, I will, of course, point out a perspective that I'm reluctant to come to, which is like... he's putting a time limit on this simply because the people cannot tolerate, in his opinion, long wars. Which, of course, Americans are real fucking chicken shit. They cannot tolerate long wars.
And they don't want their kids over there getting shot up.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it always happens anyway, and it happens in this very subdued fashion, where you get these, volunteers. They're too chicken shit to start a draft, just like Putin was. And,
right.
And when Putin tried, it became a disaster, and he had to tone back as soon as he tried it. So,
oh man, can you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah, tell us.
People would go batshit.
Yeah.
Batshit over a draft.
Yes. Yes. But nevertheless, at some point, people really need to, in a rehabilitated America, a draft wouldn't be that fucking bad, as I've explained it before, but then I've got a whole different concept of what a draft is. But all such being articulated, when it comes to the present moment, I saw you go off mute there, Aristides. Feel free to speak. I do want your input on what happened at Buford's Bar, why the incident hasn't been exploited. Yeah. And where
I have not looked into it.
Yeah.
These days, years ago, it would have been the biggest news item of the month, and these days it doesn't even make the front page.
Right.
That's so frightening.
That's
that is
right.
so fucking frightening.
Yeah, so I don't know anything about it. If there was no outrage over it, like, I'd almost say that could actually be a case that's organic, because if they had pressed the go button on his remote control,
Good point.
they would also have a corresponding narrative ready to go.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if somebody's truly organic and goes and does something, they have no narrative ready to apply to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Other than that, I don't know much about it.
Yeah.
And I expect you'll be talking about this ludicrous board of peace later.
Mm-hmm.
And Kristi Noem's special little new job.
Is she involved with the Board of Peace now?
Yeah, she's got this special envoy trophy. Just totally made up. Just to keep her quiet and keep her off camera.
Yeah, that's so bizarre. That is so bizarre. Now,
so bizarre.
That is one thing you said, is that her replacement appointee is much worse. Tell us about this.
Mark Wayne, for God's sake. Little Mark Wayne's all grown up and now a cabinet member. And he's just a nightmare, total right-wing douchebag, all not woke and lethal, and he's never had any kind of real career at all, let alone military service or anything like that. But he's outraged all the time. So he just can't wait to get in there and fucking start murdering.
That's awful.
Really looking forward to it. And they really do, that cadre, really, they do it for the joy of it.
Yes. Yeah,
it makes them happy.
Yeah, they really are in it for the thrill.
They really do.
Yeah. And so
love every minute of it. And so war's Trump's like, oh yeah, bad stuff happens.
Yeah. Now
when Americans get killed.
Yes. Now you brought this up earlier, Aristides, about the Board of Peace and Kristi Noem, right? What do you know about this? And let's see if we can get him talking again, because once he stops, it's hard to get him started.
No, I'm just getting a little snack, but I don't know anything about it with regard to Kristi Noem.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
but if she's a special envoy, is that like,
Yeah, because it's like 12 countries have jumped up to be on it, which is horrible. All South American and stuff. It's, his big plan to dominate this side of the globe from Greenland to fucking Antarctica through Chile and all that. So that's the new plan. We don't care what you do in Europe. We're just going to be over here and I'm going to own it all.
Oh my God. And
Yeah.
so
They'll all be satraps.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Canada on down.
Yeah. It's well, they're gonna have a hard time with Canada. That's
Yeah.
The reason why is because Canada is a member state of NATO. So if they try to do something with Canada, they're taking on NATO. Same with Greenland, and I think Trump is beginning to realize the difficulties there. It's not that NATO would automatically come, though I would hope they would, to the defense of Canada or Greenland militarily all out. I mean, the potential for that can never be discarded. You don't want to simply dismiss things simply because they wouldn't do that.
Outlandish.
Yeah. Because we've seen that all bets are off now. People are doing, nations are doing outlandish things all the time that you wouldn't think they would ever do. But it's for that very reason, since all of the boundaries have been erased by Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, at this point, people are going to really gear up to respond to their outrages. And
and Canada's very busy making trade deals with the rest of the world.
Yes, which, as I said,
so
really ambivalent.
They're vast resources.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm really ambivalent about that. Just so people know, Canada's real big trade is still with Britain. It's not with China. It was the deal it made with China was pretty much to piss off the United States. It's not without consequences, but it's not that big a deal yet. At least it'll take a while before any real trade develops. But
I'm thinking EU deals for timber and all kinds of shit. Minerals.
Oh yeah, these are all important. No, these are all important. The world is beginning to restructure itself.
It is, and before our eyes, in real time.
Yeah, and so give us some impression of that. What else comes to your mind with that, honey?
Well, not that much, just kind of that, because it's all, so unknown at this point how it will all shake out.
Well, it's not too unknown. You know me, I always have almost shall we say, savant's certainty about the future simply because I'm so rooted in historical precedent. But continue.
Well, America seems determined to make itself the ashtray of the world. And what we talked about before, the whole irony of Americans flocking to Mexico for all kinds of services.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it ain't just dentists.
Yeah, we need
hernias, plastic surgery. It's everything medical, and then the tech and everything else.
Yeah.
So it's ironic that we're witnessing this happen. Stuff that used to take decades now seems like it's happening overnight. And that is definitely anxiety producing, to say the least.
Oh, well, you're not, of course, let people understand that you're not, alarmed by Mexico growing economically.
God, no.
Yeah.
God, no. It's just.
Yes.
But like I say, when the pace of in many cases catastrophic change starts happening so fast, it's like Godzilla's walking around and you never know where the big foot's going to come down next.
Good parallel. Good analogy. I like it.
I feel like that all the time.
Yes. And by the way, I don't know how willing you are to talk about this. There is what is that observatory that they're trying to open right now? They say that there's this new observatory they're trying to open, but it's its biggest problem is going to be city lights. It's Rubin Observatory.
Wh-
They say the Rubin
Where?
Observatory. Well, the Rubin
Reuben.
Observatory is supposed to be changing astronomy. Actually, it's going to be the satellite companies that might get in the way. So you used to work at
Ah.
an observatory, did you not?
Yeah, and all the action now is out of off planet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all these telescopes. They even had one on an airplane for a while, a high elevation airplane that flew around
Mm-hmm.
and took the footage and stuff because of the light pollution and all that. Do you know the location for this place?
I wish I knew more. Yeah, Aristides, you're the man. Hey, help us. It's what I know is this much: is that the Rubin Observatory is promoted as something that will change astronomy forever, but satellite companies and their mega constellations are going to get in the way to
Fuck
prevent
yeah,
that.
they will.
Yeah, so
If it's earthbound.
yeah, it's earthbound. Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Because most astronomers aren't in it for the pretty pictures. You know, they're doing spectroscopy and
Yeah.
all this other stuff that's all just graphs and
Yeah.
sine waves and shit.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy how much stuff is up there.
Yeah. Too much.
I would think it'd be a big problem.
Yeah.
My God. And supposedly a chip of paint can go through stainless steel
Yeah.
at those speeds.
Yeah. And
So, like you've said, we are barricading ourselves in.
yes. And we need
And
to
it's
break
so
out.
crazy. They did this really good on The Simpsons once.
Yeah.
But I mean, America, the Earth is like the Las Vegas of this end of the galaxy, if not the universe.
Mm-hmm.
We put out more noise
Mm-hmm.
that if there was anybody out there looking, they couldn't miss us ever.
Yeah.
Because
there's
we
no
are
way.
just bristling. And it's so crazy that like 100 years ago, there was nothing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Before Morse code, our atmosphere was completely free
Mm-hmm.
of invisible electronic waves.
That's right. That's
And
right.
now we're just bristling, man. Just pulsing.
We're a supernova
sound
of radio
and light.
Of radio and television waves. We're a supernova of radio and television.
My God.
waves.
Yeah. And it's fucking us up too. Because I do think it interferes with our mentality.
There you go, honey. There's a picture in the text box. Can you access your text box here in the chat of this call? There's a picture of the observatory provided by T-Tank Berry.
Okay, yeah, well.
Yeah, and it looks impressive. It's an impressive looking structure. And very modern looking. Chile.
Wow.
Chile.
Yeah, they have aren't they a big harp outfit too down there? Oh, that's
probably
expensive.
Yeah. Well, it's on top of the mountains, honey. It's imagine being there. That must be, just imagine the meditative, contemplative life you could lead being a monk living in that. Yeah.
You'd think. I had the opportunity to live in one here, and I said, no thanks.
Why? What was it like? Tell us what it was like. Tell us what it was like.
It's just real, I don't know. You know, number one, and I kind of have my own feng shui because I'm not Asian and I don't practice those disciplines.
Mm-hmm.
But I got my own feng shui. But I believe, as the Asian one says, you should never, ever, ever live on top of a mountain.
Interesting. Why?
It's very bad.
Why?
Because you're at the point where everything's leaving.
Interesting.
And it's like this highway of energy shooting straight up in the sky, and you don't want to live on top of that.
Wow.
The heartbreaking one, oh God, what's it called? The one they built on Mount Graham in Arizona, in a fantastic area, just a unique island mountain, unbelievable hot springs and nature that only was there, and it was the fucking Vatican that built this horrible, hugely expensive observatory on top of Mount Graham. And many people never recovered from the pain of that. Losing that location just because it was dark enough.
Wow.
And you
Well,
know Chile's got dark
yeah.
places.
Oh yeah, it gets dark. Yeah.
Yeah. But the big money's definitely going into off-world equipment.
And
And all those, what's the name of those fancy pictures you see right now from the traveling ones that take the nebulas and the deep space shit?
Yeah,
You know, Hubble.
the stuff we make wall screens out of. The
Yeah, Hubble stuff, the stuff like Hubble
Yes.
and like that. But yeah, that looks like, I don't know who put that up, and I don't know what their designs are, but that took more than like university money.
That's for fucking sure. No,
Who the
that's
hell built that thing?
yeah, especially considering it's up in the middle of fucking nowhere. I mean, that's like building.
Nowhere.
Yeah, you had to carry all that shit up there to construct that. You can imagine that.
The one here cost $1 million in the late 60s.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was a very big deal. But that thing, oh God,
Your
who
point's
backs
well
that?
taken. Your point's well taken. Who
Who
had the
could
money?
possibly have built that? I mean, there are private ones of that back in the day, like for their day. I think Lowell's private.
Mm-hmm.
Just some guy wanted
Damn,
it.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Of course,
the little one here was 7 guys just wanted it.
so that was where you were at,
Engineers.
right? That's where you
Yeah.
were. So tell us
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
So when you were with them, what was the lifestyle like? Come on, there had to be.
Oh, they're a
something.
bunch of cranky old guys. I hated that job so much. But it was cool in its own way. I got to mop up cosmic ray hits on the images.
Oh
How
my God.
badass is that? Yeah,
Cool.
cosmic ray hits. They're hitting all the time.
Yeah.
And the site of the observatory is fantastic. Just
Mhm.
fantastic.
Mhm.
But man, it's rough. The
Mhm.
winters and the summers. I don't know which is worse, I tell you.
Mhm.
Between the heat and the cold and the 3 feet of slush you got to wade through to get the gate open to get in there. And oh God,
Mhm.
it was grim.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
now the guys are all old and cranky as hell and Republican as hell. And,
You're
nobody.
kidding, really?
Oh God, yes. Are
Why?
you kidding me?
How can anyone in
Because
science
nobody-
be Republican?
Nobody goes to college and becomes an astronomer.
Uh-huh.
You work for the military designing bombing systems for your career.
Right.
And then you just do the astronomy for shits and recognition and because you like it weirdly.
You're kidding. I mean, but the Republicans are the ones who are the most anti-science in the world. I mean, they're the ones who cut all the.
Except for the ones that aren't. I mean, not all of them were fire breathing, but at best they didn't care one way or the other much.
Mm-hmm.
And any ones coming from overseas are terrified of communism and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that demographic, and you got to have some money. So you don't want to pay taxes. And they all like to think of themselves as cold, practical rationalists. So they don't go for nothing woo-woo or disruptive. So what the fuck? Oh, military grants float all those places.
Yes, and that includes the observatories. Explain to people
DARPA.
why. Explain to people why the military is behind, supportive of such observatories.
Any number of reasons. A lot of them not all that clear.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, and it's been some years now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good question. I'm wondering myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man, atmospheric shit. And the space program, and there is a cadre that's all focused on NEOs, near Earth objects, and you could understand that, and they're not so flaming right wing,
right?
But any number of reasons. Oh God, I wish I could articulate, but in terms of shooting missiles long distance and all that mess. I mean, there was you remember that one period when they were shooting Volkswagen-sized bullets into the moon.
Yes.
That
Yes.
was awful. God damn, that's shameful.
Yes.
To examine the ejecta.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the hard, pure science on the military side. There is such a thing. And NASA was always kind of a public service kind of cover for it, if you will. Because it wasn't like they were all that into it for the public good, I don't believe. And, you know, your secret space program stuff definitely explains a lot about why they would be interested. And all this competition. And
what do you make of what our man T Tank Berry has sent in the chat? Can you see it? Can you access the chat?
I will.
Yeah, and take a look at what he sent there, and that will give you something to work with, so to speak, in terms of
Old from Beyond. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and
I love it.
yeah.
Wow. Okay, there's Mount Graham. Yeah, that's a fucking tragedy. Unforgivable. Okay, yeah. You know, solar research, they want to know all about that. Gamma rays, supernovas, sure. Sure. And then this long-term dark matter debate, which started out as ether.
That's right.
You know, the invisible glue that holds it all together, and that made a lot of big scientific fights. Yeah. Wow, that one's crazy.
Well, these days they simply replaced it with dark matter, but go on.
They replaced it with dark matter, but it was definitely frowned on. It was never going to get accepted just because it was ether. I don't know what the deal is there, or maybe they didn't like the scientists. Detected a powerful cosmic ray beamed at the Earth. My word. Huh. We got a date on this?
Yeah, whatever you can provide T Tank Berry and some other details that you may have accrued for while you were looking for that image.
Because the sun's been going off. And we're in some kind of solar maximum. I mean, I kind of purposely look away from that, you know what I mean? But I used to follow a site, it's called Suspicious Observers, Ben Davidson, and he puts up a 5-minute, every single day, space weather report, which is absolutely fascinating. And footage like you cannot believe of all. I mean, we've got like 14 different filters on the telescopes at the sun, pointing at the sun at all times to monitor what it's beaming out. And that's what, you know, CMEs, coronal mass ejections and stuff, that's what they're terrified is going to hit direct and really start, you know, would really fuck with the grid in a big way if it was a bullseye direct hit.
Yes.
As it is, planes fall out of the sky and stuff at those times.
Yes, quite literally.
And malfunction, it's a big fat deal, but it's such a Vegas crapshoot because you never know. I mean, it's blowing off all the time. Sunspots are the beginnings of a coronal mass ejection. So around the sunspot, you get these blasts that come out. And the footage on this site is amazing. You can see the waves of plasma lava and shit going on the surface of the sun. It just blows your mind. And then all different filters of what's coming off of it in rays and bows, you know, bows, and just wild. It's like fireworks all the time on the sun.
Yes.
But then there's solar minimums where you don't get any spots and you don't get any ejections. And that can be difficult too. I forget why. But he was talking about just in the course of, like, say, my lifetime, the climates on other planets in the solar system are also changing. Like in real time, as you can watch it, Jupiter's growing a new spot. And Saturn is either losing or gaining a ring.
Isn't its old spot shrinking? Yeah, so it's growing.
It could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's saying climate change is solar wide, and he's always gotten in trouble for the argument that yes, pollution is bad. Yes, humans are having an effect, but it all comes down to what the sun decides to do. And that's the real tell into whether we survive here or not, which seems reasonable.
Yes.
And he made the breakthrough with others that solar spot activity and ejection activity can be directly correlated, I mean point by point, with major earthquakes and volcanoes.
Wow. And
so it's amazing, the charts that every time they go hand in hand.
Right. Oh, by the way, have you been able to leisurely peruse those charts I sent you? Tell people about how when I sent them.
They didn't come. I tried to the histographs.
Yeah. Tell people about how when I sent them, they scrubbed them. The first time you tried to load them, they got scrubbed.
Well, that was weird, and that was probably my fault. And I finally figured out the only way to get them into the cloud was by opening an iCloud email. So I did that, and I sent them, but they were just too damn big.
Wow.
And so they didn't transfer. Even if they were whole, they were unreadable.
Wow.
So that was grievous.
Oh,
yeah, that was grievous. If we ever get together, I'll just photograph them block by block.
Oh, geez, that would take an age.
It would, but not that long. These cameras take pretty good pictures.
Okay, that's true. Yeah.
And then you can enlarge it with your thumbs, and then be able to read it real good. But yeah, they're a beautiful work of art and knowledge. That's for sure.
Yes. We'll have to find a way to simply transfer them to you. Now, there's a lot more coming in the chat now from T. Tank Berry. Please take a look at that and tell me what you make of all this.
The Asian stuff. Oh, yeah.
The Amaterasu particle. I fucking love it. That's the sun goddess of Japan, of course. High
energy cosmic ray appears to arrive from a void in space where nothing is. Energy surpassing huge, millions of times more powerful than particles produced by the Large Hadron Collider. Second to only the Oh My God particle, another ultra high energy cosmic ray, detected in 1991. Jeez. That's wild and crazy. High energy particles. Okay, this brings up the Big Bang, which I know is a hot topic, a hot potato, if you will. Energies interact with cosmic background radiation left over from the Big Bang, traveling over 100 light years. Particles have lost energy, meaning that any particles detected in this energy bracket come from our own cluster of galaxies. These particles have 10 million times more energy than anything created on Earth. And I guess like each and every molecule of it is a particle.
And
there's a graph. Yeah, this is crazy stuff. And a lot of it looks like Japanese.
Japanese work.
Yeah. Now here's working on a theory that U.S. intervention in the Middle East is correlated to the 11-year solar cycle of sunspot activity. Isn't that something? And it would not be surprising if there was a correlation with war and aggression.
Yes. Yeah.
Iran hostage crisis at the last, then Desert Storm, Afghanistan and Iraq, then Libya, Syria, all on this sine wave, and now Iran when the sun's really going off.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is cool, and that is entirely plausible in my opinion.
Yes, I love it. I mean, that's beautiful. You really found us some excellent resources there.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, and we're talking to T. Tank Berry, thanking him for his finding these resources for us to follow up on. Very beautiful.
And you heard about that lightning bolt that went like from Texas to New York.
No,
That was
tell us
scary.
about this.
That's all I remember. It was like, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 mile long lightning bolt. In one little old storm. I'm looking at this new one he sent. Atmosphere protons. It's hadron, sea level. It's showing how these particles and cosmic rays can penetrate the Earth. I mean, that's why X-rays and shit work.
Yes.
And sonar and stuff, because they do penetrate. You can get penetration through solid rock, muons and neutrinos and hadrons. And then all this stuff in the atmosphere, which is worthy of further study.
Yes, to say the least.
Sure.
So, by the way, how did you get that job at the observatory?
I was hired as admin.
Okay.
And it was ironic because I just gone to how to turn on a computer school around 2000 because I was bummed. You know, I guess I'm a Luddite. I'm not even a late adapter. I'm like a hell no adapter.
No, well,
but I had to bite the bullet.
I'm
and
right
go,
there with you. We both are dragged kicking and screaming into
kicking and screaming.
Yeah, but go on. Yes.
But there's a great program here, and I was broke enough to be able to do it for free.
Thank God for that.
And so you just learn all the basic stuff. You know, the office suites and the Excel and how to do all that shit with a side in bookkeeping. And so the job came up the next day, and so they hired somebody else for the job. But for some reason, crazy guy saw something, and he hired me more like a maintenance jerk, you know.
Incredible.
And odd jobs, and I worked there full time. And then in about a year, when the secretary ran screaming, I said, "Hey, I get my shot now. That's the deal, or I'm out of here too." And it was miserable, but beneficial in its way. But no, I mean, I've been lucky to have maybe 3 jobs in my life. I couldn't wait to get there, and that was not one of them.
Oh my God.
But it was respectable.
Yeah, definitely.
And so by then I was in my 40s and could get a credit card and shit like that.
An adult. Yeah, you were adulting. Oh my God.
That was a big deal.
Yes.
But it didn't pay for shit, you know, they're too cheap, and they want it all for the science. So I was, you know, making 30 grand a year, and
wow, God damn.
And that
Why
was
can't
like,
you go back to doing shit like that?
God, I don't wanna. I mean, God damn.
Oh. By the way, we found an image. T-Tank Barry found an image of that longest lightning bolt. Take a look at that in the chat, please.
Oh yeah, that was really something. I mean, astronomy is the natural science without a stick of nature in it. It's all machines and gears, and it's just not my cup of tea, really. Yeah. 500 miles long. Okay. That was on Suspicious Observer, so I found that kind of terrifying.
Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, it's impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, but just look at Mars. Mars has got incredible scars on its face, its surface.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
that certain people argue were due to plasma, you know, giant plasmatic lightning strikes.
Ejections.
Yeah.
That could have wiped out the planet.
Yeah, I mean, if there had been a civilization, yes, imagine that.
Because, I mean, those desal plants, they're cooked.
Yeah.
If something like that happens.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yes. You can't repair them.
Yeah.
And there's no way to harden them for something like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think.
Yeah. And so in terms of look, I want a bit of a conversation between the two of you before I dive into monologue. I'm heading there towards the monologue, but I've got to get my head in the right place. Are you still with us, Aristides? I mean, if you are, you know, we could still use your help. Have a bit of a conversation.
Somewhat.
Oh, we love you. We love you. Oh man, he had some minor surgery recently and got some kick-ass painkillers, but you've used them all up by now.
Oh, you dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky dog.
I'm not doing that right now.
You'd be the life of the party.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and so, dear Aristides, you've heard about this incredibly long lightning strike.
Nope.
Any thoughts?
No, I didn't. I hadn't heard of it.
Oh,
It was like a year ago or something.
Oh,
if it's the same one,
shit, you
maybe
were
there's another one.
I was about to say you were speaking about it like it was yesterday.
No.
But which wouldn't surprise me. We've been having incredible weather. How's the weather where you're at, Aristides? It must have been hell. You don't seem very bothered
Yeah.
by it.
You got dumped again and again.
What?
You know, weather.
Big snow?
Snow.
No, it's done.
Right.
It's done.
But while
Getting
it was
warmer.
Yeah, but while it was on, it must have been hell for you.
The one time.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah.
It just stayed so cold, nothing could melt.
Damn, yeah.
And it snowed like 3 feet.
And it
Right?
was a lot. It was actually all sleet. It was like
Yeah.
like 8 inches of sleet or something. Like,
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how Minnesota was. It was all you could see in the footage, just completely slick. That's how Newark used to get.
Mm-hmm.
There's just piles of dirty snow and slick ass carpet of ice on everything with dirty frost on top of that, and that'd be like that for 4 or 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just what we did.
No.
But I didn't realize when I went back this time, the streets, a lot of them, the real urban ones, are made like for the width of goat carts.
Yeah.
And so,
Why is that?
back then because it's so old.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Two carts can pass side by side, and then, but 60s, 70s cars weren't all that big.
Right.
But to see the behemoth cars these days try and negotiate those streets, parked on both sides on top of a 5-inch ice pack, was amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could do it.
Yeah.
And how does anybody afford that kind of heat?
I have no idea.
You gotta have the heat on when it's like that.
Yeah.
I don't use it here.
Yeah.
But there, oh my Lord.
Yeah.
It gets cold and it stays that way.
Yeah. And well, thank you for your input there, Aristides. We won't ask to
if I know something about it, but I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Probably you were better off before you knew about the 500-mile lightning bolt.
That's a nice sounding headline, but what was it really? What was the validation of it?
Well, it was given by plausible sources.
Yeah.
People that watch that shit.
Yeah, well, apparently it's
devices.
Yeah, apparently it's officially announced. It was officially measured.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
verified.
And then what I get.
Yeah.
It's easy to infer that somehow this is somehow more staggering than lightning bolts of lesser length, but
Kinda.
May or may not be. I don't know. It depends on the
Well, it was an anomalous event.
Thank you.
Thank you. That much must be true, I guess. If it's
Mm-hmm.
Could happen.
Yeah. Okay, so such being said, all right, I'm ready to start doing monologues soon, but still eager to juice our dear Holly a little bit more. So, dearest Holly, there must be some other things going on in the world that truly attract your attention, domestically or internationally.
Trying and crying. I guess Spain said "fuck you," and I can't blame them. And are holding to that. Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping I could coast off your monologue.
Oh well, you'll be coasting soon enough. I'll start in soon enough, but
Give us how about? Do we get a preview?
You know what I'm going to talk about. The
Yeah,
war
I
is
do.
inescapable, and I have to
All of
talk
it.
about
Yeah.
energy, and I have to talk
You
about
get all
what
of
I'm
it.
trying to do
Yeah.
right now is look up some statistics concerning energy. So while I'm trying to
Gotcha.
absorb those statistics, I'm trying to get you to provide a bit more about the,
Yeah, and I just heard something interesting. I'm trying to remember what it was.
hmm
It was an interesting fact.
hmm
And this isn't it, but another just factoid.
hmm
For the 20th century, California had 25 governors,
hmm
and more than half were
hmm
Republican.
hmm
So, like I'm saying, California hasn't been a Democratic bastion for very long.
No.
And it is considered a purple state.
Mhm.
And that kind of is a pretty good case for that.
Mhm. Yeah.
And so, yeah, that little factoid. I'm just garbling now. I'm trying to remember
hmm
another weird thing.
Well, just remember that we're the people who produced fucking Ronald Reagan, for God's sake. So
Yeah,
yeah, people
yeah,
used to call California fascist. That was, of
yeah.
course, a terrible abuse of the term, but the it's an insult to fascism. But yeah, remember
Yeah.
Hayakawa? Hayakawa was considered right wing back in the day. Do you remember
Sure.
him at
Well,
all?
Pete Wilson. Pete Wilson.
Yeah. Well, Red.
I
Yeah,
go
Pete
back to you.
Wilson.
Go back to him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was like this, well, he's just gray. He's just totally gray. This no
Yeah.
personality. He was just
Like
so
Ray
bland.
Davis.
Yeah,
He was like that too, but
yeah,
Democrat.
yeah,
Pete
yes.
Wilson was hardcore
Well,
Republican.
what was his name again? The last guy you mentioned again?
Gray Davis.
Gray Davis. Gray Davis at least had presentation. He was totally plastic.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
yeah, he was like our
And kind
man.
of all the same color,
Yeah, but
monotone.
yeah, but Pete Wilson was like, there was nothing there. I mean, the other
Ah,
guy you could at least put in a suit and put him on display. Pete
ah,
Wilson was just,
in the window.
there was just nothing
I thought
there.
he was pretty toxic, though.
They all are. Yeah, they
Mhm.
all were. Yeah, but,
And then, of all things, Schwartz, a
oh,
fucking
no,
nigger.
he was the most toxic of
Can
them
you
all.
believe that?
Oh, no, I can't. I try not to.
God.
It's like that was the bottom of the barrel. Yeah,
Oh,
you have no
man.
idea how horrible that son of a bitch was. And
Oh.
yeah, and it's like it's sickening. It's literally sickening. And thank God he's gone. He's out of it. We don't need to look at him anymore. Just
Well, and he got so deep out of it that his name never came up one time in the
yeah.
Me Too years, you noticed.
Yes.
And he was the original.
Yeah, that's true.
The original.
Well, he must have
And
quietly paid off a lot of people.
I don't know who he blew, but they're not, his name never
No, I
came up
mean, he
one
settled.
time.
I think he settled out of court with a lot of his victims. Whoever was going to do anything, he settled out of court. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Yeah.
but he's like, it's funny
Yeah,
that you
for
mentioned
sure.
that. Yeah. And,
His whole life
yeah, his whole life was misogyny and,
was crazy. And then married to a Kennedy.
yes, of course. What a piece of shit. What a
I
piece
remember
of shit.
him saying Indian casino revenues
Yeah.
are the future of the California economy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
He said that.
yes. Believe that shit? Believe that? And then he tried to take it all away from the Indians. Remember, he said, "You guys got to
Oh,
learn
yeah.
to share.
Yeah.
You guys got."
And he for the Indians have been fighting for 100 years for federal recognition. Boom, boom, boom. Schwarzenegger was handing them out like playing cards. Yep.
Oh.
And it's made a good difference for some because the ones that didn't get casinos, God help them,
Yes.
because they could get lands.
Yes. And well, all I can say is I'm going to do my best, people. Okay, so be patient
Yeah.
with me. I'm going to do my best. And when I start getting really technical, I might start repeating myself because I tend to do that. But we're diving in now. I want you to hang out
Good
for as long
deal.
as you can stand it and
Okay.
interject whenever you can. And start interjecting right now with Kristi Noem. You know, I'm going to try and start out with good news, or, you know, what is on the face of it good news. Let's start off with the best news first. Kristi Noem has been terminated. On Thursday, amid mounting scrutiny over her conduct in the role, President Trump finally, and all too belatedly, fired the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, the most incompetent secretary in that department's 23-year history. The former Secretary of DHS, or the Department of Homeland Security, but whenever I say those initials, DHS, all I can think of is Department of Human Services, because that's what I dealt with in California for over a decade of my fucking life. But the former secretary of the other DHS, the federal DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, had committed fireable offenses for misspending funds, prioritizing her own self-promotion, and reflexively defending even the most brutal acts of the Trump maladministration's mass deportation efforts. Noem, who was tapped to lead the agency at the start of Trump's second midterm, had faced a series of controversies, including her romantic relationship with a top advisor, questions over a $220 million ad campaign that prominently featured herself, and conflicting accounts about fatal incidents involving federal immigration agents. Trump plans to replace her with the Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin. Is that how you pronounce his name? Mullin? Is it simply Mullin? Or Mullin, to give it some sense of dignity, who is expected to assume the role later this month, pending Senate confirmation. All right, that was the good news. Now on to the bad. The domino effect of Operation Epic Fury is upending global energy markets. The economy's warning light is flashing yellow in an ever-expanding war. Iranian state television has proclaimed that Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of Iran's late supreme leader, has been named his successor, and the Middle East will never be the same. The American imperial war on Iran will weaken Islamist groups and embolden the Israeli right. And the longer the Israeli-manipulated American campaign against Iran lasts, the greater the implications for the global energy system. Whereas short conflicts produce volatility, prolonged instability reshapes everything from trade flows to assessments of infrastructure risk and long-term investment behavior. Ergo, today's looking a lot like the 1970s in Iran and America. Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of Iran's slain supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been named as his replacement. And the Israelis say that they're going to go after him too. At any rate, President Donald Trump said today that Iran's new leader is not going to last long if the country's leaders do not get his approval. The Israel Defense Forces also warned that any successor will be considered a target. What is rightly called the Fourth Gulf War, in America's incredible ignorance or arrogance, they never count the original Gulf War, which was Iran versus Iraq, in which millions of people died. Somehow, simply because it's Muslims killing Muslims, the Americans forget that it happened, and they count only the wars they were directly involved in as true Gulf Wars. This is insane and historically inaccurate. Bush
But
War.
remember, Douglas, and
Yes.
I know you do, Daddy Bush was funding both sides.
Yes.
Massive military support to both sides.
Thank you.
And making a mint.
Important point.
Killing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that
literal was horrible. Killing. That was so horrible. Oh.
A literal killing. A literal killing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even mean that.
Yeah.
That was sickening.
Yes. And thank you for reminding me of that. And
yes.
But then you had Bush War I and Bush War II. This is the Fourth Gulf War. So what is rightly called the Fourth Gulf War has already drawn in all 8 countries, all 8 nation states, that border the Persian Gulf, along with more than half a dozen others. Iranian drones have rained down on the normally placid cities of the Gulf. Global energy prices have soared. However it ends, the conflict will prove no less transformative than its predecessors. It's becoming ever clearer that the Israeli-American war in Iran will affect much more than the Islamic Republic, or for that matter, the Middle East. Washington cannot undertake a military operation of this magnitude without causing significant transformation in political dynamics. In region, this will be especially pronounced when it comes to the future of Islamism. Now, understand, Islam may be a religion. Islamism is an ideology. Aside from the impact upon that ideology, there will be profound impacts on Palestinian resistance, the status of the West Bank, and the prospect of Arab normalization with Israel itself. Farther afield, the conflict could affect Market-Leninist China's role in the Middle East, the battlefield calculus in Ukraine, and much more, especially if it drags on, as the United States President Donald Trump has recently indicated before putting his, shall we say, rather tremulous little 4-week timeline upon it that I do not take as anything to be taken seriously. The essays and reporting that I've reviewed upon all of the geopolitical dimensions of the Iran war as it enters its second week leave me with a single pertinent question. Where is the Iran war even headed? President Trump has both called for Iranians to rise up and oust the ruthless theocracy and said that he's fully prepared to deal with any new religious leader. So, what the fuck? There seems to be no purpose to the fucking war other than destroying the global economy and killing as many people as possible, as there is no designated objective. Nothing that is stable or adhered to. Benjamin Netanyahu said he's been waiting 40 years to strike the terrorist regime squarely in the face. The Israeli Prime Minister had been unable to convince any other American president to confront Iran until now. In Israel, most political parties and a majority of voters back the war right now. But Mr. Netanyahu's personal popularity is still low. Success might rescue him. Elections are due by the end of October. But that remains in the balance. Benjamin Netanyahu has spent much of his long criminal career lecturing American presidents on the need to confront Iran. In the Israeli Prime Minister's own telling, during a visit by Barack Obama to Israel in 2013, I argued again for an American strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. Mr. Obama demurred, answering that nobody likes Goliath. His successor, Donald Trump, was also reluctant. In 2018, he withdrew, at Mr. Netanyahu's urging, from the nuclear deal signed by the Obama administration with Iran. A year later, Trump called off a strike on Iran at the last moment. Yet today, Mr. Trump has become the partner that the internationally indicted war criminal Netanyahu has always longed for. One willing to embrace the Israeli despot's belief that soft power is good, but hard power is even better. In June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites and persuaded America to join its mission. This year's war has been a joint venture from the start. As Israel's American-waged war against Iran continues to escalate, more and more countries are feeling the impact of the conflict. Iranian officials said at least 1,230 people have been killed since Saturday, the majority of them children, specifically young girls, while Israel has confirmed around a dozen deaths. The Israel Defense Forces said it launched another wave of overnight attacks against Iran and also struck Hezbollah targets in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Lebanon's health ministry has attested that the Israeli bombardment has killed at least 120 people, most of them patients in hospitals. On Thursday, Israel issued what it described as an urgent evacuation, a mass evacuation warning for entire neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburbs, expanding earlier orders that had typically focused on specific buildings. Israel is openly dedicated to the ethnic cleansing of its environs. Yet who is the United States actually at war with right now? The Iran war is but one conflict in an extensive list of Trump-era entanglements. What with Congress having given away its authority on military misaction per the no explanation war. The so-called limited combat operations. Imagine that on the title of Tolstoy's book. Limited combat operations and peace. Instead of war and peace. That wouldn't have sold as much. Well, the so-called limited combat operations, or LCOs in Iran, have revealed that it's the president who says that the American empire is going to war, and he doesn't really have to say why. In February of 2002, over a year before the American imperial invasion of Iraq, Donald Rumsfeld stood in front of news cameras at the Pentagon and laid out his now infamous word contraption about known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. He was responding to a reporter's question about the complete and total lack of evidence that Saddam Hussein possessed any weapons of mass destruction. Tonight, as Donald Trump's war in Iran reaches its 10th day, the idea that a senior maladministration official would feel the need to justify military misaction feels both anachronistic and almost cute. The Trump maladministration's malpolicy of shoot first and don't answer questions later might be a conscious effort to circumvent or perhaps even erase our country's collective memories of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. It's long been conventional wisdom that the public would never approve of yet another interminable conflict in the Middle East. What the Trump maladministration seems to be asking is, what if we just skipped over the entire approval process? Midweek last, I asked a similar question. Can the United States of America win a war of its own choosing when it cannot even explain why it chose to fight, or what exactly victory would even mean? And for those who, like myself, woke up in the morning of the Saturday before last and asked, can the president even declare war on his own? My answer as a historian being that Congress certainly doesn't seem interested in making decisions on military action. With the attack perpetrated on Thursday following the conclusion of my latest live stream, it has fully ceded its legislative authority, leaving seemingly no checks on the executive whatsoever. The framers would have found this chilling, all the more so with Hegseth talking about hawkish interventionism like a teenager playing Call of Duty. By the way, Heather has joined us. Heather, you want to say hi, honey?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Heather.
Yeah.
Hi, Holly. How are you doing?
Good enough. Good enough. Glad to be here.
Good. Good. It's good to hear from you.
Glad you are.
Jumping in. say hi to everyone.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
we appreciate that. How's Vin?
Well, he's doing great. We have my brother-in-law is here from California, so we just got back from dinner.
Oh, all right. Now they must have something to say about all this. Bring them on.
Oh, they're in the other room, and where I'm outside in the sunroom.
Okay. Is it
Yeah.
sunny where you're at? It's still the same time where you're at. You don't do this daylight saving shit.
No, we don't, and it's so strange when it happens because it's very inconvenient.
To say the least. If it's inconvenient
Yeah.
for you, think of how bad it is for us.
That's what I mean. It's inconvenient for you, especially.
Yeah.
So
Right, but does it? Oh, it interferes with you because you don't change the time. So
Yeah,
everybody else
I
is.
forget about the change, and I don't even know about the change. And now I go in to listen to Douglas, and he's already been on.
Oh,
for
that's
40
right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. It moves up.
Well, that's one of the
Yeah.
reasons why we took a little bit before we started in on monologue tonight, honey.
Good. Okay, good. I'm glad.
Like how I can dance around that and actually make it look like I planned it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, truth is, I was fucking partying so hard it took me hours to get my head out of my ass. But so Heather, what's on your mind?
Oh, not much. Just the same thing.
Okay.
Same thing as always. I just find interesting things in nature, and they're really not much of anything at all. And I just kind of learn about things. Like I've learned so much about it since I.
Oh, you got glitch there. Since you,
Yeah.
yeah, learned so much about since what? Honey? Man, her chip kicked in.
Mm.
Yeah, they've rebeamed on her chip. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you're
There she
back,
is.
honey. Honey, I'm going to continue with my monologue. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
All right, darling.
Okay, go for it. I'll talk to you
But
later.
what did you learn so
Okay.
much about?
What'd you learn so much about, honey?
Well, I find like things, like little stupid things that I have a microscope. So lately I've been putting things under the microscope.
Fun.
And like I found this a tiny feather, and it's just, I don't know. I think as things are evolving, we're evolving.
So you feel you've seen a microscopic feather?
Yeah, I found a feather and it was like moving on its own. So I'm like, I'm gonna look at that,
Right.
and I don't know if it's a feather or not.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, when I put it in Google search,
Yeah.
I put it in the Google search. It said that I was looking at like some kind of a heart ablation surgery or something.
Wow.
What?
Yeah. So I don't know. Weird.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But thank you for sharing that, honey. That's yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
I'll let you know what transpires.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good to hear from you, Holly.
You too, always.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us for a little bit tonight, honey. We always appreciate it. Love you dearly. Share that love with Vin and his brother, okay? All right. Okay. So Benjamin Netanyahu has his long-awaited war. If it goes wrong, he will also get the blame. Wagering it all, Donald Trump is betting big on the Iran war. If it fails to pay off politically, will he cut his losses or double down? It's Jared Kushner who has some explaining to do. You see, Jared Kushner grew up sleeping in Benjamin Netanyahu's bed. That isn't a metaphor or a hyperbole. Netanyahu, during his visits to New York City over the decades, was close enough to the Kushner family that, as the New York Times reported, he slept in Jared's childhood bedroom. Jared Kushner didn't grow up watching Netanyahu on the news the way the rest of us did. He grew up knowing the man as something close to a family institution, if not a lover. And that man, who has said publicly that he has yearned to destroy Iran's military and political leadership for 40 years, is the same man whose government may have been coordinating directly with Kushner in the days before the most consequential military misaction since the invasion of Iraq or the Vietnam War. We need to ask the question that official Washington is too timid, too compromised, or too captured by the moment's war fever to even ask, or ever ask. Was Jared Kushner sitting across from Iranian negotiators in good faith? Or was he trying to get the Iranian leadership to meet together so Netanyahu could mass assassinate them all in one single decapitation strike? Here's what we know. The third round of nuclear talks between Iran and the United States wrapped up in Geneva on February 26th and 27th. The Omani foreign minister, who'd been mediating those talks for months, told CBS News on the eve of the bombing that a deal was within our reach and that Iran had fully given in to all American demands and agreed it would never produce nuclear material for a bomb, let alone the bomb itself or any ICBM or intercontinental ballistic missile capable of striking these United States. A fourth round had already been scheduled for Wien the following week to work through the technical details following the final discussions in Tehran. The Iranian foreign minister told reporters his team was ready to stay and keep talking for as long as it took. And then, less than 48 hours after those talks in Switzerland concluded, the bombs began to fall. On the morning of February 28th, Iran's Supreme National Security Council was gathered together in their offices for meetings. That body, the one that manages Iran's nuclear dossier and makes the regime's most consequential decisions, is exactly where you would expect the Iranian leadership to be sitting after a round of talks with America that their own foreign minister was calling historic. They were almost certainly deliberating whether to accept or reject Jared Kushner's American proposal. And according to the Wall Street Journal, American and Israeli intelligence had cross-confirmed and verified that senior Iranian leaders would be gathered at 3 locations that could be struck simultaneously. How they knew that, as the journal carefully noted, is still unknown. In other words, Iran's entire decision-making apparatus was assembled in one place, most likely because they were in the middle of an active negotiation with Jared Kushner. The talks had created a predictable, intelligible window. Diplomats who were part of the earlier rounds of talks now tell reporters that the Iranian side has come to believe they'd been misled, and that Tehran now views the Witkoff-Kushner negotiations as, in their words, a ruse designed to keep Iran from expecting and preparing for the surprise attacks, the sneak strikes. That's not the assessment of Iranian state media spinning a narrative after a military defeat. It's the conclusion of people who were in the room, speaking to American journalists, on the record. Now layer on top of that what we know.
Jeez.
Thank you, honey. Your thoughts?
No, just saying.
Thank you.
I found myself making loud noises outdoors, so I thought I'd share.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Now,
But darn
sorry.
right.
Thank you. Now, layer on top of that what we know about who Witkoff was meeting with in the days before they sat down with the Iranians. He flew to Israel and was briefed directly by Netanyahu and senior Israeli defense officials, and then with Kushner. Flew to Oman and Geneva and sat across the table from the Iranian negotiators. The man who briefed Kushner's partner, Witkoff, before those talks, Netanyahu, is the same man who said on the night the bombs fell that this coalition of forces allows us to do what I have yearned to do for 40 years. He wasn't even remotely subdued or reluctant about the possibility of the Middle East going up in flames, perhaps even igniting World War IV, as the so-called Cold War was in effect World War III. Again, understand how historically you've been misled. Netanyahu was instead triumphant that he finally got an American president to do something he'd been unsuccessfully pushing for decades. We also know that the Trump regime's explanations for why the attacks happened when they did have collapsed into open contradiction. Secretary of State Marco Rubio initially told reporters the United States struck because Israel was going to attack anyway, and Iran would have retaliated against American forces. Trump then went on television and flipped the scenario upside down, saying he might have forced Israel's hand, like a good sock puppet. Netanyahu having his hands so far up Trump's ass, he's puking out one-liners. The trois most senior officials in the maladministration told trois diametrically opposite stories within 48 hours of each the other, and neither story explains why the diplomacy that the Womani mediator called substantively successful, that essentially got America everything we said we wanted, was abandoned without the final round. None of this proves irrefutably that Kushner was running a deliberate double-cross operation designed to concentrate Iranian leadership in a killable location. What it does prove, however, is that the question is entirely legitimate and demands an answer under oath. This is not the first time in American history that such a question has had to be asked, or that it damaged America's reputation on the world stage. In October of 1972, Henry Kissinger stood before the cameras and told the world that peace is at hand in Vietnam. The Paris negotiations, he assured everyone, were on the verge of ending that war. But it was all a lie. 12 months later, Nixon ordered Operation Linebacker II, the most intensive bombing campaign of the entire war, dropping more tonnage on North Vietnam in 12 days than had been dropped in all of 1969 and 1970 combined. The Paris Peace Accords were signed in January of 1973 on terms that serious historians have long argued were not meaningfully different from what had been on the table long before the bombing. Kissinger won the Nobel Peace Prize for those misnegotiations. His North Vietnamese counterpart, Le Duc Tho, however, refused to accept his share of that prize, saying that peace had never actually been achieved, and the Vietnamese had been deceived because the negotiations were a Jewish sham. And he was right! That war dragged on for 12 more years and was ended by Jerry Ford only with the fall of Saigon. The question that has haunted the world since those 1973 negotiations is the same question hanging over Kushner's Genève talks today. Were the talks ever meant to succeed on their own terms? Or were they simply a setup to destroy the Iranian leadership even if they gave us everything we wanted. There's also the Ronald Reagan precedent. His campaign was credibly accused of running a back channel to Iran to delay the release of American hostages held in Tehran so that Jimmy Carter couldn't get a pre-election boost from securing their freedom. It took decades for anything close to a full picture to emerge. But now we know that the Reagan campaign successfully committed that treason just to get him into the White House in 1980, an act of treason so egregious that Ronald Reagan should have been placed before a fucking wall and shot like the traitor that he was. We don't have decades this time. A war is underway, and Americans are already dying. The leadership of a postmodern, developed country of 92 million people has been mass decapitated. And every foreign ministry on earth is watching and drawing conclusions about whether they'll ever trust American diplomacy again. If the Iranians were right, that they were negotiated into a kill box, no government facing an existential American ultimatum will ever be able to assume our good faith again. The damage this Jewish-manipulated maladministration is doing to American credibility isn't abstract or temporary. When a country abuses the negotiating table as a targeting opportunity for mass assassination in a multi-headed decapitation, it poisons the well for every administration that cometh thereafter. North Korea is watching. Iran's neighbors are watching. Communist China on the Asian mainland is watching. The next time an American president sends an envoy somewhere with a genuine offer of peace, why would anyone believe it? Les docteurs knew the answer to that question when the Zionist head of all 50 states in American Union, the Jew Kissinger, betrayed his Vietnamese negotiating partners in 1973. The world is apparently relearning it now. Congress has the constitutional power and the institutional obligation to call out Kushner and Witkoff before investigative committees and ask them directly, what did you know about Israeli mass targeting plans during the Geneva talks? When did you know it? What were you instructed to accomplish or delay? Did you communicate with Netanyahu's government during the negotiations themselves? The man at the center of this diplomacy didn't just grow up treating Benjamin Netanyahu like a member of the family. They were fuck lovers who shared each other's pantyhose. They slept in bed together before he even came of age. That's not a reason to assume guilt, but it sure as hell is a reason to demand answers. Loudly, and now, before the war makes the asking impossible. Israel and its American empire have never been interested in the rules of the game. They are launching mass bombardments across a wide swath of Iran, which, according to the Iranian Red Crescent Society, the Islamic version of Red Cross, have killed at least 1,230 people, the overwhelming majority of them children. That includes literally hundreds of schoolgirls in the coastal city of Mainab, who were killed in an Israeli-directed American bombing of their schoolhouse, which suffered the misfortune of operating near a Revolutionary Guard naval base. Israel has already dropped more than 5,000 bombs on Iran since the start of the conflict. The United States Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has openly exulted in the punishing campaign, saying that Operation Epic Fury as the maladministration has named it, had unleashed twice as much aero power over Iran than the shock and awe phase of the American Empire's 2003 invasion of Iraq. The Department of Defense recently released a video of an Iranian frigate being torpedoed off the Sri Lankan coast by an American submarine, the first torpedo launched in combat by a United States submersible since the Second World War. That sinking, which appears to have killed at least half of the roughly 180 Iranian sailors on board, is legally dubious to say the least, conducted as it was in international waters, and raises awkward diplomatic questions for India, which had hosted the Iranian vessel as part of a broader set of maritime exercises to which the United States was also invited. For Hegseth, it's all part of the magic of what he likes to call American war fighting. Israel and its 50 client states in union have eviscerated Iran's navy and air forces, and are steadily degrading Iran's command structure and military assets, including a network of subterranean missile cities, complexes housing Iran's arsenal, that are, of course, of necessity, manned by as many civilians in logistical support due to their strategically isolated locations. Entire families, entire schools are set there because the family men have to live there to man these isolated missileries. All of the relations are dying with them. Since 1979, Iran's revolutionary regime has been the nemesis of 8 American presidents. None could tame its political furies, its covert operations, which killed more than 1,000 Americans in Lebanon, Iraq, and Afghanistan, or its expansion through the creation of like-minded extremist movements across the Middle East. The Islamic Republic considered its mini-realm a defensive buffer against Israeli and American intervention. Israel and its United States viewed Iran as the most persistent threat in the world's most volatile region. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his puppet President Donald Trump have now set out to destroy the regime, militarily and politically, in a reckless war of choice, with no visible or thoughtful endgame, and in Trump's case, no advance approval by Congress or warning to American taxpayers. Like all too many of his predecessors over the past 100 years, Donald Trump risks having his presidency hijacked by Iran. The 1979 Revolution and subsequent hostage crises ended Jimmy Carter's presidency. The Iran-Contra affair tainted Ronald Reagan's. Iranian machinations in post-war Iraq sabotaged George W. Bush's. The Iran nuclear deal and the bitter partisan fight thereover consumed the second half of Barack Obama's presidency. The October 7th attacks that Israel orchestrated against itself with Hamas, a member of Iran's Axis of Resistance, triggered a brutal genocide that subsumed Joe Biden's puppet government under Zion. Trump may have envisioned a second midterm spent striking deals to resolve wars, but Iran has now sucked him in as ill. When he ran for president 10 years ago, Donald Trump rejected the sort of military misadventurism that had squandered American blood and treasure in distant conflicts. Donald Trump campaigned on the idea that electing him was the best way to avoid wars. On the campaign trail in 2024, he boasted that he had not started any new wars during his first midterm. Trump has promised to govern as a peace president, going so far as to complain that he hadn't won a Nobel Peace Prize. Yet by unleashing the most consequential war in the Middle East in 12 decades, Mr. Trump has made a mockery of that pledge. He is now a war president.
And it pissed me off the first time, Douglas, because that was BLM summer. And that was a lot of prayer vigils getting gassed.
Yes.
And batoned and rubber bulleted. I mean,
Thank you.
that was all, I mean, goddamn, way more than necessary. There was nothing to, it was like that was practice. And now this time around, we've got Minneapolis in a chemical cloud. So he brought the war home, that's for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
That's for sure. And all the racist fury and the be outraged all the time is about that. And that was right here. So, and there's, I'm sure, probably more of that to come. And the camps now. Turns out those camps really were just torture chambers. You know, what they used to worry about, FEMA camps, and we'll all be evacuated. Well, it's true. But, and they really are torture chambers, because that was one of the greatest things you ever said. Those aren't for you, buddy.
Yeah.
But anyway, you are flaming hot, man. I'm going to step off. You keep on.
Well,
And I'm going to, when I switch over, don't be alarmed.
Yes.
To the tube. All right, my dear.
Dearly.
Oh, God, this is valuable. Oh, can I, being as I broke you up anyway, a couple of quick thoughts. You know why Netanyahu can run around doing all this adventuring?
Tell us.
Is the settlers are running what I'll say Palestine now.
Yes.
Gaza, West Bank. They're his back troops, and that's their deal now. He doesn't have to worry anymore.
Yeah.
It's hideous. And one more quick thing. Hold on, I gotta open my book. But you know what I'm saying? They're the rear flank.
Yeah.
And so he can run hither and yon with everybody else because he doesn't need to use the military in Palestine anymore.
That's right.
And Bolton has also wanted to stomp Iran for 40 years. Iran.
But he's like, where is he? I mean, that guy.
He's under indictment, motherfucker. That's like the lizards really eating each other. That is so ironic. It's beyond words.
Yes. Yeah.
And the last thing, I saw Jared Kushner sitting at that table, white as a ghost. And like, wouldn't you think it'd be humiliating to not know? I mean, taxpayers paid for the bombs that Israel threw the next day, right?
Yeah.
Because Israel doesn't pay for its own munitions.
No.
We do.
Yeah.
So there's Kushner sitting at that table like a pale ghost. And, oh, gee, I guess I didn't know Israel was going to bomb this location tomorrow morning.
Oh, we know goddamn well he's
How
guilty
surreal is that picture? Of course, it's so ridiculous, but I mean, that's his best defense.
Yeah.
How else did you explain it? Oh, gee, Israel didn't tell us.
No. Yeah.
Right?
It's incredible. It's just literally incredible.
There's no way out of that. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Lovey.
Yeah, thank you.
Beyond words.
And don't be afraid to interject whenever you feel like it. Just come right back on. Okay.
I'm going to flip over soon, but I'll mute for a while more.
Thank you. Now the Now the campaign against Iran is the biggest gamble of his presidency. Mr. Trump's approval ratings have continued to slide in recent months. And issues that once buoyed him, such as the economy and immigration, have become his liabilities. Republicans face the prospect of a massacre in the midterms. Against this bleak backdrop, Mr. Trump is tying his legacy, and perhaps his party's fate, to a conflict with vague aims and grave risks. Yet Trump is governed as a hawkish interventionist whose approach better aligns with his neoconservative Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, than with the anti-interventionists in his maladministration, such as J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard. The United States is now enmeshed in so many conflicts that its foreign policy is closer to world police than America first. The newly launched war against Iran is the most significant. Operation Epic Fury begins less than a year after the United States and Israel partnered to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. At the time, Trump declared that operation a success, and Vance defended it by stating, "I certainly emphasize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents. And now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives. So this is not going to be some long, drawn-out thing." The Trump maladministration has now launched a long, drawn-out thing in Iran with no end in sight. United States military personnel have already been imperiled at Al-Udeid Air in Qatar, Ali Al-Salim Air in Kuwait, Al-Dhafra Air in the United Arab Emirates, a United States Navy headquarters in Bahrain, and facilities in Iraq. American interests around the world are at risk of Iranian retaliation. All along, this war would make a mockery of MAGA claims that Trump is an anti-interventionist. Yet it is but one in an extensive list of Trump-era entanglements. Even as America's military expands its focus in Iran, it launched a new operation last week against drug cartels in Ecuador. Via press release, the United States Southern Command announced, "Together, we are taking decisive action to confront narco-terrorists who have long inflicted terror, violence, and corruption on citizens throughout the hemisphere." According to the United States Central Command, as recently as last month, United States forces carried out multiple strikes against Islamic State fighters in Suraya. United States forces in Africa have been carrying out aerostrikes over Somalia against the Sunni Islamist terrorist organization Al-Shabaab, which, as our friend Brendan Sokit has pointed out, is the dumbest possible name. It simply means the bros. All of which begs the question of the Islamic State's disturbing resurgence in Niger. For the country's ruling military junta, a recent jihadist attack on a facility housing more than 1,000 tons of uranium is a major blow. On the night of January 28th, several dozen Islamic State fighters launched a large-scale attack on the international airport in Niamey, the capital of Niger, and the adjacent Air Force facility known as Base 101. The assault and ensuing clashes with the Nigerian army, backed by RAK, the Russian Africa Corps, troops, lasted about an hour, after which most of the attackers managed to escape on motorcycles. For Niger's ruling military junta, the attack on a highly sensitive facility in their capital, where more than 1,000 tons of uranium are stored at Base 101, is a major blow that exposes serious security failures. It also signals the growing confidence and sophistication of the Islamic State Sahel province. Also earlier this year, the United States launched Operation Absolute Resolve, a mutually staged military campaign that connivingly removed the Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro from power. After the operation, Trump said that the United States would run Venezuela at least temporarily. This week, Reuters reported that Interior Secretary Doug Burgum traveled to Venezuela and met with its acting dictatress, Delcy Rodriguez. The United States is both negotiating contracts with Rodriguez while threatening to indict her. The Trump maladministration concluded yesteryear with a Christmas Day attack on Islamist militants in Nigeria. Earlier in 2025, the United States carried out aerostrikes in Iraq, waged a roughly 7-week offensive against Houthi rebels in Yemen, and carried out the aforementioned attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. This year and last, the Trump maladministration has been blowing up fishing rowboats in the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean, many off the coast of Venezuela, that it whimsically accuses of drug smuggling. The motorboat strikes have killed at least 150 people. The war with Iran is widening faster than many expected. The Islamic Republic's retaliation against Arab Gulf states has extended beyond military targets to critical civilian infrastructure, including aeroports, water desalination plants, or shall I pronounce that, desalination plants, and energy facilities as INT'L. Israel has opened a second front against Hezbollah, or the Army of God, in Lebanon. United States President Donald Trump suggests that operations could last 4 to 5 weeks, but with nearly 100 senior Iranian officials having been killed, mass assassinated in a multi-headed decapitation strike, it is unclear who might be positioned to negotiate any off-ramp. Republicans asked for all of this. Now, just checking into some messages left by our dear friend Brendan Zuggett in personal chat. Always put there for my morale, just acknowledging those. And before diving into, of course, well, the Republican Party that refused to, well, rein Trump in. When Republicans started calling our Defense Department the Department of War, it probably should have been a dead giveaway for what was most assuredly coming next. When the most bloodthirsty and immoral president in American history, Donald Trump, appointed a high-octane oil slick like Pete Hegseth to lead that shell-shocked department, it should have been dreadfully obvious that human beings, not soaring prices, would be under steady attack as long as this violent regime could hold on to power in America. Just 14 months into his vile second midterm, consumer prices are rising quickly across the board, and we are at war seemingly everywhere because it turns out Trump is the most Republican president in my long lifetime. Trump, unlike his phony predecessors in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party like the Bushes, isn't even pretending he gives a damn about the myriad issues that affect Americans' daily lives, or even life itself for that matter. Trump knows what his voters really like, and is delivering it to them wrapped cold in body bags. When he said with a shrug last week after the first 3 troops were killed in his sinful Iran war, "There will likely be more deaths before it ends. That's the way it is," he was telling us just how little he values their lives. Because that is how it really is with Republicans, and has been my entire life. And, oh yes, our man Brendan points out that the 20th is Eid al-Fitr, that April 1st is Passover. Don't be afraid to come on and interject to explain to us the significance of this, Brendan. Always appreciate it. Now, in Trump's world, there are the multi-billionaire elites who prop him up and fill his bottomless pockets and unquenchable malignant narcissism to overflowing. And there are the expendable suckers and losers he abuses like so many of the women who have crossed his crooked path. Trump and his Republicans don't value life. They celebrate violence and death, and the more brutal and bloody it is, the better. This really needs to be talked about a lot more because it is so true, and that truth, like so many countless people and places around the globe, and certainly right here in America, has taken one hell of a beating this past decade. The shock and awe of the senseless war in Iraq was just a warm-up act for what we are getting right now from a monster who ran on no new wars, but has now attacked 8 different nation-states on 4 different continents to give his electorate what they really want, but would prefer we didn't talk about it. High prices, inflation, and affordability issues were just a polite front for what really gets their cold hearts beaten. Death, destruction, and plenty of it. An NPR/PBS News/Marist poll released Friday into this weekend revealed that 84% of Republicans favor this illegal war in Iran, because if they can't have the lower prices they lied to us they cared about, they will damn sure get the pain and punishment they have proven they crave so fucking much. The truth is, Republicans absolutely love this illegal war in Iran, because they will have the carnage from the racist, America-attacking thug they voted for not once, but twice, but 3 times. Can we all finally admit that the cruelty really is the point with Republicans? For the Republican voter, the 2024 election was never about lowering prices. Oh, sure, that would have been a nice little perk, but Trump's appeal to the average Republican voter was always limited. Well, it was rather his unlimited capacity to say and do the very worst things on their behalf. Instead of bringing them lower prices, he has brought them blood by the bucketful via public beatings and mass murders that make the hair on the back of their necks stand at attention. You can smell the sweat on the upper lips of Republicans everywhere as they masturbate themselves to orgasm. Just Google ice beatings, and you can spend the rest of your day watching masked government thugs, ICE troopers, and deportation agents slamming heads into concrete walls and sidewalks, throwing women into the street, dragging people out of their houses by their hair, and crying children being ripped from their parents' arms, even infants suckling at their mothers' breasts are ripped away. These voters didn't vote for Trump in spite of all those horrible things. They voted for him because of them. This is what they masturbate to. This is their pornography. No matter how high prices get, or how bad it gets for the working folk in America, Republicans can always count on their grotesque president taking their anger out on everybody else. They concocted stories of brown and black boogeymen eating our dogs and cats, so when the time came, they could rationalize mass dehumanizing them and shooting and beating them to death. The revolting Kristi Noem wasn't fired this week because of any of the many heinous acts, the misacts under her charge, including mass murder at the out-of-control DHS, or Department of Homeland Security. No, she was finally let go because she gave herself and not her orange, thin-skinned boss, a starring role in an absurd, surrealist, Fellini film-esque $200 million plus taxpayer-funded ad campaign. The insane commercials feature the pie-eyed, flounder-lipped gnome celebrating herself by riding around Mount Rushmore on the back of some poor broken horse, whose life was in danger the minute she clapped a saddle on his back. Gnome did everything Trump wanted during her revolting tenure at DHS, except get caught. And I promise you that the average Republican voter still absolutely loves her for it. Gnome's firing.
I think every one of those cabinet motherfuckers have wet dreams about being the next president.
Yes. Yes.
Every one of them.
Yeah. And
their wives.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Love you.
Yeah, love you too, honey. And just responding or trying to respond or acknowledge some of the latest input from Brendan Zoget. If he wants to read this out loud, he'll have to come on himself to do it. Now, Gnome's firing was no doubt instructive to Hegseth, who has been given carte blanche to devalue as many human lives as possible, including and mostly the troops under his charge, just as long as Trump gets all the credit for bringing the Republican voters the carnage that they love. It should be inconceivable that such a low form of life would be allowed within 1,000 miles of our armed forces, much less commanding them. Under Hegseth's crooked charge, our military is no longer being ordered to honorably take the high ground. There's no high ground left on which to stand, or, at the least, vogue and pose, and are instead being threatened to go just as low as possible. His very presence atop our Defense Department puts our troops in more and more danger each and every day, because, mark my words, the time is coming when their adversaries will dish out the same terrible punishment to them that they have been ordered by Hegseth to inflict upon others. Most of us who wore the uniform in War and Peace did so because, at one point at least, we believed in high ideals. We took an oath to follow the uniform code of military justice and march in the footsteps of the thousands of brave souls who came before us and stormed that beach or bravely engaged that vaunted enemy carrier group. War is hell, yes, but it is supposed to be fought with bravery, honor, and under the written laws that guide our military. What would any of our prisoners of war through the years say about shooting men who have long since surrendered and are helplessly clinging to the wreckage of a boat, pleading for their lives? This is the type of thing coming for our troops. When, God forbid, their vessel is eventually blown to bits, or their boots ever hit the ground in Iran or elsewhere, because Hegseth and the draft-dodging Trump have signaled to our enemies that our troops don't matter much, and there are no longer any rules for engagement. It is exactly what you would expect from a commander-in-chief who disgraces the graves of our fallen and has never been brave enough to serve anybody but himself. We are a nation at war with itself and everybody around us, because that is exactly how the Republican Party likes it. Violence, war, and hatred are their hallmarks, and the only things they have consistently delivered to the American public for the past 3/4 of a century. 75 years. There's nothing new about any of this, except that they finally found a leader who can provide it all that, with a smile on his face. Now, just checking into any other communique entered by our dear co-producer, Brendan Zoget. Nothing new in particular that I see. And with that, it brings us to the paradox of national conservatism. Why have defenders of national identity and sovereignty never embraced Kiev's cause? The Ukraine is the one place where the Trump maladministration is conspiring with the enemy in trying to draw down American imperial involvement, albeit the United States has played both sides by supplying that country with intelligence as it resists Russian aggression. American conservative nationalists who promote national identity and sovereignty first adopted and then discarded Ukraine's defense of its independence. Thus it was that during the run-up to the 2016 election, I spraketh on record, if you're a voter who believes that Donald Trump is against foreign wars and regime change, unlike the globalist elites in Washington, D.C., you have been misled. At the time, I noted that Trump released a video in the year of my mother's murder and Fukushima Daiichi the week before, circa 2011, that sought to pressure President Obama to invade Libya. Trump also argued that George H.W. Bush should have ousted Saddam Hussein in Iraq, and wrote so in his Anno Domini 2000 book, titled The America We Deserve. To quote us therefrom, we still don't know what Iraq is up to, or whether it has the material to build nuclear weapons. Am I being contradictory here by presenting myself as a deal maker and then recommending preemptive strikes? I don't think so. In 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi and my late and sainted mother's murder, Trump urged the Navy to wage war on Somali pirates. Now Trump has proved his proclivity for interventionism, sans congressional approval or the support of the tax-paying public. And there be no evidence to suggest that he will stop here. If Congress continues allowing him to deploy force unilaterally, he will pursue land strikes on drug cartels in Mexico, a prospect that he raised early this year in an interview with Fox News. Regime change in Cuba, a longtime dream of his brown boy Rubio's, and God alone only knows what else. Trump is an impulsive, gambling personality type, most especially so when the most significant risks are borne by others. There is no way to know how exactly he will surprise Americans next. Trump will still yet make the United States a pariah among our Western allies by revisiting his on-again, off-again threats to take Greenland by force, a maneuver that parts of his base have been urging ever since Trump first raised the possibility, or by seizing the Panama Canal, as he has also threatened to do. Had Americans known that Trump was going to undertake wars of choice and assorted military strikes all around the world, they may never have elected him. At this point, with a majority of voters opposed to Trump's malinterventions, congressional action is the only way to disentangle our empire from these conflicts. Until then, the list is only guaranteed to grow longer. Such having been forewarned, I once worked with the armed Iranian resistance movement of the Mujahideen al-Halqa. Watt transported myself to Washington, D.C. on a security contract, whereby I became acquainted with a 21-year-old dissident named Ahmad Batebi, who had been arrested after a photo of himself attending a mass protest in Iran appeared on the cover of The Economist magazine. He personally related his experience of how the regime tortured him in repulsive ways, and made him listen to recordings of what he was told was his mother being tortured too. After 9 years of unremitting horror, he escaped to America. Oh, Brendan has joined us. He too has escaped unremitting horror. Oh no, he's still stuck in it.
Yes, thank you for that. Wonderful.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your rename. That was good. It was decent.
What did I say? What did I say? I forgot. Oh my God. I've been, zoning. I've been zoning. So when I'm in
National conservatism.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. That's yeah.
Better than Republic, because they don't know anything about Republic.
Thank you.
To be called Republican means that you would be platonically Republican, in my opinion.
Yes, and
which is ruled over by a definition of justice. This is as per Plato. Definition of justice is paramount, which is a social condition of balance and harmony rather than just individual and individualistic actions. When each person performs their proper role, rulers, guardians, and producers, without interfering with the others. So that's the key there, which they've already violated all of those points.
Yes.
It would in turn form an ideal state called a Calipolis, meaning a society led by philosopher kings, those who understand true natures of forms, who prioritize the good of the entire state as a whole. And it puts the city's classes into these tripartite souls, which would be the rulers would have reason, the spirit aspect of it would be called the guardians, and the appetites would be the producers, people that make your food, etc. And then justice is achieved when reason rules the soul. So when all three of these tripartite, aspects of a city or a society come together, that's when, there's an ideal state, which obviously an ideal is a very high thing.
Yes.
But this is something it should be strived for, because this is the Western, if they claim to be, standing up for Western civilization, this is it.
The foundation
the
thereof.
epitome.
Yes.
The foundation and the pinnacle,
Yes.
because it's never been achieved.
Yes.
There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
So if we're a republic, we're supposed to go back to these as the foundation, as the cornerstone, as the cornerstone.
Yes. No, definitely, and profoundly appreciated.
And these so-called, whatever you call them, those people, they don't even do a single one, so they can't be called that.
Thank you.
Except another R word that we can't say.
Oh, bless you.
But you get my point. Yeah.
Yes.
I blame the rise of corporate philosophy.
And your opinion on that,
Yeah,
Brendan?
but they would have their, if it was a system like a Calopolis, they would have their, their section.
Their role.
Yeah.
Which demands regulation,
Mm-hmm.
which they cannot coexist with, given the craziness of it, especially now.
Yeah.
They don't recognize their role.
Personally,
and
I would put them under just the appetite sector. They can just have that.
Right. Right.
an
Feed
extent.
the masses. It's the world's simplest algebra, right?
Work. Yeah, make everything work.
Feed the slaves,
and that wouldn't
entertain
interfere with
them
capitalism at all, actually.
for pennies.
Yeah, well,
But if you don't do that, you're going to have crazy chaos.
Well, I think, interestingly enough, Holly is articulating something far more cynical than what Brendan is articulating. Brendan still has hope.
No, I was talking about where we seem to be.
Okay.
And I'm blaming this for-profit mentality at any cost.
But
the dismantling of what's like basic to human functioning, which Brendan has described perfectly.
Right.
And Plato.
Yes.
And so I blamed so much of America's problems on adopting the ideals of Rome and
Interesting.
imperialism,
I don't know about.
and with women too, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That the all the stuff I learned, whatever I learned in school, there was a lot of that, and I won't go into it now, but I always worried about that.
Well, I want to thank you for that. It's something that I also want
Rome
to.
was pre-corporate.
Well, it definitely had it. That's a good word for it. It was It had proto corporations, and the proto corporations were certainly a factor. But I definitely.
And it was their way only. Once they came, that was it.
Well, I don't know about that. The emperor had all power in Rome, and therefore, the only way to get anything done was to make yourself emperor. And
well, and the violence of the armies and all that,
yeah,
taking everything
Yeah.
they
But
could as
the
much as possible.
auxiliaries would always
yes,
go with the ruler. They would uphold the ruler. That's
yes.
just how it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and always.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah.
couldn't be bought, in other words.
Yes, at least for the longest period of time, and it did get to the point where a Praetorian Guard became its own threat, because whenever they wanted, they could kill the ruler and install another, because the ruler had
Yes.
no one else to depend on other than them. That he was at
Right,
their hands.
right.
Yeah.
Your own guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's a threat to this day.
but that's a long way from corporations, honey. And what I do
Yeah,
want to say,
fine.
yeah, is also you seem to be handling it quite well. But just remember, you do have a delay, especially when Brendan comes on, because of the differences in location, even though you're both in California. But the delay doesn't seem to be that bad this time. But I do want to remind you that, because so Brendan, with the Platonic idea that you brought up, and as you said, I was searching subconsciously for different terms to call the Republicans. I'm not quite satisfied with the terms I came up with offhand, but as you said, we still have to call them something else other than Republicans, because they do not represent the Platonic Republic.
Yeah.
And
I actually wrote down
Or
what you
even the
said.
classical
Thank you.
republic. Like, no one voted these people. Like they're
Yeah,
not
no.
representing their their
Constituency.
sectors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not representing their constituency. So what did you write down, Holly?
How long can this violent regime stay in power?
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. How long? How long
We're about to
can
find out.
Yeah, we're
this
gonna find
violent
out.
regime stay in power? And the only answer is time will tell.
Yeah.
But to me, it's the heart of the question.
Mhm.
How long?
Thank you.
How long can they?
Yeah. I mean, they
As
could go.
cra-
They could
as
go Roman
batshit
Republic because it was an
crazy.
oligarchy, but it was an elected oligarchy.
Mhm.
So they could take
And
the proper path, but they're not. gonna.
enthusiastically
Right.
and so well funded. So how long is the question?
Mhm.
And it is really the measure of whatever's left of the soul of.
Well, there's no soul. It's soulless. But like Brendan said,
Well, it isn't. It
they-
is actually not. I mean, at least with the 26 people listening tonight, give me a
Definitely.
break.
Definitely. Well, it's gone over
So-
30 at some point, so yeah.
Yeah. So it fucking isn't.
And we know the
That's
counting's all
fucked up.
off. We know the
That's
counting's
right.
all off.
So never mind that.
Yeah.
There actually are. And
Well, you're talking about.
I just
Yeah, you're talking about.
people that,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
talking about the rulership is definitely soulless. There's no redemption to be found there.
Oh, God, no. Like, that's the whole debate. Oh, yeah, we're going to reform ICE.
That's good. That's good.
That's the joke.
Yeah.
And of course, that's what America does, reform this shit.
Yeah.
And the infection grows deeper and deeper.
Now, Brendan.
And
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Continue, honey. Finish that thought.
no, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So, Brendan, read this aloud for us, please, if you would be so
Yeah,
kind.
this is an important part because, the era of the emperors was the Pax Romana, of course,
Yes.
of strong emperors. Then the era of republicanism or Republican Rome was in a state of near perpetual war.
Yeah.
First, its enemies were neighbors, Etruscans and other Latin tribes, as well as Gauls, who repeatedly sacked Rome, 387 BC and after. After the Gallic sack, Rome conquered most of Italy and became one of the great powers again. Then it was attacked by its strategic rival in Carthage, which then it waged 3 wars, and then they, defeated Carthage and all of that. So there you go.
Right.
Yes.
That was a big
the
deal.
point is that, this Republican thing has failed, just like how democracy failed in Athens. This Republican thing failed as well.
Yes.
Because it's a martial policy. It's martial. It's
Yes.
a militant, pissed off
So,
all the time
which is why
policy.
Plato's Republic was more of a philosopher's ideal as opposed to an elected oligarchy. So that's what should be emphasized here.
Now,
That's a real Republican.
Aristotle was kind of creepy, right?
how so? I've gone into Aristotle before. I believe I was speaking to Jennifer Hawkins about that, and at length, I went into depth.
Well, it was what was Plato Aristotle's teacher, or Aristotle was Plato's student?
Well,
Correct,
Brendan?
Aristotle was after Plato.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The
I mean, directly.
Aristotelianism came after that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of bent Plato's teachings that helped to bring us where we are today. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, well, I'm not quite.
Not really.
Yeah,
I mean, he was more into yeah.
I always thought of it as like Freud versus Jung.
Interesting.
No, he was less political, actually, in my opinion.
Than Plato.
He
yeah,
went
but
into
Plato's
philosophy and theories, and
yeah,
like metaphysics. Literally, he wrote the book on metaphysics.
Aristotle did. All right,
Yeah.
all right.
But
it seemed
the
like
Aristotelian thing is what was the foundation for the church later.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because he outlined like the cosmic order and various things, and then that went, melded with Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a lot of the Catholic clergy, they study, Aristotelian philosophy and
yes,
like, all these people like Kant, Immanuel Kant came later, these German philosophers.
yes. But that Aristotle was a little more martially oriented,
I wouldn't say that personally.
Yeah,
Martial, or
well, I know we understand what you mean. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it might have been more or less the times he was in. He was living in times which were, of course, city-states at war.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but
fair enough.
All that being said, we don't want to abstract this. A good example is put forth by Douglas Marks in the chat, who says he says, "Hey everyone, I hope all is well. Team leader, I have a question for you. Do you have any military science names like Sun Tzu and von Clausewitz that come to mind?" I said, "Welcome aboard. I will hold off on that for now, and I will continue to hold off on that because I believe that it simply abstracts the situation. I mean, what
was the question?
The question is, hey, team leader, I have a question for you. Do you have any military science names like Sun Tzu and von Clausewitz that comes to mind about what I presume to be the present situation? But why would I apply great military philosophers to a maniacal situation?
Brigands. They're just brigands.
Clown,
They're like highwaymen.
Yeah.
Insane clown posse show.
They're like highwaymen. I mean, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Juggalos on the loose.
Yeah. This is seriously. Now, Brendan, you said that they could, say for instance, just for the sake of a thought experiment, they could become an oligarchy that was elected in some functional sense. Could you expound upon that for a moment? But we know they won't do that.
Well, that would be the essence of Roman Republic.
Got it.
Would be they would have the plebes vote in these, landed gentry or whatever you want to call them, these people that were representing them because they had sway. So people, nowadays we would say it's like voting with your dollar. Like, if you like a certain company, you pay for that company and they uphold certain ideals. So it could get back to that, where you would, it would just fracture into something like that, where you say, look, I like this person's, style of rulership, and they have these companies that produce certain things. I'm going to take their side.
Yeah.
So that's the only way to do it in this kind of like modern craziness, in my opinion.
Yeah, would be if they actually delivered on services. But of course, that's
right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that was the birth of it all?
No. He's saying that
Yeah.
could be
But the Roman
America's
Republic,
optional
yeah.
path. I'm sorry, right,
Yeah.
Brendan?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, it was supposed
The
to
Roman
be.
Republic would have been,
Yeah.
these people were the most educated people, and
Yes.
they were also the richest. So then you would pick the person you want to represent your city.
Right.
And then the city picks, these city states, they would pick their favorite person, and they would say, this person will stand up for our rights the most in the Senate or whatever. But now we
Right.
have the opposite of that. It's
Right.
whoever
And
pays
even
them
back
the
then,
most.
I mean, stand up
Yeah.
for the rich guys or stand up for the poor guys. Even back then.
Well, I mean, in those days, it's like your city's rich, your people are rich, and then you get more rich.
Right.
Yes.
So it was
Right.
simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though they had issues with the warfare and the legion, but they still spread. That was the Roman Republic spread. It was the biggest empire ever in history.
Yeah.
So something worked.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I mean, though of course we could always contextualize.
Not so great for women, though.
Yes.
No, the
that's-
women held they were the ones who held the property, actually. If
Oh,
you
they
look into
could.
history.
Okay.
No,
okay.
it was
I'm not arguing.
definitively-
If they could own
definitively.
property and be doctors and shit, fine.
Women had more rights in Roman times, actually. That's like a myth.
Got
I
it.
would classify that as a myth.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
No, there's the way I would contextualize that would be that women were given the power of the household. They were
Right.
essentially the
Yes,
domestic
yes.
goddesses. But the
Right.
issue where Rome really began to degenerate in quality was when it deprived them of political power in terms of participating in Rome's actual strategic and military decisions, if we want to be stereotypical.
They didn't have political rights.
Yeah.
But
No, and as
they
we've
could hold
talked
property,
about,
manage the financial affairs, and manage the businesses
Yes.
of the family.
Yes.
As well
and
as
men
conduct
had their
marriage and
emotional
divorce.
relationships. Men had their emotional relationships with other men.
Well, that's Greece. That's Greece.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Rome too.
No, the Greeks didn't
please.
like chicks. The Greeks didn't like women. That's different. But
Yeah.
I'm talking Roman. We're talking Roman here.
Yeah, Roman
Yeah.
is different. That some of that
The
bled
Greeks
over into-
considered women like
Your
girls or something.
friends were men.
Yeah. Well,
the childbearer and top.
It's just put it this way.
Servant were
Rome
the
was a lot
women.
more balanced than Greece. And it was but again,
Yeah, I can give you some examples if you guys care about that, but it's not pertinent to what we're talking about.
Thank you. I was
All
going to
right,
say
sorry.
we don't want
Is
to
that
get
my
lost in this because
No.
we're losing numbers.
And I'm gonna go to the
and,
tube any minute now.
Yeah, everybody's dropping now because we're talking this shit. Okay,
Yeah,
so
shit.
let's get back to what's
All right.
it's costing me
Thank
the
you
show.
so much.
All right, thank you.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
all right.
so,
all right. Talk soon.
Yeah, thank you, and love you dearly. So understand that I brought up this example of this young man who had this experience he related when I was in Washington, D.C., brought there by the armed resistance movement for a mass protest that was held in the streets of Washington. Now, I harbor no illusions about the depravity of Iran's theocracy. Nonetheless, we must all question the wisdom of America's war when the genocidal apartheid state of Israel is behind it. So far, Operation Epic Fury could be argued by its advocates to have been a stunning aerial success. For Operation Epic Fury, the Trump maladministration has so far deployed nearly half the United States' air power and roughly a third of its naval assets. The cost is nearly $900 million a day, the Center for Strategic and International Studies so estimating. Much like the initial shock and awe campaign during Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, the first week of the war was militarily stunning. The supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and dozens of senior officials were killed. Iran's arsenal of ballistic missiles was seriously depleted and its strategic installations left in rubble. Its navy was devastated. A United States submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean, the first such strike since the Second World War, by their telling of the tale, though Brendan could bring up some details about the Falklands that preceded it. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, boasted, "More and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started." Iran's capabilities, he added, are evaporating. Now, Iran's supreme leader was killed on day one, but what Trump seems to have hoped would be a Venezuela redux, a quick decapitation of the regime followed by a swift deal with the leader's successor. That's degenerated into a regional war. Tehran had telegraphed that this would happen, but apparently it still caught Trump by surprise. Now the United States is approaching a quagmire as news reports suggest that Israel is manipulating the CIA into arming Kurdish groups inside Iran. But President Donald Trump himself has offered no coherent plan for what happens next, nor even a clear set of war aims. Is he aiming for regime change, or merely the neutering of Iran's nuclear weapons program? Will the war last for days, weeks, or months? People are dying in Iran, and Hegseth is talking like a pubescent adolescent on a Call of Duty bender. American troops are risking their lives in President Trump's Iran war, yet nobody who is waging this war seems to be able to explain why they're doing it. There appears to be no clear objective beyond perhaps maximizing death and destruction. As I noted earlier last week, the United States President Donald Trump and his cabinet officials have not been consistent in explaining their goals for Israel's American-fought war against Iran, which has now spread to most of the Middle East and even parts of Europe. Now, prior to the war, as the United States military was building up a presence in region, Trump mused publicly that regime change in Iran would be the best thing that could happen. Since the war began, he and his aides have stopped discussing the war in those terms, suggesting a reluctance to take total ownership over the conflict's outcome. But at the same time, they have been quite open that they would view a change of government in Tehran as favorable to American imperial interests. Amid a persistent lack of clarity about Washington's objectives in its war against Iran, one element of the campaign has been clear from the start. It is being conducted exclusively from the air. Within a few days, over 1,000 sorties have been carried out, a rate comparable to the invasion of Iraq in 2003. But if bombing is all that the Trump maladministration is prepared to do to achieve its goals, whether it's regime change and or compelling the regime to forswear the pursuit of nuclear weapons, it will almost certainly never succeed. Trump may learn the hard way that in addition to being ineffective, bombing campaigns alone can actually be counterproductive. Air power alone won't achieve Trump's objectives in Iran. Now, in an appearance at the Council on Foreign Relations in Washington yesterday, the senior Pentagon official Elbridge Colby was asked point blank whether it was accurate to say that the objective of the United States military campaign was not regime change. His pointedly blank response was that Israel wants an unstable Iran. But does Trump? We may get lucky. Dictatorships often look impregnable just before they collapse. Maybe, just maybe, American aero power will create an opportunity for Iranians to overthrow their hated rulers. But it seems more likely that one thuggish theocrat will be replaced by another. Meanwhile, Iran is hurling missiles at its neighbors and disrupting the world's energy supply. Chaos is spreading across the Middle East, while civil war could yet erupt in Iran. On Thursday, in neighboring Azerbaijan, authorities said that Iranian drones injured 12 people and damaged the terminal building of an airport, with the genocidal despot Ilham Aliyev accusing Iran of committing an act of terror against the territory of Azerbaijan. He called on Iranian officials to provide an explanation and issue an apology about that strike, adding that those responsible must be held criminally liable. Iran's armed forces denied launching drones toward Azerbaijan and suggested the incident may have been a false flag operation by Israel. The common wisdom is that Donald Trump must stop soon, but the fall of Iran and Venezuela are a boon for oil tanker billionaires. The tanker business has always ebbed and flowed along with oil prices and geopolitical events, but this year has been shockingly good for Nicolas Seikos and his company, Seikos Energy Navigation. By the way, I'll get back to that in a second. Brendan, since you're still with us, by all means, numbers are going back up now that we're talking about things that actually matter again. We need to remember not to get too lost in just history. It was exactly like the question that individual asked in the chat that I didn't want to tend to. Your points were, of course, well taken. But
I'm ready to keep it topical as usual.
Thank you. Yeah, and but my voice needs a little break, of course.
But the history is very important as well. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's no. The problem is you have to be careful about it. The
It can get boring. Yeah,
it's not that. It's just people, they don't get it. I'm sorry that and beyond that, we were veering into territory that truly was completely irrelevant.
Yeah. That I understand.
Yeah. But in terms of what's been going on lately, tell them about that aircraft carrier. Someone you knew was on. You don't need to give any names. That was funny because I linked a drone, a thought experiment. I linked a YouTube thought experiment that was completely AI generated in terms of graphics to our friend Brendan, and it was scrubbed before he could even access it. And it talked about, could 200 drones wipe out an American carrier group? And, the funny thing is we know the answer to that. So Brendan can present that answer. But I think the answer, being as alarming as it is to the United States Navy, among others, they took down that channel. That video is what it looks like. They took down the channel with the monkey. The little monkey is left saying, this page could not even be found. I mean, that's rare. It's not like, the video, you see the outline where it says this video is no longer available or it's been made private.
Yes. No, they monkey wrenched it. They faulted it.
Yeah. Which, by the way, when I opened tonight's episode, it said chat's disabled. Not commentary, not just commentary, but the chat. So I had to reset the page, and then the chat seemed to come back on, which was rather miraculous. But nevertheless, I've never seen that before. So just remember, everybody, we've got to support this channel. And it is obviously threatening to a degree that it's constantly being hit. I've been prevented from being able to link in the chat. Now I can no longer actually respond to people in the chat by putting the @ symbol and their name shows up. It doesn't do that for me anymore. So maybe that will change with time. But obviously, for now, we have to assume that more and more, they're rendering it impossible for me to communicate with my listeners. So everybody has to be informed right now. The only way you can support me is monetary contributions and spreading the word that people need to review what we have to say here. But yeah, tell them about what you know about that carrier group. It was in the Mediterranean, no less, where the drones are now hitting in Europe as well. Cyprus, tell people a bit about that, these strikes.
Yeah, the Brits Air Force Base / naval base in Cyprus was hit. That was one of the first quote unquote European targets that was hit. And then it for some reason they didn't have anything there of note, and finally Starmer came out and said, "We're going to send a carrier or a destroyer, one of the bigger ships that the Royal Navy has in." And I guess Trump threw a bitch fit and said, "I don't want it anymore. We don't need you," or something. I don't know if you heard about that. That was funny.
No, I didn't. What the fuck?
Yeah, you didn't hear about that? That's surprising. No, he was like, "I'm gonna send it," and he said, "Too little, too late." You know. Let me find the quote here.
And meanwhile, while our friend is looking for that, I'll tell people about what's going on with the tanker industry. You see, on January 3rd, the Trump maladministration captured the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro.
He says,
"Yeah, go on."
He says, "Starmer, you're seeking to join wars after we've already won."
Wow.
That's his exact quote.
Wow.
So he says on True Social, "That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we'll remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've won. We don't need them.
Oh, what a bitch.
It would have been nice 2 weeks ago." It's like the Steward King from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't help us. Why should we help them?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Where was where was Rohan?
Yes.
Shit like that.
Yes. No. It's definitely. This is like melodrama. That's
right.
It's
unnecessary.
No wonder I didn't hear about it. It's like but I'm glad you shared that with us. No, that's important. Hopefully the British and the Americans continue to widen their gap away from each other. Britain doesn't need that, and
I mean, he's a piece of shit too, in my opinion. All these people are.
Yeah, of course.
He's saying Iran. This is Starmer, Keir Starmer. Sir Keir Starmer. I don't know what he did to get his knighthood other than kneel, extra kneeling. It says, he said, "Iran's outrageous response is a threat to our people, our interests." It's like, what their insane response to what? Getting attacked? I mean, come on. That's just pretty much. It's not an insane response.
Thank you. Yeah.
But did you want the anecdote that may or may not be true, quote unquote?
No, it's true.
Yeah, so
it's true.
It's true, but we don't know.
No, I know, because I've been on naval ships. I was a Marine, and they're the infantry branch of the Navy.
Well, we're not trying to kill Sailor Greg.
Yeah. Sailor Greg's gonna be fine. Sailor Greg, and even if he's not, it's not our fault. Don't worry about it. So
he signed back up. But anyways,
there you go.
I had a close associate. He went into the Navy. This incident was 10 years ago, so we're not giving away any military secrets in any form, shape, or fashion.
Yeah.
But we're
not giving away positions of current deployments.
Yeah.
Yes, go.
No, this is 10 years ago at least.
Yeah.
And he was saying that they were stationed in the Mediterranean.
I can't believe he's been in that long. He's already a lifer. Yeah. He's a fucking lifer. Jesus fucking Christ.
He screwed up. Well, first of all, he screwed up by signing an 8-year hitch, and then he got scammed again. Anyways.
Yeah.
He said they wouldn't leave me alone this time around. Well, it's because they knew they were going to start a war.
Yeah. But in other words, they kept pressuring him to re-enlist, and he did it.
From the sound of it, it's like they took him out to dinner and shit. He said they made him fly to Tennessee, and they schmoozed him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they'll do that.
It's almost like he got press ganged or something.
Yeah. Well, they made it you can't quit. Don't be a quitter. We need you so bad. All that shit. Made him.
They literally told him and made him watch the Hexeth thing and say, we're gonna be crusaders.
Tell people about how that idiot has responded to Hexeth like it's his surrogate dad. Like it's his surrogate dad on screen.
He said we're gonna ship up and spruce up, and I'm gonna do push-ups every morning, and we're going to be real warriors again. And I said, so have you done any workouts? He said, no, I'm going to start when I get back. Because he was visiting his grandparents. He said, no, I'm going to start when we get back. I said, how many people in your crew are going to get up at 6 a.m. to work out? And he said, probably nobody.
There you go. Yeah. course not.
But in his head, he thinks, we're gonna do, Hegseth is one of us, so I'm gonna do what he said.
He thinks Hegseth is a bro because this idiot
He is a bro.
sports tattoos and does this like, stage exercises with troops,
right?
Lifting logs together.
He's just a PR guy. I mean, we all know that at this point. He's just a PR.
Yeah.
PR dude, talking head.
Yeah, well, he's one of them in the sense that he's a drunken rapist. So in that sense, yeah, he's a bro. I get it.
Well, that helps. That helps. But so he said after I saw that, we all got inspired, and he said, I'm going to start working out and shit. And then, so I took him to a lake, right? Like, and it was the cold, it was like right after winter, so it's all rain melt and shit.
Yeah.
And I said, come on, this is how you're going to become a warrior. We're going to jump into this cold ass lake. Oh, and he was just, I can't do it. It's too cold. And, I'm not in shape enough. And I was like, dude, this is like the least warrior shit. Come on, dude.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well,
so I jumped into a cold ass lake and swam around, and he said, how did you do that? And it's like, dude, you're supposed to be warrior ethos. What the fuck happened?
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm doing like Wim Hof, and he's sitting there crying. Oh, I can't do it. It's like, Jesus, man. Anyways, so this dude was deployed in the Mediterranean 10 years ago, not operational anymore. Yeah. And they were, on a training stint in somewhere near Greece or something.
Yeah.
And he said there was like one day they got up and
but by the way, this is important because this was 10 years ago, but it's near the spot where the drone struck Cyprus now. So
yes.
It's the important point. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. So they were in that region. And oh shit, my phone was dying mysteriously and suddenly. But so anyways, just to get through it quickly, they go out one morning and there's 200 drones circling. And they couldn't find a country.
The number that was in the title of that video. The number that was in the title of that short. That short.
Yeah, it was hundreds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
was between like, it was too many. I mean, it was just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
And so they had to, scramble the decks. Everyone non-essential had to go down, into the hull. I don't know what the military term is, but they had to scramble, go. Everyone had to cower in the hull of the ship, and only a few people were allowed on the upper deck. And so they said, call the Ghostbuster, hurry, call the Ghostbuster. There was this one kid that was trained with the anti-drone. What would we call it?
The so-called counter-drone. The counter-drone.
The counter-drone electronic
scrambler
device. Yeah. Scrambler, like the drone scrambler. And they called him a Ghostbuster because it was like a backpack. Right? And they said, get the Ghostbuster. And so they call this kid up. They push him out the door.
It was like in Apocalypse Now where they said, get the roach. Where they said, get the roach in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, it was like that. And I can only imagine they're all like inside the hull and they kick this kid out by himself. And they say, you figure it out, And so the kid like froze.
They said, do your thing, is what they said.
Yeah, they said, do it. Do it. You got the backpack. You're the fucking Ghostbuster.
Yeah.
And he goes out there and he can't figure out how to use it. He doesn't know how to turn it on. He doesn't know how to counterattack. Theoretically, you're supposed to just like, press the trigger and it like, there's like some setting where it either lands the drone or turns the drone off.
Right.
So like,
It's supposed to deactivate or scramble its brains or some shit. Yeah, whatever.
Or recall the drone. You're supposed to have the drone come back to you, or you can command the drone to. And this isn't.
You basically hack it and jack it.
Yeah, you hack the drone and jack it.
Yeah.
So either you bring it back to you, or you send it back to where it came from, so you can see where it came from and all that shit.
This is all theoretical, by the way. Yeah, obviously, but go on.
This is like what the FAA can do if it comes to an airport or something, right? So. Some people can use that technology, but apparently not our military on the most expensive shit they own.
Well, when you train an illiterate, you take an illiterate kid and you give him the equipment. That's a multi-million-dollar backpack. He's
it took billions to develop it. And shit. Yeah, anyways, so this kid can't figure out how to use it. So everyone, including the captain, are all cowering in the hull, thinking, if these things are armed, we're all going down. Like. He said it was the most tense, like 2 hours of their lives and shit.
Yeah.
And so for 2 hours, they're trying to like figure out why these drones are circling and
And
coming,
they never
zooming
do.
in and
They
out.
never do. They're all sitting in this like a can,
No.
like sardines in a can, just waiting to go down any minute, just waiting to all
Like
get.
fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
Like fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
And so at any time they could have been ordnance and just, gotten,
Yeah, those drones
vaporized.
could have delivered munitions, but luckily,
Yeah.
you've got a choice of fuel or munitions, and you can't have
Right.
both to any great degree. So if you're going to load them with munitions, they couldn't have been up there that long. So the reason,
Right.
so they were up there for hours, which means they were loaded with nothing but fuel. But then the question
Yeah,
becomes,
they must have been electronic. They must have
Yeah.
been electronic. That's my assumption. Anyway,
Yes.
like reconnaissance or something.
got it. But
why would you have 200 reconnaissance drones? I don't
Hundreds of
know.
them.
It just
yeah,
it doesn't seem like likely.
it's almost like some multi-billionaire on a private island pranked the U.S. Navy. It's almost like
Yeah, it was like a Bond villain. It was
Yeah,
like a Bond
like a
villain.
Bond
You know
villain.
when they went to was it Goldfinger or Goldeneye?
Go
The guy
on.
with the golden gun.
Right.
You know when they went to his
What?
island and he had like lasers and fucking planes and just
Oh, yeah,
whatever,
the man with
all
the
this
golden gun.
all this military
But
shit.
they're all like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So it was someone like that was just on one of those Greek islands just messing with them. That's my assumption.
That's so fucking funny. And so Samuel Romero has joined us, and you can ask your question aloud for everyone to hear. We do want to let
Hey, what's up, Doug?
Yeah. Oh, so first off, how are you? How are you?
I just finished doing a parcel map, so
Okay.
it took me a while, but I got it done.
Could you explain to us what that is? A parcel map meaning?
A parcel map is just, property.
Okay.
They give you a map of property that you have to map and do a bunch of crap to.
I
It's
love
pretty much
it.
all,
Parcel of land.
it's just,
Parcel of land. Go on.
yeah, parcel of the land, yeah. So,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
Oh, it took me a while, but, thank God I got it done. No, I wanted to ask you, can your wine cellar be used as a bomb shelter?
Yes. Yes. As a
Okay.
matter of fact,
Okay.
traditionally wine cellars were used as bomb shelters. That's where it was actually the logical place to go for any number of reasons, but one of them
Oh, I
being
see.
the accessibility to alcohol is what you'd need in such a situation, medically and stress wise. Yeah, seriously.
Right.
So yeah, I don't foresee us needing bomb shelters. That's the only thing I could foresee that happening in would be if there were dirty bombs that were shipped in by literally terrorists. But
Right.
obviously we don't want to give them any ideas. But I
Of
would
course.
imagine that being more distributed in wine country where they would kill California's wine crop. You're not in wine country, are you? I mean, really?
No.
Yeah.
I wish I was. I mean, I don't like wine, but it seems a lot nicer. I wanted to ask you though, the price of gas is crazy.
Yeah.
It's skyrocketing. In fact, even diesel as well. Diesel is even worse.
Mhm.
So I mean, shoot, I'm gonna need some wine if it's gonna be that expensive. Might as well start drinking, right? I mean, no, I was just, I mean, there's the elephant in the room about, the whole war thing. But honestly, I really don't want to talk about that. I just wanted to check in and see how you guys are doing.
Well,
Because it's like
go
it's
to.
endless,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, Doug.
Well, the one thing I want to emphasize was you brought up last time that Iran is not Mexico. But do remember that Mexico, any conflict there, the Americans could only lose because cartels are run like banks. They're not like a military. So you're not fighting a military conflict. It's like you're trying to destroy a vertical trust using guns and ammo. It's preposterous.
You're right. You're definitely right. Tell you what though, I was in Walmart, okay, of all places yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And I went to the book section, right? Because I'm like, well, let's see what these rednecks are actually reading, if they even are reading.
What did you find?
Okay, I found this. I don't even know the author's name. I frankly don't give a crap. But the premise of this book was a secret. It's like a secret revealed of the left plot to, take over America. One of the stupid footnotes in this book, okay, I should have got this book and just took it to the bathroom and wiped my ass with it.
By the title alone, the title alone is a doozy. Yeah.
Well, I got the back. I looked the back of it. One of it was the Mexican consulates are in a secret operation to take over elections.
Incredible.
And I almost
Who
wanted to laugh.
Thought?
I wanted
thought?
to laugh.
Yes,
I really wanted to laugh.
Yes.
My only question is, whoever the hell's reading this is really a moron.
To say the least.
It really is.
To say the least. Yes.
And all these, pretty much, put it this way: as soon as I read that, I just put it down. I'm like, I'm gonna get infected. Like I'm literally. The more you read this shit, the more it doesn't make sense. It just infects you. It's like my brain cells are dying. In other words,
I heard
it's just
something new about the president, though. The Mexican president. They're using a new angle. They said she's actually faking being a Jew. She's actually a bruja. She's a witch, and they show her with like a tunic doing like some kind of ritual, but it was just some indigenous dance. But they were saying she's actually a witch.
No, she was honoring indigenous cultures, and of course they the fundies. But who was it that was perverting the reality of the situation? Who was taking it out of context? Do you know which group was propagandizing against her? The Republicans or the
some online troll shit. I don't know.
Okay, there we are. Okay,
yeah, and it was like whoever would pick it up, whether they were religious or whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. But
wasn't Truman in the Klan though? Like I don't understand.
Oh well, Truman was in the closet about his Klanhood, but the man who ran on the Klan ticket was Gamaliel Harding, Gamaliel Harding, who was president the year my mother was born. And he actually ran openly on the Klan ticket, and it was under his presidency that the Klan became national, because since the president was an open Klansman, that's when they said, well, it's no longer a Southern thing. People started up clans all over the United States. And that was how Trump's family got involved with the Klan. So in other words, when people ask, how is that Trump, who's this New York Northerner, why does he have this bizarre indoctrination about the Southern lost cause? It comes from, at the time that Warren Gamaliel Harding said all true Americans are welcome in the Klan, his grandfather, Drumpf, as we all know, the original Trump name was actually the German name of Drumpf, who had gone to the frontier west and made his living off of being a bordello pimp, opened up bordellos, was a super pimp. He wanted to be as American as possible because everybody just kept calling him a dirty German immigrant criminal. So this gave him an opportunity to be respectable by joining the all-American institution of the Klan. So that was how the family became a Klan family, and how Trump got indoctrinated in the Southern lost cause was through that. So back to you, Sam. Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting. That makes sense. So he pretty much his relative or his ancestor just got in with a bunch of inbred hicks.
Yeah.
So it makes
sense. Actually, in all fairness, what makes it worse is that in Washington and Oregon State, those were the states that they basically gave over to all of the returning veterans from the Philippines conflict, which was America's first Vietnam. And they participated in one of the most massive genocides in history, mass exterminating 3 million Filipinos. So they were so murderous, they couldn't be resocialized. These were all such genocidal psychotics. They just said, hey, you know what? Just stay in Oregon and Washington. Their families would no longer accept them. Many of these people literally came back with young Filipino boys that they were butt fucking. They were simply unsocializable. So they just gave them Washington and Oregon. And when the Klan started there, these are the people who Drumpf was organizing the bordellos for, were all of these psychotic veterans that were unsocializable. And so it's worse than the morbidly inbred Hicks in the Appalachians. It's
Right.
genocidal, truly genocidal psychotics. But God.
No, it's like a big gumbo pot of white trash. So it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, no, I just back to that book. People, the fact that these books are being published to me is literally, it's insane. I mean, I didn't even want to get the author's name because it's frankly it doesn't matter. I mean, go figure, right? Other than that, it's Walmart. So what are you gonna do, right? It's you see the Walmart people, and you kind of have to just. It's almost like you would think people are wearing costumes, but no, this people are really like that. People really have this type of mentality where, they're blind, literally blind with their head up their rear ends. So, just my little 2 cents. I mean, I really, the only thing yesterday that I was even doing at Walmart was I was killing time. I was doing dad stuff, running errands. I had to service my wife's car. And I literally, when I got it back, I always do inspections, because, the only reason why she even has, service at the dealership, because it's part of her, her lease, or I mean, her service contract. She got a service contract, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank God.
When they gave it to me back, the damn plastic shroud that covers the engine in the bottom was literally hanging off.
Jesus Christ.
And I had to tell the salesperson, hey, why is the shroud in the bottom hanging off? Like, I can't drive it that way. And the service person told me, oh, well, the technician said that you brought it like that. I'm like, how would I bring it like that? I would, first off, you would have done it because they do a multi-port inspection.
Yes.
Prior to you bringing it.
Yes.
There's nothing on here that says a engine shroud on the bottom is hanging off. So you guys need to put it in writing. So, obviously they got caught. So they told me, well, you have to wait. I'm like, yeah, go right ahead. So, nowadays really it's service is really going down the shitter. Like, and and literally I had to crawl and look under to make sure they're doing it right. So, it's a joke. It really is
horrible. I mean, no, it's so frightening, because it's like most people just take it on faith, and they just don't have the capacity to be that attentive. They're just going to assume that these people know what they're doing and they're behaving professionally. Honestly, Brendan, this is like your forte. Brendan, you must have something to say about this, some observations to make about people being this incompetent. Yeah, but go on. Sorry.
Well, to make it more insulting, the clips that go on to screw on this shroud underneath the plastic, they wanted to charge me $3 for the clips that they didn't want to put on.
Jesus Christ.
So, I didn't want to verbally rebuke them.
It was the clips they broke. They broke the clips.
They broke.
You have to use a special tool to take them out.
Yeah,
to preserve them, to make sure they can go back in, and they just fucking yanked it and pulled them out.
Well, yeah, and they wanted to charge me $3 a piece. I'm like, they pretty much got caught. So they're like, well, you're gonna have to wait longer. I'm like, if it takes you guys longer, then the longer you take, the more I'm, right, the more I'm gonna be expecting something in return for my time, because and it's really just it's just semantics, really. They a lot of it is just laziness, but unfortunately, right now it's the service industry is like that. It's pretty bad.
It's exploitative. Exploitative.
I think it's beyond exploitative. This is just downright negligent, criminal negligence. This is
criminal
just
negligence.
horrible.
Right.
Oh yeah, when I went and got my tire repaired, I saw the guy using the impact wrench to put the lugs on, and I said, hey, don't do that. That's you have to use a torque wrench. You have to spec, torque
How do you
it to
respond
spec.
to that? How do you respond?
Oh, they got so mad. He charged me more than what he said too. After all was said and done, it went from $30 to $70, and I was like, dude, you know, he was just so pissed. And I said, look, I take this car to the dealership and everything's on record. If something goes wrong with it, you are on the hook. So I made sure to pay half in cash and half on the card, so he would be on the hook for everything, and that made him sweat.
Good for you.
And I said, look, if anything happens to it, they're coming to you. The people that own this car, the dealership.
Yeah.
So,
oh my
there
God.
you go.
Good for you. No, you need to do shit like that. But this is the horror of the impotence of a client's position is that now, as an example, when back in the bad old days, when I was totally uninsured and had to go to Western Dental, the chop shop of California, there was, now the person should never have done this, but this one client insulted the dentist who was, Syrian, I believe. They were all Syrians or Lebanese. They were all of various Levantine or Middle Eastern extractions at the Western Dental, because this was where they, it was kind of like where they ended up or something. But people who were ethnically enclaving into this chop shop, kind of dental network that you get when you have no insurance. Then you're at the bottom of the barrel, and their main specialty is extraction of teeth from homeless people or completely uninsured people. It's where you go. They'll do nothing else for you except extract your teeth. I paid to have my teeth actually worked on to try and save my teeth. But the dentist who worked on me, Syrian guy, I just sat there while he relayed it. Get rid of that other client in the other room. When I reached for a tool, he asked me if I had washed my hands. Tell him to leave. And so they weren't going to treat that guy. The guy said, did you wash your hands before reaching for that tool? And he took that as, of course, a grievous insult. I can understand that. And had them just tell the guy to leave. They weren't going to treat him. And they can do that. They can refuse treatment for someone. And, that's serious. I mean, you've got a dental problem that could infect your blood systemically. If the infection goes from your gum line to, you can die because of a dental issue. And for them not to treat you because you had the hubris to say, did you wash your hands? Obviously, it's a stupid thing to do. You don't alienate a person who's going to put metal implements in your mouth. But you're in that same position when you take your car in to these motherfuckers. And these motherfuckers are risking your life with crap that they do or do not do. And half the time, they're not repairing your car. They're breaking it more. So it's a hell of a position to be in. It's truly frightening. There really ought to be some kind of incredible code of ethics when it comes to automotive repair. Seriously. And I don't even know what's going to happen as we go more and more into electronic vehicles and automated vehicles.
I mean, there is but those shops have almost all closed. They're old heads.
Yeah. God damn. Yeah, it's frightening.
The funny part is one of the most honest people ended up becoming a YouTube guy. If you look up Scotty Kilmer.
Okay. Yeah.
It's he was the upper echelon of legacy car repair.
Yeah.
And he kept up with all the electronics. He knows how to fix all that.
Yeah.
But because he's so honest, he became famous on YouTube. That's how rare it is. That's
horrific.
Isn't that ridiculous?
That's like an honest doctor or something. Hey, look, this guy's an honest doctor. Imagine that. I mean, it's on that level.
Yeah, that's why he became famous. They said he's like an old grandpa guy that tells us the truth about cars, and we love him.
Yeah.
And that's how rare it is.
Yeah, that's horrible. I mean, so there you go, Sammy. I still am not, mechanically astute enough to even understand what Sammy was talking about, but it sounded bad. Whatever it was they did to Sammy's car and neglected
it was an aerodynamic shroud that protects the bottom of the engine.
Okay. Yeah.
So that thing, it makes it flush with the road. Okay. So when that thing hangs down, it could snag the road and pull more parts off your car.
Oh!
Yeah. So when the techs say, "Oh, it's just a cover," I remember hearing people say that all the time. They say, "Oh, it's just a cover. Why are you worried about it?" It's like, no, it's not just a cover. It could pull, water could get in your engine. I mean, that's the stupidest thing you could say. The engineers put it there to protect the engine.
That is, I'm
so
appalled.
Cats don't get in there and squirrels.
Yeah, I'm appalled.
I'm
appalled. I mean, this is that's life threatening. That's truly
Yeah,
It's horrible.
it's criminal. It's criminal, like
Yeah.
you said,
Oh my
criminal
God. But
negligence.
Sammy saw that. So that's like, imagine if he didn't. I mean, I would never look for such a thing. I wouldn't even think of. Well, I mean, well, now I would, but yeah, yeah. Obviously, look, I'm always naturally cynical, so I probably would do things like that. But I'm just not technically astute enough to even be anywhere near a car other than as a passenger anyway. But still, that is so frightening. That is really appalling. And then he's subjected to looking at books in the local Target, which is kind of like, I mean, who needs the Louvre and the Guggenheim when you've got, literary treasure houses like Target? And yeah, well, garbage in, garbage out. What do you expect to find in that garbage heap other than shit like that? The leftist conspiracy to take over America through Mexico. That's oh, okay. Well, feel free to interject anytime you wish. Either one of you gentlemen. I see both of you are on mute. Our man Sammy probably dealing with daddy duties. Or
Well,
no,
I
yeah,
didn't mean to cut off Santa.
yeah,
Uh,
no. He had to deal with daddy duties. You know that.
okay.
When he goes mute like that and he's off for a period of time while still on the call, he's changing diapers or something. I don't know what age the
Something
kids are.
horrible.
Yeah, something horrible that daddies have to do. But yeah. Now I mentioned earlier about how the oil tanker billionaires are loving it. On January 3rd, the Trump maladministration captured the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolas Maduro. His staged removal opened up that country's oil exports and allowed more Western tanker firms to resume operations there. One of Nicolas Sarkoz's ships of his company, the Sarkoz Energy Navigation, this particular ship being named the Mediterranean Voyager, was the first tanker to load oil out of Venezuela that very day. Now, Nicolas Sarkoz says that spot rates to charter one of his ships in Venezuela soared to $110,000 by the end of January, up from $70,000 before. That's how much a customer, such as an oil firm or an oil trader, would pay a tanker firm for a single ship per day with immediate loading. Now, after the strikes on Iran, Nicolas Sarkoz of the Sarkoz Energy Navigation Company says that's up to as much as $160,000 for certain ships. Those higher rates have also been fueled by disruptions to shipping lanes, both in the Red Sea, where the Iran-backed Houthi militia was targeting Western ships, and now in the Strait of Hormuz, where Tehran is effectively shutting down a key waterway through which 20% of global oil supplies pass every day. They've also led to a surge in tanker stocks. Now, all of these factors have propelled the fortunes of the 13 richest tanker owners, tracked by Forbes magazine, up by more than 500% over the past year to a collective $130 billion, largely due to higher stock prices and ship valuations. As to why it matters, the Forbes magazine deputy editor Giacomo Tognini concludes, and here I quote his T, Venezuela, Iran, and Russia were the last major oil exporters that faced Western sanctions and had to resort to the shadow or gray fleet to transport oil to their buyers, almost exclusively, or at least overwhelmingly, in communist China on the Asian mainland. Now Trump's ouster of Maduro and possible regime change in Iran could open up that business to the world's largest tanker firms, providing a lucrative new market. In the meantime, the chaos in the Persian Gulf has sent tanker rates soaring, also boosting their business in the short term. Meanwhile, initial estimates reveal that American taxpayers have already spent more than $1 billion on the war with Iran. According to Elaine McCusker, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute think tank, the 3 jets struck down in Kauai last Sunday cost the United States military at least $270 million while transporting troops, ships, and aircraft to the region, likely set the military back by an estimated $630 million. A friendly fire incident, United States F-15s mistakenly shooting down 2 American Black Hawk helicopters with a loss of 26 military and civilian lives. Also, we're not going to put a price on that. That's an incalculable loss of life. Did any of you hear about this? Over 250 military and civilians killed when United States aircraft shot down 2 of our own helicopters.
Were they piloted by the U.S.?
They must have been. They're United States Blackhawks. Yeah. So,
well, no, who shot down who? The jets
American
shot down
the jets shot down the helicopters. Their own men. Yeah, their own side. They're both on the same side. They're on the same wavelength.
Don't they teach them how to read decals, or like what the fuck?
I mean, well, how could you mistake the profile? How
or
could
anything,
you
anything?
The aeroframe. How could you mistake? Not only that, don't they have electronic recognition signals? I mean, seriously. I mean, they're supposed to like vibe with each other, right?
Well, I think when they're deployed, they turn off their, what is it called? Their radar or something. I mean, what is it called? The ping.
Just all the pings. Yeah. And but nevertheless, an aerocraft going at high speed, you can understand how they couldn't, necessarily make out the aeroframe and recognize it, but still, I'm sorry, it's just no, it's still inexcusable.
But what enemy has even Blackhawks?
Thank you.
Like that doesn't even make sense.
That's
like American all the way.
Yeah, thank you. It's simply it's outrageous. Yeah, I won't put a price.
Like I could literally point those out from miles away, like black freaking helicopters. It's like,
thank you. It's not only distinctive, it's iconic. It's iconic.
It's iconic, exactly.
Yes. So outrageous. This is all about self-inflicted pain. The job market is weakening, inflation is still too high, and we're at serious risk of a once in half 100 years oil shock. This is almost the exact set of conditions that triggered the stagflation of the 1970s, which at the time was America's worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. At the moment, the economy is still far from that kind of doomsday scenario, but the direction of travel is disquieting. The economy's warning lights might not yet be flashing red, but they are certainly flashing yellow. The jobs report released this morning showed that the United States labor market lost 92,000 jobs in February, causing the unemployment rate to rise 4.4%. The numbers for the previous 12 months, which had suggested decent job growth, were also revised downward. January now showed fewer job gains than initially estimated, and December showed overall job losses. These new numbers continue the trend of last month's revisions, which showed that the economy had added just 181,000 jobs in all of 2025, a tenth of the jobs that had been added the year prior. Taken together, the numbers suggest that 2025 appears to have had the most months with negative job growth since 2010, the midst of the Great Recession, and that 2026 is off to a similarly slow start. The Trump maladministration sometimes claims that weak job numbers are the byproduct of mass deporting undocumented workers, but the native-born unemployment rate has risen by 0.5 percentage point since Trump took office. The labor market is not the only sign of trouble. A report released by the Commerce Department's Bureau of Economic Analyses on February 20th showed that economic growth slowed dramatically in the final months of last year, from 4.4% in the third quarter down to just 1.4%, bringing total yearly growth to its lowest level since the pandemic decimated our economy in 2020. The BEA, our Bureau of Economic Administration, estimating that 1 percentage point of the quarterly drop was caused by the federal government shutdown. On the same day, another report from the BEA showed that prices had risen by 3% in December compared with the year prior, the highest rate of inflation since April of 2024. The Bureau of Economic Analysis, I mean to say, when it comes to the BEA. Now, the worst job numbers since the Great Recession, the slowest economic growth since Trump's COVID-19 pandemicide, in which he was personally responsible for millions of deaths by encouraging people to not wear masks or take vaccines, etc. We could go on about that for hours. And the worst inflation in nearly 20 years. These are not the signs of a healthy economy. And we haven't even talked about oil yet. As I tutored the lads this morning, the Iran-American war carries a very high risk of triggering an energy crisis if it lasts for more than a fortnight. The old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks. The kind of crises that experts believe could cause the price of oil to double or triple from its current level. You think Sammy's talking about drinking and hiding in his wine cellar as a bomb shelter now? That risk jumped almost immediately after my latest episode was published, when Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that the war would not end without Iran's unconditional surrender. The price of crude oil promptly shot up to about $90 a barrel and may go higher still. Meanwhile, Qatar's energy minister, Saad Al-Kaabi, has begun warning that oil prices could rise as high as $150 a barrel within weeks, and that the situation could bring down the economies of the world. As within weeks, well, as recently as yesterday, the oil markets were responding relatively calmly to the outbreak of the war. Now panic might be setting in. All of this looks eerily similar to the 1970s. At the beginning of the decade, as it was called then, the damnation decade, the economy was already struggling. Inflation, after a period of decline, was starting to tick up again. The unemployment rate was low, about 5%, but higher than it had been just a few years prior. The economy was still growing, but less quickly than before. Then came the Ramadan War, or the Yom Kippur conflict. And America, the only nation in the world, against Europe, Asia, the Arab world, under a Jewish Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, threw it all behind Israel, prompting the 1973 Arab oil embargo, and everything fell apart. Oil prices nearly quadrupled from late 1973 to early 1974, because so much of the economy is dependent on energy that caused the price of everything else to go up too. Inflation reached double digits. Meanwhile, consumers pulled back from spending, which in turn forced businesses to start mass laying off of workers, setting off a vicious cycle that's never ended. Economic growth plummeted, unemployment spiked, and the economy fell into recession. The Federal Reserve, facing both higher inflation and higher unemployment, hesitated to raise interest rates, making the inflation problem even worse. The crises abated only at the end of the decade when, with inflation spiraling out of control, a new Fed chair jacked up interest rates to record levels and made the recession even deeper, with unemployment eventually reaching 11% and remaining high for most of the 1980s. The current situation is not yet 1973 all over again, and it doesn't have to be. The biggest difference between the situation then and the one we face now is that this time the pain is mostly self-inflicted. When Trump came into office, inflation was falling, job creation was strong, and the economy was projected to grow quickly. Only after imposition of Trump's global tariffs did things take a turn for the worse. And only after his decision to wage war on Iran did the world face the prospect of a full-blown energy crisis. Trump is old enough to remember the history that led to the bad old days of the 1970s. The damnation decade. Perhaps the memory of Richard Mulhouse Nixon being forced into resignation might yet keep Trump from repeating the damnation decade today. Still, whereas Trump has lost the plot in Iran, Iran has formulated a desperate, high-risk, anti-American survival strategy, and it just might work. The criminal regime in Tehran knows it likely can't win the war, but it can certainly globalize the pain of the conflict, even if it's ultimately at its own expense. Tehran hopes that Trump will declare a hollow victory and abort the mission. On the home front, Trump has left America vulnerable to retribution. And that's no accident. Days after Israel and its United States launched a bombing campaign that decimated the upper echelons of Iran's leadership, killing the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and more than 40 top officials, according to the Israeli military, the regime in Tehran has shown little sign of breaking. Instead, Iran has been launching waves of drones and missiles across the Middle East in an escalation that has plunged the entire region into war. Iran-linked strikes hit American positions in various Gulf countries and even reached a British aerobase in Cyprus. On Wednesday of midweek last, NATO was pulled into the misaction when it shot down a ballistic missile that was headed toward Turkey. In purely conventional terms, the American and Iranian militaries don't stack up. The former is the world's most lethal, promotedly professional, and technologically undeniably advanced, possessing capabilities and intelligence assets that America's adversaries could only dream of. The latter is a relic that belongs in a museum. Iran's Aero Force relies on aircraft that are decades old. Its troops are proficient at killing civilians, but not much else. And its navy, what's left of it, is geared more toward harassing larger ships than confronting them head on. With the war now entering in its 10th day, Iran is at its weakest and most vulnerable since the dawn of the Islamic Republic nearly 500 years ago. The, Emirates, or Greater Israel, and its client states, all 50 client states in union, its American empire, its proxy, have launched hundreds of aerostrikes hitting an array of Iranian targets, from ports and ballistic missile facilities to aero defenses and government buildings. The supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead, the Iranian parliament is in ashes, and the Iranian military's command and control is severely depleted, if not downright decapitated. Well, beyond that, I would say thoroughly demolished. And as American Imperial Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth boasted at the Pentagon while I took to bandwidth on Wednesday midweek last, "We are just getting started." There's no chance the Iranians can defeat Israel or its American satrap. American proxy, I should say. A satrap proxy state. a proxy belligerent that is a satrap state. A satrap state that is a proxy belligerent. There's the semantics I'm looking for. Let alone, well, it can't defeat Israel or its American empire, let alone both of them in the traditional sense. Despite their bravado, Iranian officials most certainly know that. But what they can do is try to outlast their adversaries with a campaign of harassment against military and civilian targets in a bid to get the Trump maladministration to reassess whether an off-ramp is wiser than further escalation. Right now, the Trump maladministration doesn't appear to be in the mood for diplomacy or for stepping back. President Trump goes back and forth on the matter, one day insisting that he's open to talking with Khamenei's replacements, or sired successors, literally a bloodline of a secession, and another day boldly declaring that the time for negotiations is forever over. The Pentagon has made it clear that the war will only stop once Trump's maximalist terms are met, though they change at the speed of a tweet. Paradoxically, what's left of the Iranian government has concluded that dragging out the conflict is their only chance, however minuscule, to convince the White House to leave them alone. History doesn't repeat, as Mark Twain allegedly said, but it sure as hell does seem to rhyme. And right now, the rhyme between the first year of the George W. Bush presidency and the first year of Donald Trump's second midterm is staring us in the face, and it's getting really scary. After Poppy George H.W. Bush finished his little 1991 war against Iraq, that Operation Desert Storm of which I myself was a part, he left American troops stationed at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Those soldiers on what Osama bin Laden considered sacred Muslim soil, the home to Mecca and Medina, became his primary grievance against America. Bin Laden said so publicly, raving at the New York Times and anyone else who'd listen. He ranted that American men were drinking alcohol and looking at pornography and thus defiling Saudi Holy Land, and American women were showing their bare arms and driving cars in a country where such things are absolutely forbidden. When bin Laden declared war on us, he meant it as part of a religious and, even more so, a moral crusade. That war was brought home with a vengeance on September 11th of 2001, and it arrived at a miraculously convenient moment for an otherwise hapless George W. Bush. The new president had taken office under a cloud of illegitimacy after 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court, 12 of them appointed by his own father, stopped the Florida recount that would have handed the election to Al Gore in a landslide. And ergo, they appointed Bush into presidency. He was never a president-elect. He was a president-select. Millions of Americans know that our Anno Domini 2000 election, the first of the third Christian millennium and the 21st century, has been stolen by the Republicans, which is the only way the fuckers win. Between Jeb Bush purging 90,000 black voters from the Florida rolls just before the election, and the 5 Republicans on the court handing Bush the Oval Office, his approval ratings were mediocre at best. He had no mandate, and he struggled to find any sort of agenda beyond more tax cuts for multi-billionaires that could excite the public. Then the towers came crashing down, and overnight, Bush became the most popular president in the history of postmodern polling. His approval rating hit 90%. The man who'd been floundering became overnight a wartime president, which was exactly what he'd wanted all along. Back in 1999, Bush told his ghostwriter, Mickey Hershkovitz, that if he ever got the presidency, what he really needed was a goddamn war. One of the keys to being seen as a great leader is to be seen as a commander-in-chief. My daddy had all this political capital built up when he drove the Iraqis out of Kuwait, and he wasted it. If I had a chance to invade, if I had that much capital, I'm not going to waste it. Bin Laden's 9/11 attack on these United States delivered Bush his chance to invade, his war capital. He spent it to invade Iraq, a country that had nothing to do with the September 11th attacks, and to drive an even larger tax cut for multi-billionaires than originally anticipated. Exposed by the Downing Street memos, of which, well, our girl, what was her name again? Brendan, help me out here. Our girl in Britain. She was, Christina, what was her name? You know, the one who was Aquino's product. Well, she was involved with that. At any rate, exposed by the Downing Street memos as he was, little Bush's maladministration had fabricated intelligence, ginned up fake connections between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda, and lied about weapons of mass destruction. Hundreds of thousands of people died as a result of his lies. But Bush got his successful presidency. Now look at Trump. His poll numbers right now are worse than Bush's were in the summer of 2001. Worse in many regards than any president in polling history. His approval ratings on literally every topic, from immigration to ICE to taxes to inflation to healthcare, etc., are underwater and sinking. Further, there be every evidence that the FBI is sitting on evidence related to sworn testimonial that Trump has repeatedly raped at least 13-year-old girls. His family is openly monetizing the presidency with his Nepo sons and son-in-law. Actually, a bitch who's transgendered, cutting real estate deals and cryptocurrency schemes with the governments of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, while Trump pushes, against the advice of all our intelligence agencies, to send advanced AI microchips to those same absolute tyrannies. The corruption is so brazen, it barely qualifies as corruption anymore. Trump and his lickspittles have pulled off what was previously unimaginable: the reinvention of government as a machine to generate profit for the ruling dynasty, much like Saddam Hussein had done in Iraq and Vladimir Putin has done in Russia, all right out in plain sight. Meanwhile, Trump's ICE troopers are terrorizing communities across our country, beating and intimidating United States citizens, mass deporting legal residents sans due process, and violating the Fourth and Fifth Amendments so routinely that constitutional scholars have stopped being shocked and started being terrified. Reports of ICE-related deaths of tax-paying United States citizens like Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minneapolis are piling up as the Trump regime refuses to cooperate in state-level murder investigations. On top of all these convergent crises, the electoral landscape for November is looking catastrophic for Republicans. Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party are staring down a potential wipeout in the 2026 midterms, which is why red state legislatures are gerrymandering with abandon, why Trump is floating proposals to nationalize elections, ban mail-in voting, and station ICE troopers outside polling places in minority neighborhoods. These are not the miscalculations or misactions of any confident political party that believes it's doing what's best for average Americans. They are, instead, the misactions of people who know they're on the verge of losing power and facing accountability, and are therefore willing to destroy our very democracy to hold on to power in perpetuity. So, Trump desperately needed something to change the subject, and right on cue, he launched an unprovoked military attack on Iran, confessedly at the command of Benjamin Netanyahu, who has his own desperate need to remain in power to keep himself out of prison for his own bribery and corruption scandals. The bombing of Iran gave Trump a few days of wall-to-wall war coverage, pushing every other scandal, including Epstein, below the fold. It was a classic wag-the-dog maneuver, but so far it's worked well enough to dominate the news cycle. But here is where the rhyme with 2001 turns frighteningly dark. Kash Patel, Trump's honorarily white FBI director, has mass fired or mass reassigned the entire FBI team responsible for tracking Iranian threats inside these United States. The specialists who spent years building intelligence networks to monitor Iranian-linked operatives on American soil have been mass purged from the agency, fired, en masse, unceremoniously. At the same time, Trump has ordered funding for the Department of Homeland Security discontinued, leaving critical counterterrorism functions in limbo as Republicans in Congress refuse, at Trump's insistence, to act. He's systematically dismantled the very apparatus that exists to prevent a terrorist attack on the CONUS, C-O-N-U-S, or the continental United States, or our assets around the world. Ask yourself why. Why would a president who just bombed Iran simultaneously gut the very intelligence infrastructure built by previous administrations to detect and prevent Iranian retaliation? Why would you poke a hornet's nest and then fire the guy with the EpiPen? Unless you wanted to get stung, and stung bad. The logic is too ugly to contemplate for all of you who have never liaised for the elite of the military intelligence occult complex as I have, but it tracks perfectly with recent history. Bush needed 9/11, so Israel delivered via their front puppet, and it saved his presidency. Trump needs something equally dramatic to reset his collapsing political fortunes. A spectacular Israeli-staged, Iranian-sponsored attack on American soil, or even a major domestic attack by a radicalized actor inspired by the chaos Trump himself has created, will instantly transform him into a Bush-like emergency wartime president. It will push all the bribery, all the serial child rapes, all the constitutional violations, all the executions, and all the election rigging off the front page overnight. It will give Trump unlimited emergency powers. He has already shown he's more than willing to abuse. It will give Republicans a reason to rally around the flag, boys, and postpone the reckoning that November of 2026 currently promises. This is not some wacky conspiracy theory. It's simply historical pattern recognition. When a president provokes a hostile nation, then mass fires every single one of the people whose job it is to protect us from that nation's retaliation, the conclusion is either staggering incompetence or something far more sinister. We cannot afford to wait and find out which one it is. If Iranian retaliation to the United States B-2 bomber attack last June was relatively symbolic, concise, and choreographed, the strategy this time around can legitimately be categorized as close to total war, with no target off limits. In the last few days, Iranian short-range ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as cheap one-way attack drones, have swarmed Tehran's Gulf Arab neighbors. Energy facilities in the Gulf Arab states are a priority target. Saudi Arabia has suspended operations at the Ras Tanura refinery. Qatar, one of the world's largest natural gas producers, did the same at its main LNG, or liquefied natural gas export terminal. Meanwhile, reports of damaged civilian vessels in Middle Eastern waterways have forced shipping companies to avoid the narrow Strait of Hormuz as a precautionary measure, which, if extended over a longer period of time, will inevitably increase prices at the pump. At the time of my hosting this transmission, natural gas prices in Europe have ballooned by 70% since the conflict began. Brent crude is faring better, but still up around 15% over the same period. Tehran is also zeroing in on diplomatic and civilian infrastructure. Iranian attack drones have slammed into high-rise buildings in Bahrain and hotels in Dubai. Both the American embassies in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia registered minor damage, forcing them to shut down. Just as importantly, from Iran's perspective, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar are expending precious, expensive interceptors, all of which are limited and in high demand, to neutralize cheap, unsophisticated projectiles that cost the Iranians as little as $20,000. And the Iranians are pretty good at mass producing these drones. So good, in fact, that Iran helped Russia set up a drone manufacturing plant on Russian territory to sustain Vladimir Putin's war of aggression against the Ukraine. In April of 2025, Iran signed a security treaty with Russia. If you are stupid enough to sign a peace agreement or a defense treaty with the Russians, then one of two things will happen to you. One, Russia will attack or invade you. Two, Russia will do absolutely nothing when someone else attacks or invades you. In parallel, Iran's attacks on its neighbors are a reminder that the United States cannot protect them. Ergo, the United States could lose the Gulf, despite the fact that militarily, Iran's attacks aren't having any impact on Washington's ability to wage war. The American empire is still conducting sortie after sortie every single hour with virtually zero resistance because Tehran's aero defense network has been shredded. And if Trump and Hegseth's comments are right, the Zion-American aero campaign against Iran is only going to accelerate in the days ahead. Still, Iran is playing the long game. Some will interpret the Iranian strikes as an act of desperation. They are, to an extent, but it's also a calculated strategy meant to heighten the damage, both economic and political, and eventually push Iran's neighbors into appealing for peace. The Saudis and Emiratis want to get back to business, and the Qataris, whose aero defenses are already strained, wanted the conflict to end yesterday. Momentum for a ceasefire is there. Will the Iran strategy succeed against America? The answer will depend on Trump's willingness to begin talking seriously with Iran again. How weak the Iranian security apparatus becomes as the aero campaign continues, whether tremors begin to build up within the regime itself, and how long the Gulf Arab states will patiently wait before potentially taking offensive military action against Iran themselves. In short, your guess is as good as mine. Exempli gratiae. Oil went up 7% after Iran attacked the LNG port and tankers near the Strait of Hormuz, and the price of oil has continued to fluctuate as investors have assessed the widening impact of the Iran-American war on Middle East energy markets. So far, the energy price shocks have been relatively contained, but a prolonged conflict in the Middle East carries enormous economic risks. Thusly, the Iran war is giving rise to a centuries-old economic theory, while laying waste to the WTO, or World Trade Organization-based world order. Long before Israeli forces and their American levies attacked Iran over last weekend, Trump maladministration officials had repeatedly suggested that America's energy dominance means fewer constraints on military action abroad, including in oil-producing countries. The United States bombed Iran last summer and captured Venezuela's Presidente in January, and each time the effect on global oil prices was fairly modest. The Trump maladministration has said that it has more leeway to act aggressively in the Middle East because the world is flush with oil and gas, thanks in part to record American production, and has less to fear than it once did from energy price shocks. The ongoing war in Iran will put that theory to the test. Indeed, the Iran war is reviving a centuries-old economic theory, the rise of mercantilism amid the Iran war. President Donald Trump's pledge to offer insurance backstops and naval escorts for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz highlights the critical role it plays in global energy markets, while the continued elevation in oil prices suggests energy traders are worried that such maneuvers may not reduce the risk of attack. The reaction of global markets also underscores how the world of trade has fundamentally changed. Only 7% of American crude imports travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Europe, which has shifted its energy supply after Russia invaded the Ukraine, gets a little less than 10% of its gas through that passage. Almost half of the Communist Chinese Empire's imports come through there, which explains why Beijing is worried, though unlikely to get involved. Most leaders came of age in a world of globalization and free trade. What we're witnessing now is the reemergence of a term I associate with 19th century Great Britain: mercantilism, a state-driven protectionist economic system built around maximizing exports, penalizing imports, and accumulating national wealth and power. That's the term used by Angeliki Frangou, a fourth-generation Greek shipowner and CEO, Chieftainess Executrix Officier, of the New York Stock Exchange-listed Navios Maritime Partners, having navigated through COVID shutdowns, tariff wars, actual wars, geopolitical tensions, climate catastrophe, and piracy on the high seas. She sees how trade has shifted. Nearly 90% of international trade in goods moves by boat. Those trends are not going away, regardless of the outcome in Iran. With a global fleet that includes 171 dry cargo and tanker vessels, Frangou sees the trends play out in real time. On average, she has about one ship pass through the Hormuz every day, noting that shipping rates for transporting crude from region have risen 4 times since last week, where alternate workarounds exist. Her message to CEOs, which I shall quote as verbatim: "We are watching history in a lot of ways. The WTO, or World Trade Organization, world we built our companies in, basically doesn't exist today. We are living in a different world. Everything is about national security. It is about mercantilism. It is about friendshoring. We went from just in time to just in case, getting resources from where we think is most secure. The efficiency of trade and globalization, low tariffs and efficiency, is not part of the equation." For now, Trump is betting that energy dominance will make his war in Iran less costly. Regardless, the war in Iran will force a rethink on where energy itself comes from. It's been less than a week since Israel and its satrap states and unions struck Iran and turned energy markets upside down. The price of oil jumped quickly and has risen steadily as the prospect of a longer conflagration grows more likely. Qatar has stopped exports of LNG, or liquefied natural gas, and Saudi Arabia has turned off a key refinery. It's unclear how this moment may come to an end. But no matter what happens in the coming days and weeks, the crisis reminds me of an ongoing trend. Energy markets will continue, if not accelerate, their move toward fragmentation after decades of increasing integration. As geopolitics heat up and trading partners become less reliable, energy security takes precedence, no matter the cost. This trend was already happening. The war in Iran will only speed it up. The implications will be profound. Countries are more likely to rely on energy sources they can readily access at home, and less trade combined with more complexity could lead to more expensive energy in some places. When it comes to the energy transition, the Iran conflict will bring 2 contradictory impulses to a head. Many countries will want to deploy clean energy at home faster, but fragmented supply chains may make it harder and more expensive. The Iran strikes will be nasty for oil prices, but not a shock. Tehran can still weaponize oil as its last line of defense, but it's an enormous risk. One can look at oil and the Middle East through trois lenses, magnify every detail from the attacks on Iran and its responses, and a chaotic picture emerges. When the market reopened on Sunday night, March 1st, oil prices jumped 10% as a result. But seen from a wider angle, looking broadly at the global economy, the energy picture does not appear as scary, even if Brent crude jumped to about 80 United States dollars a barrel. First, an obvious disclaimer. The situation is fluid, and for the oil market, everything depends on how Tehran responds to the Israeli-orchestrated American strikes in the coming hours. But after the first few days of hostilities, we can draw a few tentative conclusions based on the unlikelihood of the type of full-blown oil shock we've seen in the past and the decent supply of barrels of oil currently available. The biggest market fear is the targeting of energy infrastructure, or not, by both sides, and the enforced closure of tanker routes. Neither has happened in toto yet. Put the war and its likely geopolitical impact into historical context, and you'd be forgiven for being anxious. The Israelis and their American proxies launched a massive campaign of coordinated aerostrikes on Iran, killing the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and scores of other senior officials. Iran responded with an unprecedented volley of missiles and drones, hitting Israel, the Kingdom of Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. The Islamic Republic is fighting for its own survival. Cornered, Tehran can still weaponize oil as its last line of defense. That's a massive risk. The economy isn't heading into recession. With a different economic backdrop, this wouldn't just be the mother of all oil shocks. It would be the rest of the family, too. It's Hollywood stuff that only a few years ago would have led to predictions of oil zooming past its 2008 high on the way to 200 United States dollars a barrel. That would have put the global economy on its knees, with runaway inflation likely forcing central bankers to hike interest rates and potentially crashing the financial markets. For sure, the oil price is going to spike. But even the most bullish traders are talking about perhaps reaching 100 United States dollars, well below the 139 US dollars seen in 2022 after Russia invaded the Ukraine, and 2008's all-timer of 147 US dollars and a half. In other words, $147.50 per barrel. Using that wide-angle lens, the Middle East isn't about to trigger an oil shock. It may be a wobble, perhaps a tremor. It may even get nasty. But the economy isn't heading into recession a la 1973 through to 1974 after the first oil crises, or 1990 to 1991 after Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. The main reason for this is the one that will have emboldened Trump and his military strategists, the American shale revolution, which hands the United States a much stronger hand in controlling prices. And despite fears that Iran could set the Middle East's energy industry on fire, targeting oil fields, refineries, and export terminals, Tehran hasn't yet turned oil into a weapon. Neither have Israel and its American proxy targeted Iran's oil infrastructure. The Iranian retaliation has been loud, but it appears largely ineffective thus far. The American Empire has said 3 service members were killed and 5 seriously wounded. The damage elsewhere in the Gulf is relatively minor. This brings us, of course, to the choke point, the Strait of Hormuz. For energy markets, the biggest worry is the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow body of water to the south of Iran that's a choke point for about 20% of the world's oil. Shipping traffic has fallen sharply, although a handful of tankers passed through overnight without incident. Despite wild claims on social media, Iran has not closed the strait. Any stoppages are being self-imposed by the shipping and oil industries, in part responding to some insurers withdrawing coverage, and in part at the request of the United States Navy in the first hours of the conflict. There's a bit of a buffer, as oil exporters such as Saudi Arabia and even Iran increased loadings in the days running up to the attacks. Oil exports from the Persian Gulf were nearly 10% higher in February than the month before. The bulk of that has already left the region. Still, unless Washington quickly convinces shipping firms that the strait is safe, the self-imposed pause would turn into real disruption. In a social media video, President Donald Trump promised to annihilate the Iranian Navy, an indication of the White House's maritime priorities. The clock is ticking, and Hormuz will make or break this crisis. Fatih Birol, the head of the International Energy Agency, put it well by saying, "Markets have been well supplied to date." Those words, "to date," are dy30826. That's die Deutschensprech, or the German speak, for Meister Schlüssel, our master key. If oil prices get ugly, Trump may create an off-ramp for himself. Having killed Khamenei, he can claim "mission accomplished" and move on. And, of course, we have a very weak physical market. Thankfully, the physical oil market entered the crisis weak in terms of pricing pressure. For months, supply has run ahead of demand, allowing inventories to slowly refill, albeit from a low level. Now the industry is heading into a couple of months of weak demand as the northern hemisphere emerges from winter. For the last 12 years, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, the biggest buyer of Middle Eastern crude, has been building a massive strategic petroleum reserve, which could limit the wider market disruption. Iranian oil is sold almost exclusively to Communist Chinese refineries. If needed, Western nations can tap their reserves as well. And while the physical market has been weak, the financial oil market has been bullish, snapping up oil in the expectation of rising prices. A year ago, Israel and America's 12-day war on Iran wrong-footed many traders, triggering a wave of buying that caused crude prices to leap. This time, the number of bullish positions is at one of the highest levels over the past 10 years. As such, oil traders are better prepared to digest the crises. The OPEC Plus oil cartel can help cushion some of the impact, but more with words than barrels. On Sunday, the group announced a production increase for April and hinted more to come. Still, unless the Strait of Hormuz fully reopens, all the incremental barrels will be trapped. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have pipelines that let them bypass the strait, partly anyway. If the conflict intensifies, they will highlight that alternative. One of the world's chief oil bulls, of course, resides in the Kremlin. Vladimir Putin will benefit from the war via loftier oil prices and greater demand for his own sanctioned crude. Barely hiding his glee, on Saturday, the Russia envoy Kirill Dmitriev posted on social media, US $100 a barrel plus soon. Or how did he say it? US $100 plus a barrel soon. He may be a tad too bullish, but directionally he's not wrong. Perhaps more important, Russia may find it easier to sell in the black market the millions of barrels of oil it has sitting in storage. If the White House turns a blind eye, India may buy them. That is hardly ideal for anyone trying to counter Putin's belligerence, but it would ease any global crude shortage linked to the Strait of Hormuz. All such having been articulated, Qatar shut the world's largest LNG, liquefied natural gas facility, after an Iranian drone attack, sending gas prices to a 12-month high, with QatarEnergy having declared force majeure after halting LNG production. Trump's Iran conflict has cut the world off from a crucial energy source. QatarEnergy has declared force majeure on LNG supplies after suspending production at key export facilities, sending fresh shockwaves through global energy markets already rattled by the escalating conflict involving Iran, which of course the company posted on X. In a notice to buyers, the state energy giant said the declaration follows its decision to halt LNG and associated production after Iranian strikes targeted facilities linked to Ras Laffan and Massaid Industrial City. The shutdown affects LNG output as well as downstream products, including urea, polymers, methanol, and aluminum. The maneuver places roughly a fifth of global LNG supply at risk if the disruption persists. According to Reuters, QatarEnergy operates 14 LNG trains at Ras Laffan and is the world's largest single LNG exporter, supplying long-term buyers across Asia and Europe. The force majeure declaration allows QatarEnergy to suspend contractual delivery obligations due to events beyond its control. The company has not indicated when production might resume. Countries across Asia and Europe are facing a potential energy crisis after an Iranian drone strike. An Iranian drone strike shut down Qatar's exports of liquefied natural gas this week, cutting off nations from India to Italia from a crucial energy source and potentially increasing costs for key industries in the United States. Qatar is a linchpin of a global energy system built on LNG. Liquefied natural gas, a fossil fuel less polluting than coal, that many countries have embraced because it is easy to ship and store, or store and ship in the right procedural process there, and was sourced from generally stable countries. Now consumers and businesses from Seoul to Islamabad to Brussels will face steeply higher energy costs after that Iranian drone struck Qatar's largest gas liquefaction plant in Ras Laffan, south of Doha, on Monday, opening last work week. The strike was part of attacks on, the strike was part of a campaign of attacks by Iran on energy infrastructure in Qatar and fellow American imperial ally Saudi Arabia. QatarEnergy, which produces and exports LNG, said in a statement on Monday that it ceased production at the facility. On Wednesday, it announced it would not be able to honor export contracts. It is unclear how long it will take QatarEnergy to repair the plant. Analysts say returning to full production would take another 12 weeks, a 14 or 14 nights after repairs are even completed. Energy markets are already reacting to the broader geopolitical escalation. Oil prices have climbed roughly 20% last week as traders price in the risks to Middle Eastern energy infrastructure and shipping routes. The LNG disruption could be particularly significant for Europe, since cutting its reliance on Russian pipeline gas. The European Union has become heavily dependent on seaborne LNG imports, with Qatar among its largest suppliers. According to a Reuters analysis by Balázs Korányi and Francisco Caneta, European policymakers are watching the energy shock closely, wary of repeating the inflation misjudgment that followed Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. European central bank officials were slow to respond to that earlier surge, initially describing the spike as transitory before inflation surged past 10%. The current situation could create a similar feedback loop if energy disruptions persist. Fuel costs feed quickly into transport and consumer prices, and European buyers may soon find themselves competing with Asian importers for scarce LNG cargoes if Qatari exports remain constrained. The Eurozone economy remains highly exposed to energy costs, making developments in the Gulf a central concern for policymakers as the conflict between Israel, its American proxy state, and Iran continues to unfold. Shipping any gas Qatar produces is another challenge, as vessel traffic through the region is halted by Iran's attacks on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. There are 1,000 ships idled, according to the Lloyd's Market Association, half of them holding oil or gas. The shipping industry is trying to work out an arrangement with the United States government for military escorts, which President Donald Trump says will be offered. Countries around the world are scrambling to figure out how to backfill the abrupt halt of LNG shipments from Qatar, which accounts for 1/5 of the world's supply. Asian spot LNG prices surged nearly 40% in the past couple of days, and a key index of future LNG prices in Europe jumped 70% since Friday. Analysts warn the the natural gas crunch is likely to have more severe and far-reaching economic impacts than the Iran conflict's disruption to oil markets, even if abundant gas supplies in these United States shield American consumers from short-term price spikes. The sudden shutoff of Qatari LNG is expected to quickly hit nations across Asia and Europe that depend on Qatari gas, with domestic energy bills likely to spike and factories at risk of shutting down. Some countries will likely bring mothballed coal plants back online, as analysts have predicted, a costly reversal that could also massively increase carbon emissions and other air pollution. Bangladeshi newspaper The Business Standard reported Tuesday that officials at the country's energy ministry had ordered an increase in power generation from coal. Taiwan is examining similar options, according to Argus, a firm that tracks global energy markets. Prices of Asian coal futures jumped sharply this week. Jijin Chong is the head of Asia gas research at Standard & Poor's Global Energy. Observed, the first response will likely be to seek out LNG supply from other regions. But producers like the American Empire, Australia, and Malaysia have little extra to spare, causing prices for what is available to soar, with Chong noting that if the fuel proves too expensive and difficult to procure, markets like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, India, and Southeast Asia will likely pivot to coal where possible. Some of the countries most dependent on Qatar for energy are also among the least able to pay the premium for emergency replacements. In some cases, the economic fallout is expected to cascade back to these United States due to how LNG underpins other industrial sectors. In India, the second largest importer of Qatari LNG, gas supplies to industrial users are being cut, according to local media reports, leading the ceramics manufacturers in that country to pause operations. Utilities in Pakistan, which is even more reliant on Qatar, are also starting to cut their deliveries of gas to industrial clients, as reported in Bloomberg News. In both countries, the constraints are leading to cutbacks in fertilizer production, as natural gas is the dy30826 ingredient for making urea, the world's most widely used nitrogen fertilizer. The global reshuffling to replace energy from Qatari LNG threatens to take a toll on the planet. The Empire of Japan is currently using only about 2/3 of its 53 gigawatts of coal capacity, according to Chong. Should the Japanese Empire choose to tap into that capacity, millions of tons of additional carbon pollution could be released into our atmosphere within months. Communist China on the Asian mainland has significantly more unused coal power it could tap into. Rachel Ziemba, an adjunct fellow at the Center for a New American Security, said as nations reassess their dependence on LNG imports, some of the backsliding to coal power could become permanent. To quote she, "This will reinforce the push to generate power domestically. It could mean more use of coal. That could include European countries, such as dy30826, the new United Germany, and Poland, which are still burning coal and produce the fuel domestically. The LNG shock may also drive extra investment into renewable energy. Some of the countries best prepared to ride out disruption to Qatari exports are those that have added the most clean energy to their power grids." The People's Republic of China, which in recent years has installed more solar and wind power than the rest of the world combined in a drive for energy independence, is well positioned to weather a gas shortage. France may be able to absorb energy price shocks because of its large nuclear power capacity. And much of Europe increased its investment in solar and wind after the 2022 energy crises on the continent precipitated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Gas makes up just 16% of Europe's energy mix, a sharp decrease since 2020, and renewables now provide 47% of its power. Emphasizing that prices for urea have increased 25% since Israel and its Zionist-occupied United States attacked Iran, Pavel Molchanov, an investment strategy analyst at Raymond James, has gone on record to warn, and here I quote his T, "Oil is exported from practically every country in that region. LNG more or less comes from one country there, Qatar. That is a big deal for the agricultural sector around the world, including the United States, will potentially translate into higher food costs in the near term. This is an example of how Europe's climate policy supports energy security. Any wind farm, any solar installation in Europe is less natural gas they have to import. Europe is the only major economy in the world using less natural gas today than they did a decade ago, has accelerated its diversification strategy to reduce dependence on natural gas no matter where it comes from, whether Russia, the US, or Qatar." While Qatar's export freeze triggers stress around the world, American gas producers are likely to benefit. The American empire became the world's largest LNG exporter in 2023. Our export terminals are currently running near maximum capacity, limiting how much additional volume the American empire can provide to replace Qatari supplies. But the industry may find our commercial and political prospects are now favorable to expand. Qualifying that there may also be a new drive by countries and industries around the world to reduce dependence on LNG, Ira Joseph, a scholar at Columbia University's Center on Global Energy Policy, concludes this is going to set off another LNG project boom, not just in the US but elsewhere. The push for using more natural gas was that it is very reliable. But in the last 4 years, you had the largest exporter in the world, Russia, cut off its pipelines. And now, the second largest has cut off its shipments. It raises the question of how much one wants to rely on gas imports in an energy mix. All such having been qualified, Qatar's LNG halt won't trigger a long-term global price spike, what I would call a long-term global price spike. Natural gas prices have reacted strongly to Qatar Energy's decision to cease LNG production, and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz amid escalating conflict in the Middle East is escalating. Still, despite a more than 52% surge at Europa's benchmark TTF, or tidal transfer facility, on the second day in March, Rystad Energy expects the current supply shock to have a limited long-term impact on global gas and liquefied natural gas markets. This outlook is based on the expectation that the disruption will be temporary and manageable in terms of volumes. In fact, I'll read from their pamphlet here. With Qatari LNG output halted and the Strait of Hormuz closed, global LNG supply is set to tighten sharply, a trend that already reflected in recent price movements. The scale of lost volumes will depend on the extent of any infrastructure damage, which is still being assessed, and the duration of the state's closure to maritime traffic. In a scenario where there is limited or no damage and hostilities subside quickly, leading to a 15-day production halt, we estimate a 4.3% decline in 2026 output, equivalent to around 3.3 million tons, or what they call MT. A more prolonged disruption could result in 5.6 MT, or million tons, of lost supply. While a full-scale interruption, lasting 4 to 5 weeks before the strait reopens to commercial traffic, would translate into a loss of approximately 11.2 MT, or million tons, for the full year 2026. Given the central role of LNG exports in Qatar's economy and in global trade flows, we expect production to be restored within weeks rather than months. Now, should a worst-case scenario manifest, opportunistic producers would bring to market up to 15 million tons of incremental LNG, while the reintegration of Russian LNG could yield another 18 million tons. With this being said, the most affected countries are chiefly price-sensitive, developing economies that are much more likely to seek refuge in fuel switching, focusing on thermal coal more so than similarly affected oil products, rather than triggering a bidding war. This brings us to the halting of Qatar energy production itself. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already stalled, well, it had already stalled, when Qatar Energy halted LNG production following a drone strike on its gas facilities in Ras Laffan on the second day in March. The stop, without an announced end date, affects Qatar's entire liquefaction capacity of 77 MTPA, or million tons per annum, million tons per year, currently. While the events certainly cloud Qatar's medium-term outlook, the LNG powerhouse is set to nearly double its capacity to 142 MTPA within the next decade by adding 64 MTPA across 3 expansion phases. Northfield East at 32 MTPA, Northfield South at 16 MTPA, and Northfield West at 16 MTPA. NFE's first train is expected online in the third quarter of 2026, barring infrastructure damage or continued shipping difficulties. NFS targets first gas in late 2028 or early 2029, and NFW took FID only days ago. Now, could an extended closure catapult the Russian Empire back into the market? LNG markets entered the year with growth expectations. Pre-war, Rystad Energy expected producing facilities to add 13.9 million tons, and startups or restarts, in the case of Darwin LNG, to contribute 7.6 MT over and above 2025 volumes. Spurred by higher than anticipated prices, facilities in West Africa and the United States could likely increase LNG output somewhat. Unlike previous net exporter Egypt, whose gas balance is suffering due to the cessation of Israeli pipeline exports. Even so, should Qatar's facilities sustain further damage, or should Iran dissuade commercial shipping through the strait by means of force, much higher volumes could be removed from the global LNG balance in 2026. If such a worst-case scenario does materialize, reintroducing Russian LNG could become a point of discussion. Compared to 2025, sanctions relief alone could re-inject up to 5.3 million tonnes plus another 12.8 MT from Arctic LNG2. The reintroduction of Russian volumes, however, hinges on lifting all sanctions and Europe buying most Russian LNG to support shipping logistics. The course of action would undermine long-term United States LNG expansion by exacerbating oversupply concerns once Qatari volumes come back, and even pave the way for the return of Russian pipeline supply. Since both are diametrically opposed to American imperial interest, it must be considered extremely unlikely. And a price spiral is unlikely. The ongoing Israeli-American campaign in the Middle East is set to tighten global gas supply in 2026. However, these developments are unfolding in a market characterized by relatively looser balances and expanding trade flows, with a different set of countries at the center of the disruption and distinct demand-side responses emerging as a result. The impact is likely to fall most heavily on price-sensitive South Asian buyers, including Bangladesh and Pakistan, rather than on premium markets willing to bid aggressively for cargoes. While large-scale demand curtailment may appear to be the most direct adjustment mechanism, gas is deeply embedded in the primary energy mix of these economies. As a result, I would expect a combination of demand restraint and, where technically feasible, fuel switching. That said, higher crude and oil prices could constrain the scope for switching. Regardless, wars like Ukraine and Iran are pushing countries to rethink how they get their energy. As the global energy map shifts, the war in Iran is but the latest jolt in this transformation. Last year, Jason Bordoff and Megan O'Sullivan wrote in Foreign Affairs, "The old antidote of integrating into well-functioning, interconnected global markets still provides benefits, but it may offer less protection as markets themselves fragment and energy is weaponized in new ways. Geographical constraints have always been a key factor in shaping not just energy markets, but society more broadly. John David Rockefeller built his empire by controlling the infrastructure, refineries, railroads, and eventually pipelines that connected oil fields with the cities that needed the commodity. The American imperial blockade of oil headed to the Japanese Empire contributed to that empire's attack on Pearl Harbor. The 1973 oil embargo, spearheaded by Arab countries in response to American imperial support for Israel, contributed to an energy crisis, which in turn became a political crisis, and was ultimately the death of a presidency. Rather, its overthrow. But over time, energy markets, namely oil, gas, and coal, became more unified between countries as globalization grew. For oil, a network of pipelines, tankers, and railroads transports the fuel across the world, creating a truly global market. The rise of LNG has allowed natural gas to trade globally too. As gas import and export infrastructure expanded in recent years, it seemed like the commodity might one day function more like a global market too. But then Russia invaded the Ukraine in 2022, and any illusion of free trade in energy dissipated overnight. Europeans looked to Qatar and the United States to shore up gas reserves, but they also sought to expand domestic renewable energy sources, and in some countries looked at the possibilities of expanding technologies like nuclear energy. The war in Iran has shattered much of the remaining confidence in the global energy trade. Iran has effectively blocked access to the Strait of Hormuz, a dy30826 or master key transit pathway that typically sees more than 16 million barrels of oil pass from outside Iran through daily, according to Rystad Energy, whose pamphlet I just sourced. Qatar, one of the world's biggest LNG exporters, cut off the entirety of its gas production, leaving countries in Asia and Europe in the lurch. The response to these circumstances will certainly help renewables. Countries want to build whatever energy sources they have as cheaply and quickly as possible. In many cases, particularly those without fossil fuel reserves or resources at all, that now means building solar and wind power. But it's not a clean victory. Places like these United States, where fossil fuels abound, will continue to double down. Many others pursue a mix. India's giant coal sector is booming, but so is its renewable energy business. And there are other challenges. A more fragmented world means it may be harder to get access to clean energy technologies. A 2023 report from the International Monetary Fund found that trade disruption of critical minerals could cut renewables and electric vehicle investment by 30%. If and when the dust settles, the new energy system will be more resilient, if more expensive. More work needs to be done to ensure that it will be cleaner. Now, we've gone into all of the negatives. I could go into the positives, but that could take us in some pretty technical directions as well. So maybe I should reserve that for Wednesday night. And I don't know, a vote from people in the chat. Please go ahead and you let me know. Otherwise, we've made it to midnight. Pacific time, I should say Pacific Daylight Time. And we can take it from there. I want a response, so enter it in chat. I always love the interaction with my listeners. Of course, I cannot overemphasize how endangered my ability to do this is. Not just by suppression, but by lack of funds. I need your contributions. And I need them now. Oh, there's our man. Hey, tell everybody good morning. My dear Aristides. He's up. He's up.
Good morning. Yeah, barely. I somehow just managed to come around enough to put the PayPal link in the chat. Please say that, or the stuff written directly on the front of the screen, the PayPal or the website to see how to donate. So please do that, as Douglas is saying, because he can't even put it in his own chat. That's how bad it is.
Yes, the suppression is brutal. Yes. Well, you were fabulous all night tonight. Thank you so much for what you do. And
for a little while, just a little while.
Yeah, well, you're indispensable. Always know that you're needed. And we've had good numbers. We've got a good number watching now. I feel guilty about ending live stream, but we might as well save some of my voice and save some of it for Wednesday night. Upvotes, people. Never enough upvotes. So do reemphasize that, dear Aristides.
Yes, hit the upvote if you have not.
Yeah, and use every channel that you've got to do so. Okay, and well, that was beautiful, Aristides. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Again, we've got such good numbers right now. I feel guilty about ending live stream, and but hey, we got to save some for Wednesday night, and especially my voice. We've got a good number of participants in the chat room. We had a chat rate of 2, which, believe it or not, is really good. And that being said, concurrent viewers was good. And altogether, we look forward to you all returning, same time, same place, with daylight savings taken into account, an hour earlier, so to speak, on Wednesday night. All right, my dear Aristides. Go ahead and say goodbye.
All right. Goodbye, everyone, and see us next time in 3 short days.
All right.
Less than 3.
Yeah,
right?
less than 3. Jesus Christ, within 48 hours, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Take care. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the glads, and we'll end live stream at this point. All right.
Good night.
Okay, we're pushing that button. We're going to do the third. Let's hope